The Kingdom of Terror. An insolite case lived during the reign of Alfredo Stroessner, Paraguay dictator 1954–1989. By Ekemar. Index. Introduction, Dr. Martin Almada. 11. 3 Prologue. 4 First Part. The dictator Alfredo Stroessner in his Context Historique Chapter 1, Paraguay 1811–1954 The Wars That They Molded Unigespane. CBSE Lines. Chapter 2, 1954–1966 The Consolidation of the Dog Ce Koi Osos Unteen Redi Ies 1. Sin etmmsa Soko vs Rockald is 28, The Blow of the Captains, Changes of Key People in 1966. Chapter 3, 1967–1980 At the Summit of Power. 00, The Withholding of the Aconditian Support of the United States, Trafficker August Record and the America of the Generals, Augustin Goybert, The Enemy No. 1, Joel Filer Tiga, Martin Almada, Mario Scherer Prono, Miguel Angel Solar, Condor Operation, The End of American Aid, Anastasio Somoza Debayle. Chapter 4, 1981–1989 The Collection of the Dictadura. 70, Geopolitical Changes, the Catholic Church and Human Rights, the Deflated Economy and the Loss of Farmers' Support, the Division within the Colorado Party, the Army and Political Conspiracies, the Coup d'etat. Chapter 5, 1989–2006 Exile and Death. 82, Exile in Brazil, the Dictator's Death. Chapter 6, Some of the Key Men Who. They all Stroessner trademark. Sxiret Saxtier OES 86, Andres Rodriguez Pedoti, Patricio Coleman, Edgar Insfran, Ramon Duarte Vera, The Cruel Right Arm, Sabino Montanaro, Alcibiades Bertez Borges, The Sinister Arm, Pastor Milkfadiz Colonel, Antonio Campos Alum, Mario Abdo Benitez. Chapter 7, The Personal Life of the Dictator and His Familia Inem Dietar.c 0.0 Cora Tes Base Coeeae 7. Oaksens 106, The Official Wife, Chose, The Petty Son, Gustavo Adolfo, Graciela Concepci 6N and HDD, The Living Son, Hugo Alfredo, The Adopted Daughter, Maria Olivia, The Official Lover, Maria Estela Legal, Stihing the Dictator's Footprints, Goli. V. Second Part. Arrested for Hire 6. 7 Quarter. The Oils of the Stronado. Chapter 21, The Limitations of Freedom is the Pause Price here Ka Ee Con CC Con So 218, The Longevity of the Stronist Regime. Chapter 22, The Responsible and the Methods of Manipulations Leg Sunt Aea Pact EECs 220, The Main Person in Charge, the perpetrators responsible for repression, impunity, the presidential cult and the washing of the cerebro. The books in favor of democracy are from further, and if they are against, they are pernicious, the press. Chapter 23, Some Observations on the Economy during Stromado. CCEENS 230, The Cultivation of the Fields, Deforestation, the Atapu and Yacerda Dams, the Economic Help of the United States, the Informal Economy, the Impact of Corruption, the Lack of Distribution of Resources. Chapter 24, The World Dump. IB, The Protection of Fugitive Nazis, the Protection of International Criminals. Chapter 25, The Concentration Camps, and the Robbery d'Etasibines Ulas Getsis, Sisi. Kshandis Seus 240 Looting, Theft and Destruction of Belongings, Badlands, the Occupation of the Peasant Communities. Chapter 26, The Language of Repression. Sa ma concaiet cos love gn.8 252 Saitsamend. Soc instops is EE 242, Torture and Executions, Robert K. Thierry, Torture Techniques, The Trade of the Torturer, The Torture of Pregnant Women, Nifio's Torture. 8/5. Statistics, Thanks, and Sources. Dictatorship, stroessner.s.070- of the arrest and repression, from the horror files found in December 1992, of the official hierarchy of the political police in 1976. Of the sentences pronounced to the victimadors of the dictatorship, of the eco-extent of the United States, of the variations in the Paraguayan population. People who provided me information and support to make this construction site, main sources of printed information, reproductive permits, internet links. Introduction. The consequences of an uncomfortable question in a democracy without communism. The present book, The Kingdom of Terror of Ekemar, is the Urito from a town that was happy from 1811 to 1870. A town in which wealth is distributed, not poverty, a town sovereign who had no external debt, where the governments of the time did not authorize the operation of a single bank private and where national dignity remained unalterable. This town was Paraguay. Unfortunately in Euro few subsequent this same town knew the terror of the dictatorship and horror of the Sender operation. Its author, Kim Ekemar, is a Swedish writer of world dimension known for writing others. Without however, this time tells us the harsh reality, a story lived by him, seen and heard in the belly of the dictatorship Paraguay's civic/military after having formulated the name question, sent who is this elegant car? The book is the product of a flagrant violation of human rights that the author personally lived together with his Mexican wife Susana Garcia, in Paraguay in 1982. The decade of lead, that is, the era of the flight of the scent. The official military criminal pact in Santiago, Chile on November 25, 1975 to allegedly save the Southern Cone from Latin America of the clause of atheist communism and stateless. The intellectual author of the Sender operation, the then North American Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, imposed the criminal pact according to the national security doctrine and using the military dictatorships promoted by the United States. Paraguay vivid with terror is Peridot, and the Book of 11. Kim Ekemar is a valuable contribution to know the story recent country, especially for new generations, needy to know what happened in those years as a fundamental part of an education based on the truth and not in the falsification of the past. In the background, The Kingdom of Terror is a direct criticism of the institutionalization of the state outside the law in Paraguay. This flagrant human rights violation, it was controlled at a distance from Washington and Brasilia, and among other negative consequences produced a great deindustrialization that put the working class on their knees and peasant. Another consequence was the extension of fear paralyzing, that together with great ignorance, made it very difficult the organized response to terror. Fear is still today the second skin of Paraguayo in this long and endless democratic transition process. Paraphrasing the prominent Argentine intellectual Osvaldo Bayer, we can say that, this book will result in time a fundamental basis for the great debate in the classrooms of secondary and universitarian schools, in the culture centers and I do not within the National Congress of Paraguay itself. Discuss the past until you recognize your own dead hidden under the carpet. We have to recognize in that sense that Paraguay is a country in which it is almost forbidden to think, and as a consequence there is no confrontation of ideas and there is almost no shtick memory. In chapter XXI, on page 218, the author illuminates us the reason for being of the longevity of the dictatorial regime Stronist. A longevity that always had the support of Brasilia and Washington, who with great hypocrisy, apparently they did not find out about the serious violations and genocides that took place in Latin America, Brazil including. It should be noted that the 20th century was the century with the greatest violations of human rights, and at the same time, 42. With the greatest number of formal statements of those rights. Hysterical screams claiming justice cannot die in the throat of the town. Therefore, to build the future is very important to educate in memory. Fairly, this is the approach of the excellent book The Kingdom of Terror of the laureate Kim Ekemar, who cultivates for something new being born in my town, something new beating with the poor growing. Asunción, Paraguay, November 10, 2015. Dr. Martin Almada. Alternative Nobel Prize, and member of the Executive Committee of the American Association of Jurists. Note: about the work. This story does not intend to tell the complete story of what occurred during the dark era that Alfredo Stroessner Paraguay government with steel puff. Nor does it intend to offer a deep analysis of events and crimes committed during their long dictatorship. Conclusions I leave the reader. My book must be read as a more testimony of arbitrary and unpunished acts committed by the repression institution created by the dictator. And, I must emphasize it, Stroessner had knowledge of everything that happened even in the last rincon of his kingdom of terror. The text that complements what personally lived and I observed, it must be perceived as an auxiliary information for being able to understand what happened during the dictatorship. Although the story and documentation are faithful in terms of their content, still reflect a few key moments during the 35 stronate. The thousands of stories never heard they would fill thousands of volumes if they were written, and maybe they would change the final verdict. To endorse my intention to make a summary worthy of the atrocities committed, at the end of this work I have added the sources for the reader who would like deepen the subject. Kim Ekemar, Tepoztlan 2016. Prologue. An Unforgettable Trip. 1982. Susanna had 20-3 years when together we decided to do a trip to South America to meet that first time different continent of different adventures and cultures. As Mexican, Susanna had a more acute idea than mine with respect to the customs and culture of Latin America. If I was born in Sweden in the 50 years, now I must recognize that my concept about that distant region was innocence, not to say, of ignorance of brutality and injustices that populations suffered in those countries that, to date, they do not enjoy the benefits of the countries Scandinavian. In 1982 we lived in Stockholm. In those times it was not neither easy nor economical to move to the opposite side of the world. 15. Finally we chose to take a long vacation. For 6 months to know most of the countries of Latin America. We were saving and planning to do the most important trip of our lives before forming a family, a long trip like many used to do in Sweden in those times. For practical reasons it had to be a trip with molds of limited clothes and sleeping bags loaded in backpacks. We start in Mexico, where we visit relatives and friends from Susanna, as well as places of interest. We continue for Colombia, where we live many adventures like riding on horseback for a week in the mountains and pass another in the Amazigh jungle. We enjoy the carnival first in Bahia and then in Rio de Janeiro. We saw the Devil's Throat in Foz from Iguazu, Tango in Buenos Aires and Focas in Punta del Este. We moved through the beautiful lagoons between Bariloche and Puerto Montt. We visit the colorful markets of La Paz, and we cross the Titicaca Lake to meet the indigenas that they live in floating islands made of totara. We admire the extraordinary buildings in Cuzco. For 4 days we toured the Inca Road above the clouds to meet Machu Picchu, and we made a cruise to the islands Galapagos. However, all those adventures, and many others wonderful things we saw and live, they are to narrate in another occasion. This book is to tell the experience undoubtedly more shocking of our trip, which happened in Asunción, Paraguay. Our first attempt to enter Paraguay was not successful, but it was illuminating. We had taken an autobus from Foz from Iguazu in Brazil to cross the river to Porto President. 16. Stroessner. The bus did not stop in the customs position of the Brazilian side of the bridge. The connection between the two countries was announced as the Bridge of Friendship. At the time of upload my clock struck the 8 at night. We get off at the immigration booth at the entrance to the President Stroessner to be sealing the passports entering the house. Immediately they described as other backpacks. The men in charge they began to ask us questions like de dónde come, est married, sent why come to Paraguay, and questions for the style with intention to investigate us. When they checked our passports and could see that we lacked a permission seal to leave Brazil, they told us that we necessarily had to return to get it. We took a bus that unhealthy back to Brazil and we crossed the bridge again. Back we can see Port President Stroessner enlisted by the lights of neon of his casinos. The entrance back to Brazil was fast, attended by sympathetic officers. After spending the night in Foz do Iguazu, we bought AV6N tickets to Assumption for that same day. With our well-sealed passports they checked the exit of Brazil. We made 20-5 flight minutes before landing at the airport President Stroessner. While exchanging comments in Guarani, the migration officers showed an exaggerated interest in our backpacks. However, after having reviewed your content, put a cross in each using white GIs. After having changed some money, we went up to a autobus destined to the center of the capital. It was very hot, and all the windows were open. For one of them from sudden hunted from the outside. The bag broke and I touched us a bathroom. 17. Unexpected. Welcome. After getting out of the bus, we walked to the Square of Independence where a decrepit tank of the army painted in green tones occupied its center. From there we go up 5 blocks until you reach the tourism office, where they reported on the hotels offered by rates consistent with our economic possibilities. We went to a hotel called India located on General Diaz Street. Although the room that they showed us was not very encouraging, at least it was clean, had hot water and was inside our budget. With so many travel days we no longer had clean clothes. I went to look for a laundry. Loading a large bag full of clothes, I went to different directions where supposedly they were operating, but always in bucket. When I got to the Heroes Square I asked some indigenous they found there selling shoes and memories, if they located some laundry. The answer was negative, but one of them was offered to wash our clothes. The indigenous who made the proposal I had about 28 years, green eyes, tejido brown hair and teeth broken. When I asked him about the cost, I studied with a calculating look before confirming that I could do it for 8,000 guaranis. Included the ironing, aggregate. I accepted your offer, as long as I allowed me to accompany her where she lived to be able to ensure the return of our garments. I live near here, he told me. Near turned out to be a half-hour trip by autobus and a 10-minute walk in dirt streets. In his house we count the garments, and we agreed that I was going to deliver them in the square on Tuesday, March 2nd, in the same corner in where we had met. I returned to the Parabus and, just when the bus arrived, I felt the first drops of Olivia fall. 18. When I finally returned to the hotel to meet new with Susanna, rained strongly. We went out to enter a restaurant called Café San Marcos, a place with decoration kitsch based on Venice reasons. We spent 3 hours until the rain ended. It was Spado. For lack of currency local, we urged change dollars to guaranis. We were informed owner of the small restaurant that, due to the holiday bridge, most negotiations were going to be closed until Tuesday, March 2nd. On Monday, the day of the Heroes. That implied that all the exchange houses would be closed 3 days. The technical solution was to change damages in the black market in front of the Pantheon of the 4 heroes men, restless and walking from one side to the other with their handbags swollen bills, shared the corner offering a much more attractive exchange rate compared to the officer. After a negotiation prolonged, I managed to change a $50 ticket that for each dollar they gave me 153 guaranis. At that time the sun exits between the clouds. Could observe how the military were occupying every corner from the square. I didn't pay much attention to them. The next day was Sunday. We take an autobus for visit the town of the indigenous Maca. He left us near the Botanico garden, from where we walk half an hour to length of a dirt road suffering the heat that it exceeded 40 degrees. Finally we remind the river Paraguay nothing surprising, to get to the island of the Maca was necessary to climb a ship. We share it with 3 Brazilians and a man who immediately number 6 for be our guide, and as such began to explain the life of the inhabitants of the island. The transfer lasts 7 minutes, well used by the captain of the service, since I charged as if we would have traveled the equivalent in hours. The guide took us along a road surrounded by a high grass that reached us to the waist. Before arriving to the people of the Maca, we could see how some indigenous began to get ornaments in the head with bird feathers and traditional clothing of his culture. At the entrance we were charged 100 guaranis per person, and we receive SIMO instructions: write down our names in a visitor's book. Any photo of the pueblerinos, they told us, had a cost of 100 guaranis. Photos taken from women with their exposed breasts have the cost of 200 guaranis. At that time, by coincidence, a teenager dressed in feathers in the hair and with a print skirt with the image of Mickey Mouse. In fact, it was a visit that caused us disappointed. A European general, worried about civilizing the tribe, there were achieved the transfer of its 600 inhabitants of the Chaco in the west. Consequently, the general was worshipped by the Maca as a god, I explained the guide. The men, with hair to the shoulder, sharing chicha while arguing, sitting out of their homes. The huts, made of dates and palm roofs, seemed to be about to fall. Inside were utensils worn out of plastic and aluminum, produced by the civilization that they wanted to achieve. We decided to leave the so-called tourist attraction and return to Asuncion. A thermometer showed us that the shadow temperature had already dropped to 30-6 centigrade degrees. Before addressing autobus, we walk 20. By the Botanico Park, slow to live another sad experience of a careless place covered by abundant garbage. On March 1st, the young man of the reception, which from the beginning I had inspired considerable distrust, I woke us up kicking the door of our room. We had left in the prediction that General Stroessner was going to officiate the honors in memory of the heroes buried in the Panthi, the Plaza de los Heroes. Due to the few places of interest that we had found in Paraguay, I seemed good opportunity to see live the person who had governed the country during the last 20-8 years. With the after plan continue to Lake Ipacarai, we put in our bag Bafio costumes along with value objects such as passports, traveler checks, and a reflection camera with some lenses. We were walking to the place located at 5 blocks from our little hotel. We arrived a few minutes after 8. Standing in front of the Pantheon door built, Alfredo Stroessner Lucia dressed in a uniform white medals. Following its routine from each year, I listened solemnly the tributes to the heroes who they had died in the Great War of Paraguay against Triple Alliance to MDS of a century. Several surrounded him, high command officials and important guests of the foreign. From afar I took some photos with the telescopic lens. Of immediate, 3 security managers, 2 uniformed and 1 dressed as a civilian, they approached. They forced me to open the bag with our belongings and show our passports. They warned me in an arrogant nod I could approach my cameras. Although I was born with a spirit of rebellion before any act of arrogance. 21. A B2C. Suddenly an elegant limousine came to my attention, black and elongated among other luxury cars. Curious, I know I happened to ask the satiate that I was watching her if it was from the president. President of the Republic, Gray. Alfredo Stroessner, along with other high national authorities and foreign personalities, attended an act of tribute to Marshal Francisco Solano Lopez, to commemorate the 112 degrees anniversary of Gu death in Catrocord. It was yesterday Afian. On the Day of the Heroes, on March 1, 1982. Unemployed inside the Panteón de los Héroes, in white uniform, Grill. Alfredo Stroessner, to his right, Taiwan's Chancellor, the tall man in the front row, the American General John McHenry. What is I asked for Siso? Ana responded. Con aggressiveness. His hostile mode made me choose not to answer and get away from the spectaculum in front of the built Panthid. 22. I had left my photographic team with Susanna, who was he sit down talking with the Brazilians that we had known the previous day. The crowd stands around of the Panther consisted of about 200 people. I stayed standing listening to the speech about 70 meters of distance. Suddenly sent 4 hands, thick and strong, grabbing by the muficas and the upper part of my arms. With determination and speechless, the 2 men uniformed gray began to get away from the event. Take the girl too. Lad 6, the officer who I was supervising the operation. Ignoring my still protests, men uniformed forced me to advance forced march. 23. First part. The Dictator. Alfred Stroessner. In context. Historical. Chapter 1. Paraguay 1811 to 1954. The wars that molded to a despot. In the first decade of the 19th century, the invasion of Spain and Portugal by Napoleon Bonaparte caused a change that to date, it continues to affect the old colonies of said countries. The power of the Spanish Empire on America Latina weakened quickly, something that was used by the revolutionary movements in the region. When achieving its independence in 1811, after 3 centuries of the Spanish colonization, Paraguay was governed by dictators during 178 years. The country had 40-2 presidents between 1870 and 1954. 6 of them achieved finish-year mandates. Stroessner's father, a German who arrived from Bavaria to Paraguay during the last decade of the 19th century, he carried the name Hugo Stroessner. In the small city of Encarnacion he married a Paraguayan of a traditional Creole family, Heriberta Matallauda, and start a business in breweria. Your son Alfredo was born on November 3, 1912. Alfredo inherited his father's physical aspect. It became known as E.I. blonde with her greenish eyes, coffee hair clear and European appearance. The period after Paraguay had won his independence was marked by 3 war events that they formed Alfredo Stroessner. From 1865 to 1870 happened the War of the Triple Alliance, which Paraguay lost fighting against Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay. Paraguay paid the defeat with much of its territory and the lives of almost all its male population. SLO survived 14,000 adult men in a country that at the beginning of the war had 26. With 1,300,000 inhabitants. In the following important war which went against Bolivia between 1932 and 1935 over the territory of the Chaco, Paraguay was victorious. The Chaco is located between the Andes and Rio Paraguay, a territory that both countries considered their domain and interest in their supposed potential resources. With 3 years of training at the military school, to the 19 Stroessner participated as a lieutenant in his first military confrontation. Distinguished as capable and brave in several battles. Was promoted to the captain range in recognition for its value and intelligence. After the Chaco War, Paraguay followed his tradition of coups with an average one of each 2 years. With its quota political intuition, Stroessner don't know mistake in his commitment to the first winner of the presidency, something that facilitates his career in the army. Caused by political factions with agendas incompatible, a civil war began in 1947. With help of the army, the Colorado Party was winning. The members of the parties in favor of democracy were seen forced to flee from the country. As thanks for his support, Stroessner was awarded and promoted by each of the presidents that he successively helped reach the presidential chair. In 1948 Stroessner was appointed Brigade General, the General MDS Young in all South America. E.T. Chapter 2 1954 to 1966. The Consolidation of Power. After another coup d'état, in September 1949 Federico Chávez had taken care of the presidency of the República provisionally, to be chosen in August 1953 according to the constitution. Chávez achieved its years in the power thanks to the support of the Paraguayan army and, in particular, thanks to General Alfredo Stroessner. In 1954 Chávez promoted Stroessner to the general position of division. Taking advantage of his new power, Stroessner paid that generous gesture of Chávez with a coup d'état. Elect as a technical candidate of the Colorado Party, Stroessner gained 6. The subsequent elections against an invented opposition and took the presidency on August 15, 1954. At the time of his ascent to the maximum power, no one thought Stroessner would last longer in the position than his predecessors. At the beginning of his presidency, his position was weak. During the first 13 years he manipulated the different fields of political interests while trying to leave happy to his military friends of the high command. Your success for staying in power can be explained mainly by 5 themes. The military. Throughout his career he had made key friends in the army, whom I kept happy with positions lucrative, as well as with the control of various types of smuggling. In addition, when I got up to the presidency I did not leave his position as the head of the army, turning his own commander-in-chief of the armed forces. The politics controlled the technical political party allowed, taking advantage of his position as _president honorary of the Colorado Party. When copyright its competitors became too powerful, eliminated his long days of work. There are testimonies that Stroessner, during the first decades in power, worked without stopping from before the morning until midnight. During the campaign for their re-election, which always made with a surprising enthusiasm despite a victory ensured, visited the remote Ren city of Ur Kingdom. Sacred the need to personally palpate the pulse of the country. Maybe I could not trust the flattery of their henchmen and the lack of internal criticism, results of a press repressed by the same Stroessner. Your opposition control. Through ruffians supervised by Duarte Vera, and later by Pastor Coronel, he caused tumults and situations that the police gave the pretext to intervene with violence. These methods were employees in demonstrations and meetings of the opposition politics, workers' unions, student centers, etc. One of the most groups prominent was the militiamen, who operated by direct orders of Pastor Milshadi's colonel, the head of the research department. The Perugia. During the Stronate, the Tinnick who made decisions importance was Stroessner. For this it depended on a simple, abundant, and efficient system, Perugia. Intermediaries and informants, civil and infiltrated, mainly reported to the Department of Research. Your reports, very consequences of threats, by extortion 0 in return of remuneration, indicated suspicious issues that they could be interpreted as an unwanted political act in general, or communism in particular. The one of the time it was stimulated in the collective unconscious itself from family nuclei and all kinds of associations to the government and the army. The informants were people from all strata of the citizenship, waiters, music, teachers, military, students, employees, domestic, hairdressers, shoeshine, journalists, taxi drivers, prostitutes and many more. Stroessner himself participated actively to promote the Delacian, as Captain Iladio Gemme tells in 1959, Gomez, come a little, General Stroessner told me and makes me sit in front of a soft Gomez, you are a very reserved officer, do not inform things, you have to inform more and answer my general, I inform him anything because nothing I know. The day I know something and I am going to communicate. He told me no, Gomez, you have to get closer. The description is attached that the writer Paraguayo Bernardo Neri Farina does, I controlled everything because I didn't trust anyone. It was a dictator in the purest sense of the term, dictated what had to be done and the rest I shouldn't do anything other than fulfill. I took advantage of that psychologic weakness so typical of a good part of the Paraguayans to obnubilate before an individual who knows demonstrate his strength, more aid in if this individual is military. However, the repressive apparatus that Stroessner created would not have been possible without international support as to information, equipment, advice, money, and all kinds of resources. Brazil and Argentina supported him. Condor Operation, started in the mid-70 years, it is an example of the mutual support between Stroessner and country's dictator's neighbors. During his first 2 decades in power it highlights the support of the United States, which in return sought achieve your political goals in the region. With his words proclaiming Paraguay as a democracy without communism, Stroessner wanted to dress his regime with clothing worth the respect of the community international. Segin Stroessner, what critical voices they stated as repression, for him it was the price of peace. Its political pretext to maintain control over the country coincided with the interests of the United States to beginning of the Cold War. The United States and Union Soviet struggled to achieve domain in different parts of the world. Paraguay and the Southern Cone fit the interests geopolitics of the Americans. Stroessner took advantage of the situation. As the country's absolute governor, Stroessner counted with the economic and military support of all presidents Americans from Dwight Eisenhower to Gerald Ford. When Jimmy Carter was elected president, he began to question the human rights record of the dictator. When Stroessner vol 6 for a meeting in the White House in September 1977, antagonism between two was tangible. Long before, in 1956, the administration of Eisenhower I sent Paraguay the advisor Robert K. Thierry, who during a FIA and a half I trained the country's police in CMO torture from effective way. American Nixon McCade aimed at Paraguay during the 30-5 years of the dictatorship adds 306 million dials. Stroessner kept receiving Pentagon military advisors, such as the one that was illegal of Lieutenant General John McHenry in March 1982. In practice, official anti-communism was a convenient posture to suppress any opposition to Stronate and at the same time obtain the technical and financial cooperation of the United States. In 1976 Pastor Colonel I affirmed in a speech before the ANR governing board, which the dictator never considered the communism or other formation of the left as a real political threat. As Stroessner himself declared it, you don't have to be coffee with milk, you have to be coffee, or milk. At the time, I interpreted that half-cloudy philosophical observation that coffee or 32. Milk meant choosing between suffering or well-being with Stroessner. The Capitan's country. In January 1963, the Paraguayan government informed the THIRD its discovery of a plot to overthrow the president and kill several public officials. Conspiracy, according to the official informative, he had originated in the army. Accused as the main conspirator to the captain of cavalry Leopoldo Ortigosa. The accusation detailed that he had done it under the auspices of the ex-political exile in exile, Epifanium Mendez Fleitas, of the liberal leader, also exiled, Carlos Pastor, and international communism. The official line maintained that the investigation made it showed a conspiracy that culminated with the murder of the cadet Alberto Benitez of 19 years. His death was attributed violent as a secondary consequence of the attempt to military coup against the elected Paraguayan government. A superior had ordered Cadet Benitez to do delivery of an alleged love letter. Before complying with this mission, Benitez was intercepted by a patrol military. The letter lacks any loving word and it turns out to contain information about a blow against Stroessner. The cadet was accused of having opened the envelope and read the content, fact that authorities did it seneplice automatic of the plot. To obtain additional information to the accusations, Benitez was tortured until his death. Lifeless, on December 6, 1962, the cadet was taken to Villa Guarani. There was found the next day, semi-rot and hung from a tree with its own tie, in a failed attempt to hide his death as an apparent suicide. Captain Napoleon Ortigosa was the immediate superior. 33. Of the cadet. Ortigosa was an intelligent man who in 1949 the 17 years, had enlisted in the Paraguayan cavalry. He graduated as the numero 1 of its generation. In 1960 it was promoted to the captain of the army and, to his 28 years, he was waiting for him a promising career. In the Ortigosa army he reported a major officer rank that without the knowledge of Ortigosa was involved in the planned blow against Stroessner. He dictator fears acting against his generals not to put in risk the then delicate balance of powers in the country. The case of the so-called captain's coup resolved blaming the minor rank officers of the planned blow of state. This strategic decision was the accusation of Ortigosa had killed the cadet because, for his bad fortune, he had discovered the plot. Contrary to his declaration of innocence about his alleged participation in the coup, Ortigosa was arrested on December 17, 1962. Stroessner saw the need to send a warning to the military, and opt for the young captain the scapegoat. The Chief of Investigations, Duarte Vera, and Interior Minister Edgar Insfran received orders superiors to process and condemn Ortigosa for the Benitez cadet murder. Under torture, Ortigosa confessed all and any of the accusations that occurred to them police who interrogated him. A short time later, a court declared him guilty of the plot and the murder. Ortigosa was saved from the estilo fusilating Politan for the intervention of the Franciscan priest José Arqueta. In one radiodifusora the priest made publico that he had knowledge of the true guilty officers thanks to the confessions heard exercising their trade, and that it was willing to reveal who they were to exonerate Ortigosa. Stroessner's concern was not if he was going to punish an innocent man, but Axe's threat to reveal the 34 lie that had created. His goal was to send a strong warning to the military who wanted to remove the can. To silence the priest, I ordered the execution of Ortigosa for an indefinite imprisonment. After a long time in lonely confinement and of torture, human rights organizations achieved eventual visits of family members and representatives of the Church Catholic. After years of living like this, Ortigosa was transferred to a Bafto cell. I spent a total of 20-5 years imprisoned, 18 years of them in a lonely cell. During the time in which he was locked up, he was never allowed have legal advice. Shortly before the arrival of Pope John Paul II in May 1988, Stroessner ordered Ortigosa's release. With that, Stroessner wanted to counteract claims expected of the Pope about his human rights record. At 55 years, Ortigosa leaves his prison infrahuman conditions as one of the political prisoners of the world that had been imprisoned longer. Without, however, his exit from the jail did not imply that he recovered his unconditional freedom. He was forced to stay in a rest home in his mother's house, located in Asunción. The authorities suspended the telephone service without notice and they placed police outside their home to stop the step of visits. With the help of his lawyer, in 1988 Ortigosa achieved flee from the country in the trunk of a car. The police discovered his attempt to escape and fired the vehicle with machine guns when they went through the Embassy of Colombia, who by coincidence had its open port in. The driver put the vehicle to the property. Without having planned it, Ortigosa took advantage of the situation to ask for low political asylum, the protection of Colombia. After 3 months at the embassy, Ortigosa achieved 35. Moved to Buenos Aires with the use of a passport Colombian diplomatic. I followed Madrid, where he stayed in psychological and physical therapy and recovery until the fall of Stroessner. I returned to Paraguay in 1990 with the safe conduct of the then President Andrés Rodríguez, of whom there were been assistant in the army 3 decades earlier. Rodríguez LEI offered a position in the Ministry of Education. 6 years later, the Supreme Court declared Ortigosa innocent of the crimes committed, confirming that their confessed had been obtained through severe torture. In June 2000 a court of appeal condemned the state Paraguayan to compensate Ortigosa with 8.25 billion guarani for what he had suffered. I regretted that Stroessner and Duarte Vera were never imprisoned for their criminal acts. He did not look for his death, declared, but his imprisonment in a dungeon of 1 meter in front of 2 of the police center, as was the whim of the dictator Alfredo Stroessner in the Mio case. When Ramon Duarte Vera at the age of 80 condemned 13 years of imprisonment for torture asked his freedom to consider it his age, Ortigosa was interviewed on the request of Duarte Vera, "I am promoting a trial against him. Many people they said, why are you going to complain to an old man? And I answer them that at the time of the dictatorship, when my hands tied me behind my back and both legs and drowned me in the water pool, he was an old man of 100 years that not even I could breathe. I was in coma underwater and they made me say things that are not true. And it was Duarte Vera who directed the torture I received, like thousands of Paraguayans innocent." As for Cadet Benitez, with the years they were attributed miraculous acts. The place in Villa Guarani where it was found without life is today an oratory and place of devotion of the people. In January 2006, at the age of 73 years, Napoleon Ortigosa died in assumption of an attack on the heart. The changes of key people in 1966. In 1966 there was an important change in the balance of the Paraguayan powers. Until then, Stroessner unexpectedly had managed to stay in power during 12 years. He was felt threatened by the ambition of several powerful men looking for the opportunity to replace it. I had to legally achieve stay in power as a life president, with his son Major, Gustavo, as his successor. The next year drive changes in the current constitution, dated in 1940, for new power be re-elected. In the 1968 elections, I won the elections with the acclamation at the polls. His popularity was such that I received about 90% of the votes. One of Stroessner's foundations was political police, which for the Paraguayan people resulted more omnipresent than secret. The political police work openly, with the apparent legality and under the necessary instructions from the president of the country, using confiscation, imprisonment, torture and execution methods. Summary. Interior Minister during 1956 to 1966 was Edgar Insfran, an intellectual and teacher in handling the mechanisms of horror. YNSFRDN showed clear intentions of wanting to be the successor of Stroessner in the 1968 elections, something that does not fit into the plans of the dictator who sought to stay in the power for life. During that period, the head of the capital it was Ramsés Duarte Vera. With Insfran's approval, in 1966 began extorting two German scammers. 37. Profugos to keep your boat in, equivalent to several hundreds of thousands of damages. When the German ambassador for coincidence was found, that became _escandalo international. Enough, Stroessner took advantage of the situation to eliminate Insfran's political threat. In May of 1966, Duarte Vera and his head of Department of Investigations were fired and replaced by Alcibiades Bertez Borges and Pastor Coronel, respectively. 6 months later, YNSFRDN suffers the same treatment, replaced by Sabino Montanaro. Although the protocol he said that Pastor Colonel should report to the minister inside, in the Periodactic reported Stroessner directly. Bertez, Montanaro, and Colonel lasted in their positions 20-3 years that still had the dictatorship stronest. 38. Chapter 3 1967-1980. At the summit of power. The retentive of the United States economic support, trafficker August record and the threat of generals for their strategic value, Stroessner and Paraguay counted annually with a significant economic help of the United States in 4 fields: development help, help in food, military aid, and others. In 1972 Stroessner expected another alluvia of money that added $7.57 million. However, he was in a dilemma because Richard Nixon government conditioned the delivery of the help the extradition of criminal August Record, who had Paraguay as a base. The DEA had determined that Record he was responsible for 80% of the heroin imported to the USA. The dilemma that Stroessner faced was that 2 of his generals, Rodriguez and Coleman, protected Record for your interest in your own enrichment. Together they were powerful enough to overthrow Stroessner if he decided to leave against his interests and extradite Record. While ordered the legal process for the extradition of the imprisoned Record, Stroessner resolved its dilemma orchestrating the death of General Coleman, one of the generals that aspired to presidential power. After 8 months, with General Coleman already deceased, I accessed the Record extradition to the United States. Instead Paraguay I received the promised economic aid. In the conclusive words of the Real Commission and Paraguayan Justice, this cooperation increased with the Alliance for the Progress of President John F. Kennedy, created to counteract the temptation of guerrillas in South America and the consolidation of Fidel Castro in Cuba. Between 1962 and 1965 the Paraguayan dictatorship received $40 million in direct help, which together with loans from the international agencies linked to the United States almost $80 million. The value of military assistance, limited to the beginning, is multiplied by 10 between 1962 and 1965, when I also grow the cooperation in intelligence. The CIA collaborated in operations carried out to infiltrate the Paraguayan opposition that tried drain the dictator. For some White House officials, the Hispanic indigena culture prevented Latin America from achieving democratic governments. If Paraguay was culturally unable to live in liberties, a friendly anti-communist dictatorship is preferred than another adverse to the United States. This justified speech, in the practice, a prolonged complicity of governments North Americans with the Stroessner regime and support for their illegal and inhuman acts. In 1980, the Human Rights Commission of the UN verifies in its report, whatever the position officer, the Stroessner regime is not really afraid of subversion. What is afraid of is democracy. Augustin Guibert, the enemy number one. The subversive enemy who frustrated Stroessner was the Dr. Augustin Guibert, political leader of the movement Popular Colorado. He was a doctor who from the start of the Stroessner dictatorship, after examining people dead for torture, criticized violations of Stroessner human rights. As a consequence, in 1959 he was forced to look for exile at the Uruguay embassy. 41. Guibert was based in Posadas in Argentina, next to opposite of the Paraná River that separates it from Paraguay. During the years in which he lived there, I denounced the press the corpses tortured floating in the river were the remains of dissidents that for orders from Patricio Coleman and Duarte Vera, they had eliminated by birds from the river from planes. In 1962 Guibert tried to expose the situation in Paraguay with the kidnapping of a military avidan on the side Paraguayan against Posadas. His plan was to enable at the tip of this in Uruguay, at a gathering of the foreign ministers Latin American. However, the Paraguayan authorities they learned and initiated an operation to capture it. Of miracle managed to escape. In 1969 he was captured for the first time. He had gone up fishing in a boat with his son of 11 years, when I brought a Paraguayan naval patrol. Guibert was arrested and 42. Taken to Assumption, where more than 1 year passed in several centers of arrest until his escape from the Commissioner No. 7. He did it through a tunnel excavated by the prisoners. He took refuge at the Chilean embassy, located in the property of Pastor Coronel, no doubt with the great frustration of the new head of the Department of Research. Guibert eventually achieved its exit from country and returned to Posadas. In the mid-70 years, Guibert was seen as the Stroessner resistance leader. Convinced that Tinnick's way to move Stroessner away from power was to kill him, mobilize a group of activists to contemplate the manner more efficient to achieve it. The agreed plan was to unjust a truck with explosives and park it on a street to a few blocks from the government palace, where the President Lemus always traveled at a speed reduced. Guibert, personally it was commissioned to smuggle a bomb to kill Stroessner. In March 1974 he introduced Paraguay through the Paraná River into a fishing boat. The first 2 attempts to explode the pump were abandoned because the guerrillas did not encourage to kill so many people who were driving near the presidential vehicle. In the 3rd attempt, the bomb does not exploded by a mechanical failure. A 4th attempt was planned for November same year, but the guerrillas already required more explosives. A Guibert collaborator Benitez Armo-I turned to corrupt officers of the National Navy who clandestinely they sold explosives to anyone who I could pay. However, a non-commissioned officer denounced Benitez before his commander, and soon Pastor Colonel had aware of the plot. Benitez was arrested on the 24th of November 1974. They were illuminated to the Department of Investigations, where he was tortured to say everything. 43. I knew before dying for the effects of torture. With the only exception of Dr. Guibert, in the following days all his companions were arrested. After having consulted with Stroessner, Pastor Colonel proclaimed through the press that had been disrupted a terrorist cell that planned to kidnap national authorities and sow chaos in the Republic. Without, however, he never announced that the real reason for the group was kill Stroessner. In revenge for the attempt of magnacide, Stroessner he gave orders to make a terrorist capture. The fact was used as a pretext to imprison any opponent, having or not linking with the attack, and several of them affias passed in the jail. The CVJ report followed. In this case they were arrested and tortured by the police 12 people. According to the testimonies, Stroessner himself witnessed the interrogations. I placed the detainees against powerful reflectors that prevented them from seeing those who were. 2 years later, 4 of those involved in the attempt to kill Stroessner were subject to the Vilda law. Expression means that an alleged escape was facilitated to shoot them on the spot, putting as a pretext the attempt of evasion. On Stroessner's instructions, on the 21st of September 1976 Pastor Colonel ordered the execution of the four, and in the Curator the next day his escape was recorded in the Book of Novelties. Goiberta had managed to flee to Argentina. When he understood that he was no longer safe for him and his family to continue living in Posadas, I moved to the city of Parana. Without, however, in 1977, thanks to the exchange of information from Argentine military intelligence under the agreement of the Condor operation, was kidnapped in his new home. Your body it was never found. 45. Joel Filertiga. In the 60s, Dr. Joel Fredertiga began to attend indígenas and poor peasants in their clinic La Esperanza. He was also a vociferous opponent against the dictator. An Auditoffels Beto in 1971 Stroessner saved from Assumption in a fishing plane, your favorite hobby, clothes from his house on Yassirat Island. The Italian accompanied him Salvador Musmesi, Colonel Julian Myers and Captain Narciso Solar. Joel Filertiga, doctor and painter. I take advantage of legal resources. In Paraguay and in the States. United to do justice to your killed son. On the opposite side of the Parana River, Agustin Goibert and Joel Filertiga were boarding a boat. The unjafala profession, courage and politics, but above all the past by and the dictatorship. They carried an anti-tank weapon Carl Gustav M2 with Telesk 6 Pica Myra, made by the company Swedish Bofors. Detecting the fishing boat with Stroessner and his guests approached until 200 meters they separated them from them. 46. 4 months before, at home in Posadas, Argentina, Goibert had proposed Filertiga her plan to kill dictator. Filertiga approved your plan. Goiberti got the weapon, and Filertiga Agujara 6 finally the bullets of the rifle and introduced into the Vaseline and cyanide. The idea was simple and round, the dictator will die, for the bullet zero by the poison. In silence Stroessner and their fighters continued fishing. Stroessner was carrying a wide wing hat to protect yourself from the afternoon sun. Goibert I pull the anchor into the water to give more stability to your boat. I took the weighing weapon 18 kilos, sustained it with its right knee and signed up for Stroessner. At that moment Myers detects the boat of the subversives and with a cry I warn Stroessner. The dictator he lift his head, and at the same time he tied like a strong wind blow made his hat fly and throw it towards back. Goiberti shot again. Myers responded with shots of gun. Filertiga and Goibert felt convinced that dictator had received the poisoned bullet. They hurried to return to Posadas in Argentina, where Goibert he filed in his exile. Hours later, pending radio news, they expected the new Stroessner's death. His death never it was announced. In retaliation for this and other political activities of Joel Filertiga, in March 1976 his son Jolito of 17 years was kidnapped. The Inspector General of the Agencia 6 and Police, Americo Norberto Pifia Ilala, tortured the child until he achieved his death the next day. When his sister Dolly received a call to arrange body delivery, she could observe the brands of the torture to which it had been subjected. With the help of his lawyer Horacio Galeano Peroni, Joel Filertiga started the legal process denouncing Pina Ilala and the Polifa Agencia. However, the official version was that the 47. death of the young man had been because of a passionate crime. The press supported the authorities with title sensationalists as a passion crime in Saxony and boy from society killed by jealous husband. The police declared that the alleged murderer was a neighbor of the Filertiga, who reiterated his accusation of having found Jolito in his bed wife. Although I admitted to having committed the passion crime, he was never prosecuted before the Paraguayan legal system. When the case does not prosper, the doctor's lawyer Filertiga was imprisoned and there was no progress in the trial presented about the murder of Jolito. During the process, Peroni without fair cause also lost your license to lawyer. However, life turns many times. In 1978 Pifia Irala and his partner traveled to the United States with visas of tourist approved for 3 months. By coincidence, Dolly, the daughter of Joel Filer-Tiga, she had gone a few months earlier for request your political asylum in the same country. Pifia Ilila and his company ignored the expiration of your visas. In New York, Dolly got the news that his brother's murderer was also there. After have contacted your PAPT and the Rights Center Constitutional, filed a complaint against Pifia Ilila. He recorded that Pifia Ilila, for exceeding the time of his visa, was illegally in the country, and also he had tortured and killed his brother. Pifia Ilila was arrested by the authorities Americans for their illegal stay in the country. Waiting for be deported, spent your detent time in the Brooklyn Navy Yard. In the legal process that Joel Filer-Tiga had initiated, I made American jurisprudence and international declared that torture is an act against the humanity and can be judged outside the country where it was committed. As analogy he made the reference to high pirates. 48. Sea and slave business. Apart from the jurisprudence, they were granted to the family Filer-Tiga $10 million in repairs. However, before the announcement of his sentence, Pifia Ilila achieved his deportation to Paraguay. Martin Almada. As a consequence of the massive hunting result of the attempt to kill Stroessner, Dr. Martin Almada was one of the people who were imprisoned. Almada had doctorate in educational pedagogy of Paulo Freire in Argentina. He and his wife Celestina direct a school mounted in San Lorenzo, on the outskirts of the capital. Were promoting increases in salaries and an improvement in the work situation of the country's teachers, together with a proposal to change the educational plan. On November 26, 1974, his school was raided by orders of Pastor Coronel. Almada was arrested under the accusation of being an intellectual terrorist for the simple reason. Dr. Martin Almada, accused of being intellectual terrorist for wanting improve Paraguayan education and labor situation of the teachers of the PATS. 49. What had studied at an Argentine university considered as subversive. The sessions of his torture in Pastor Coronel's rooms lasted 30 days. To his wife, they made her listen to the sessions by phone, until I suffered a fatal infarction due to psychological torture. After having been imprisoned for almost 3 years, the desperate Almada initiated a hunger strike. Bishop Juan Bockwinkel was aware of his situation precarious. Accompanied by Pastor Armeniel, I went to Ministry of Interior, to remember Sabino again Montanaro his promise to free Almada and another detainee. Montanaro answered that Almada Soy would be released if Stroessner personally authorized him. That happened a Tuesday, which coincides with the day of the week when Stroessner Solfa grant audiences. Bockwinkel and Neil they hurried to the presidential palace. Despite the crowd that was waiting for their turn, they achieved get the audience through an acquaintance. The bishop made the petition, to which Stroessner replied that he was fine, before to add, but be careful with the Bolsheviks. Released on September 20, 1977, Almada was exiled in Panama with their children. In 1978 he was hired by the UNESCO in Paris. With patience and tenacity began accumulate information about torturers and their superiors who had given them the 6 RDS. Its main source was the Paraguay Police magazine. 2 months after Stroessner's fall, Almada returned to Paraguay. The most recognized activist in the research of human rights abuses committed during the dictatorship. In December 1992 it was contacted by a woman who wanted to inform her that she should to investigate the documents in a curator in Lambert in the outskirts of Asunción. Together with the judge who had ordered the raid. 50. Tons of documents, photos, and recordings that check police activities from 1917 to 1989. 700,000 folios, bounded by the press as the files of terror, were used as tests in judgments against the perpetrators of the dictatorship. The files found also include the THIRD-WORLDISM existing documents that verify the operating center. Condor Operation was an agreement signed between 6 military dictatorships of the Southern Cone. Regulated the exchange of information and prisoners to eliminate political opposition and keep the status quo of repression. In November 2006, Line Barreiro wrote the following comment on the finding made by Martin Almada. The unearther of the file, Martin Almada, is an express politic and is stubborn. It was proposed that we have memory and not any memory, but want people to clearly know what it was, the stroessner dictatorship, and wants traces of everything that passed. That is why I followed the track to the papers of the dictatorship. And his merit is not less because it can be affirmed, and with reason, that surely Martin had not achieved the data if it were not for inmates of the government party, the Colorado ANR party. It was the confrontation between two pillars of the regime, military and enriched with Itapi on the one hand, and the party apparatus or the fascist civilians for the other. I have the honor of addressing that superioricredad, in order to raise the following report to your knowledge, that, a Paraguayan student who is studying aerodynamic engineering at the Faculty of Parfs, France, a day was visited by the Paraguayan citizen Juan Bautista Paredes, nicknames Du Taruzu, known communist leader who was trained at School of Moscow, Russia. Paintings that are signed in 6 STE department. In the first days of the month of February of the year 1966, it was one of the facies materials of the incendio that was perpetrated in the cigarette factory, the Winner SA. Finding prime since then, settling actually in the city of Bordeaux, France. That the aforementioned walls in a beginning, as Conpetraphoto was very well with the student, until that I managed to move from Paris to the University of Bordeaux, leading it to live with 61 at home, that is a man's. In this house lives solved for the Soviet Communist Party in Compa-FIFA of Dr. Martin Almada. 2 and 1 informant, which is why I evicted him from his house. Also reported that in the aforementioned house, they permanently hold meetings with people holders of the Communist Party, especially from South America, and specifies Clemente Argentine terrorists, which is currently preparing Paraguayan people and other nationalities, with the student to send them. Mario Scherer Prono. In 1976, a mid-class extra-class group began organized armed resistance against the dictatorship Stroessner. It was known as Military Political Organization. On April 4 of that year, the police raided the house of Scherer Prono and his wife, Guillermina Kanonikov, 6 months pregnant. Both were taken to research department. Under the supervisory of Pastor Coronel, Scherer Prono was tortured until his death the next day. His wife did not enter the death of his husband up to 4 months later, when his son, born in the jail, I had turned 22 days. In March 1977, Kanonikov's son had 8 months and was sick. They were taken from the prison of ambush to the investigation department to be confronted by Pastor Coronel. With the threat of no allow medical attention to your child, the signing of Kanonikov in an already written declaration. When I refused sign it, Pastor Colonel was enraged and shouted that also I should have killed her. Immediately after the coup d'état in February 1989, Pastor Colonel was arrested for 6 RDS of the General Andrés Rodriguez. In March, Kanonikov presented a complaint against Pastor Coronel, accusing him of death from her husband. He neg6 his participation, claiming that Scherer Prono had not died in the Department of Research. When Martin Almada I found the terror archives in December 1992, documents allow Kanonikov to check that Pastor Colonel Mencha for the torture and murder of Scherer Prono. Pastor Colonel was sentenced to 20-5 years of prison, the penalty maxima of the law. The judgment issued was confirmed by the Supreme Court of Justice in 1999. The final sentence also established the precedent in the 53. International jurisprudence, leaving aside the thesis of the due obedience defended by the accused. Miguel Angel Soler. In 1959, members of the Forbidden Communist Party Paraguayan organized the guerrilla group in front of the United National Liberation, with the aim of fighting the dictatorship. The FULNA was inspired by the successful revolution in Cuba. In 1965, Miguel Angel Soler became the Secretary General of the organization. On November 30, Camilo Almada Saprissa, commissioner and known torturer, made a Soler's home that led a secret meeting with militants of the organization. Soler was arrested and taken to the investigation department, where Pastor Colonel personally tortured him. I never know he had news from Solar. Miguel Angel Solar, Secretary. Fulna General. On February 28, 1976 his disappearance was denounced to the Inter-American Commission of Rights Human. Repeatedly, the IACA requested in respect of the Paraguay government, but never I received an answer. The IACA presumably the facts denounced. 54. As truthful and declared in 1977 that they consisted of gravissimus violations of the right to freedom, safety, and integrity of the person, to the right of justice, to the right of protection against arbitrary arrest, and the right to regular process. Before the declaration, the Paraguayan government finally reacted and minted with impudence. Miguel Angel Solar, supposed General Secretary of the Communist Party Paraguayan, resided abroad for many years. From Montevideo, news was transferred to Moscow. After that Miguel Angel Solar or entered the country or was imprisoned in any police or military agency of the Paraguay. Confusion can keep relationship with the case of a such Ubaldo Solar that some years ago was in prison and that later obtained his freedom. However, in October the same year General Benito Guin Serrano, head of military intelligence, presented a confidential report contradicting the official response. In view of the 9 Intelligence Conference of American Armies he affirmed that, on the aforementioned date 3 members of the Secretariat are arrested, several MH technicians and heads of committees. Alcibiades Bertez Borges, Pastor Coronel, Camilo Almada, Lucilo Benitez, and Juan Martinez were convicted for Solar's homicide in 1997. The Condor Operation. In 1968, the American General Robert W. Porter declared that, in order to facilitate the coordinated employment of the internal security forces and among the countries of America Latina, we are trying to foster among the different services and the regional cooperation, helping in the integrated command organization and control centers, the establishment of common operational procedures, and the performing joint training exercises and combined Condor operation turns out to be one of the fruits of that effort. 2 years after the bloody coup in Chile in 1973, Manuel Contreras, the head of the DINA, the police. 56. Secret of Chile, was invited to the headquarters of the CIA in Langley. Allah received for 15 days information about the Sender operation, conceived by the then Chancellor of the United States, Henry Kissinger. It was agreed that Contreras appeared as the creator of the concept. In October 1975, for the apparent initiative of Contreras, were delivered to their homologists in Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay confidential invitations for participate in a summit. The intention with the summit was find the improvement of the exchange of information and extradition of exiled subversives. Later, Brazil and Bolivia they also signed the agreement, which aimed the absolute knowledge of any opposition to the regimes of the 6 dictatorships of the Southern Cone. The proposal of the agreement contemplated, sent the coordination of intelligence tasks, sent the performance of operations in territories of the 57 participating countries for the persecution of political opposition, sent * the localization and murder of opponents subversives in the countries of the agreement and in Europe, and sent establish a computerized database, in order to achieve an international network of communications. The first formal meeting of the participants took place in Santiago de Chile from November 25 to December 1, 1975. Since its inception, the CIA was perfectly aware of the cooperation. Codified communications between police organizations of the agreement were sent via United States military base located in Panama. It was agreed that the level of the students should correspond to the directorial or departmental hierarchy with a maximum of 3 participants from each country. In case of being military, the range should be from colonel as a requirement minimum. The courses had a duracid nodal of about 100 hours. The subjects of the course consisted in hydrologic and terrorism, communication, communication social, intelligence and contrast. In that first meeting was approved that the Condor aggregates enjoy the diplomatic immunity for the success of its management. Among the documents that check these intentions, there is this note of the chief of the political police, Pastor Coronel, where he tells the police chief of the capital, General Bertez Borges, this Mafiana received 2 police officers Argentines, Major Commissioner Roberto Jose Rivera Yale Inspector Commissioner Enrique Jose de Napoli Vita, who they came accompanied by Mr. Agustin Mataiuta, and we talked about what next. 1. Commissioner Roberto Jose Rivera expressed myself. 58. That came with the desire to find a way to coordinate work. 2. That they came to listen to our proposal and pass those proposals to the knowledge of their superiors. I said to those Sephiro who with great information and even detained, that we, by directive of His Excellence, the President of the Republic, we will not protect or allow any element contrary to a friendly government develop activities within our country, much less political activities. The special agent of the FBI, Robert Serrer, based on Buenos Aires since 1972, transmitted in 1976 to the headquarters of the FBI in Washington, the following message: the Operation Condor is the code name for collecting, exchange and storage of intelligence information about leftists, communists, and Marxists. It was created recently between services that cooperate in South America with the promise to eliminate Marxist terrorists and their activities in the region. In addition, it is responsible for developing operations joint against terrorist whites in the member countries of the Center operation. Chile is the center of the Operation Condor, which also participates in Argentina, Bolivia, Paraguay, and Uruguay. A third phase and more secret Condor operation includes equipment formation special countries special to travel anywhere from the world and countries that are not members with the prometo to suppress and kill even terrorists or supporters of terrorist groups. In 1976, Orlando Letelier, a former secretary of Salvador Allende, and firm opponent against the Pinochet regime, was killed in Washington, D.C. in the United States. A pump placed in his car I killed him and his assistant United States. A few days before murder, Henry Kissinger had cancelled their instruction prior to ambassadors in 59. South America, in which he had warned local governments against political murders. Several ambassadors and officials of lower rank of the United States opposed the planned crimes within the Center operation. However, decisions Henry Kissinger Tassisixan of the various organizations that reported him. In 1978, the American ambassador to Paraguay, Robert White, envies a report to his superiors in the United States. In his statement, White commented about a conversation that had sustained with the General Alejandro Frets Davalos, head of state of the forces Paraguay armed. Frets had shared that intelligence chiefs participating in the Operation Program Condor keep contacts through the Center of United States Communication located in the Canal Zone from Paname, which covers the entire continent of South America. Later, the researcher and professor in journalism John Dingas came to the following conclusion: what is known about the activities of the so-called Center during the following years it is incomplete, but certainly chilling. Plans or assassination attempts in States United, Portugal, France, Italy and Mexico, the detention and torture of an indeterminate number of foreigners, including Spanish and British citizens. It is worth mentioning that Stroessner's lawyer, Hiram Delgado von Leppel, underlines in your testimony book of my biblical life, 2003, page 95, if the Paraguay was component of a group of PFSs that they implemented the famous Condor operation, we must emphasize that it was projected, directed, and funded by the United States of America in its anti-communist struggle. 60. The end of American aid. When Jimmy Carter assumed the presidency in States United in 1977, things changed for Stroessner. Carter low pressed to stop human rights abuses in Paraguay, withdrawing the eco-medical and military support from which Stroessner had enjoyed his rise in 1954. I forced Stroessner to close their concentration fields. Stroessner answer alliance with the Anti-Communist League International and the Moon Sect. They jointly organized an important event in Assumption to declare the President Carter as a pro-Senti agent for his policies in favor of human rights. Anastasio Somoza Debayle. Nicaragua Somoza dynasty began with Anastasio Taco Somoza Garcia, who in practice, with the support of states united governing Nicaragua from 1936 to his murder 20 years later. Luis Somoza Debayle, his eldest son, happened briefly. Was replaced by his brother Anastasio Somoza Debayle, who governed the country with an iron hand for more than 2 decades. After being overthrown in 1979, the last of the dictators Somoza began to look for asylum political worldwide. I would find a country to receive it, Paraguay. On August 17 that year of a Paraguayan flight, manned by a trust pilot of Stroessner. He arrived accompanied by his wife Dinora, his eldest son Anastasio Somoza Portocarrero, his brother Jose, your financial advisor, your bodyguards, and full suitcases cash and other values. Stroessner designed Lieutenant Ladislao Martinez as General Head of Safety of Somoza. Pastor Colonel L.E. 61. Order 6 provide additional reinforcement, something that complied putting an officer and 4 subaltern who had their disposition of a Ford Falcon with driver. Regardless, Somoza had his own Nicaraguan guard that modern assault machine guns from Galil brands and Uzi. His brother Jose Somoza was in charge of supervising the details of the security of the ex-dictator. Although family business had allowed to accumulate more than 1 billion dólares, Somoza I had the habit, by negligence or stupidity, not pay the salaries that corresponded to their own guard. For their bread of the day their custodians depended on alms of other institutions, 0 of the commissaricy and of those in charge of the restaurants that Somoza visited. Little by little guerrillas that Somoza had hired abandoned his work, leaving Pastor Colonel as a typical supplier of his security escort. Somoza adapts to his new life in Paraguay. It was a dictatorship quite similar to what was he had seen forced to leave. I appreciate your new homeland that wanted to be landowner in it, but one of the requirements for acquisition was the justification of your good behavior. I had an international arrest warrant issued by the Nicaraguan government, for theft of the state and serious human rights violations. However, 3 months after his refuge in Paraguay, he was benefited with 8,000 hectares of land for the agrarian reform, whose objective was to help peasants poor. One of the highlights of high school during the year that Somoza Dur in Paraguay was when he held the former Stroessner, better known as HDD. In a Somoza casino began flirting with Mirangela, the previous Miss Paraguay and the interest. 62. Romantic at that time of HDD. Jealousy and anger of HDD brought him to such a degree that he got a bulldozer with the which one of the Mercedes of the exiled president. In 70 years, his son Anastasio Somoza Portocarrero had been promoted to colonel in the Nicaraguan's army. Have an important role in the fight against the insurrection of the Sandinistas. His participation led him to be accused by severe human rights violations at the end of the Civil War. In 1980 the new government of Nicaragua accused El Chiguian as the intellectual author of the murder of a journalist, so which was declared guilty in absentia. Equal to his father, in Paraguay the Chiguian resulted in drunkenness and fights based on the perception of his punish-free arrogance. However, by 6 RDS of Stroessner, was forced to leave the country after, in an advanced drunken state, having made insinuations sexual to one of the dole of the president. Thanks to your 63. Mother, American by birth, the Chiguian had the American citizenship, which allowed him to search residence in Miami. From there I successfully fought the request for extradition of the Nicaraguan authorities who requested his arrest for having embezzled 4 million dólares. I later settled in Guatemala. Anastasio L. Chigton Somoza. Portocarrero, La. 3rd generation of a family of dictators. At the time that Chiguian was expelled from Paraguay, his father's head was priced. Under command by Enrique Gordon Merlo, an Argentine guerrilla group known as the People's Revolutionary Army, I had the mission of killing him. The group had been hired and funded by Fidel and Raúl Castro, who had not forgiven to Somoza for having passed Kennedy vital information for facilitate American invasion in the Bahia de Coquinos in Cuba in 1961. The Castro brothers supported the Sandinistas to overthrow Somoza, and now they wanted dead. In July 1980, the group arrived in the Paraguayan capital manager of the murder of Somoza. Consisting of 4 men and 3 women. They rent a house in what today call España Avenue, after having fooled the Duofolio that were the musical producers of Julio Iglesias. His 64. Pretext was that the singer wanted to visit Assumption's Inco Goodnight Way. They paid 3 months of rent in advance. The guerrillas adapted the house to be able to receive the weapons that were entered to Paraguay by ships that they crossed the river from Argentina. One of the members is I approached the owner of a kiosk located in Sacramento and Spain. He told him that he was looking for an opportunity for invest your savings and stay busy, and I offered to be partner in the kiosk. Apart from investing your money, I wanted to attend the business during the mafiana and part of the afternoon. Listening the generous offer, the owner accepts. I never suspected that Argentine's intention was to study the movements of Somoza when he was traveling along the avenue heading towards him Asunción Center. After 2 months of observing the routines of Somoza, the guerrillas felt prepared to carried out your plan. On September 17 at 9:30 Somoza rose to his Mercedes, accompanied by his financial advisor Joseph Baitiner and driven by his driver Cesar Gallardo. I left his mansion located in Mariscal Lépez and Mata, in the area east of Assumption. They took the same way, even the driver turned around España, where guerrillas were waiting. Sure that the Mercedes was armored, they launched their first projectile using a bazooka, which did not see your aim. Enrique Gordon opened fire with a machine gun M16 to give your partners chance to load new la bazooka. The shots of the machine gun wounded driver, who lost control of the vehicle. The second came bazooka shooting, which destroyed the vehicle and Moto passengers. Enrique Gordon and his team had planned to do their escape through the Parana River to return to Argentina. Everyone managed to escape except for Hugo Iriarton, the 65. A confidential report sent to Pastor Coronel, shows that he had knowledge of the plans to kill Anastasio Somoza Debayle. 66. UGS 0109. Confidential report. Montero Esclinas Razori. With domicile in Ta Street 22 de September to 221, SA. Ayala Choice. On Sunday, August 24, 1939, shortly at 4:09 p.m. He went to the house located on Spanish and America, owned by Sapphire Pacifico Montero, the woman who says to be called Alejandra Renata Colombo. In I'm Taxi in that popularity they have contact with Sofia or Maria Elena Perez de Montero, with whom I had specified to rent a house mentioned house. In that opportunity the Sta. She that this house rented in representation of Argentine Artists Associates, for a very important artist who came to film movies. The contract was signed on August 29 of the current, starting to run CL rental from September 1 of the current, where G6 2 months of rent and a month of guarantee. On that occasion the Sta. Colombo demonstrated to be angry with the Premier Hotel. 91 Sunday 14 of Setembriously at 8:30 p.m. called Sta. Colombo in Dr. Fernando Montero's house talking to Mrs. Maria Isolina Montero Bray, expressing to at this that the 6 months of payment for the alquiler could not cover at that time, that I may have satisfied later to the consultation that according to she made in the city of Buenos Aires. In that opportunity Mrs. Bray of Montero told him that on Monday he would send a carpenter to make the work that he commissioned. The housewife opportunity that the Sta. Colombo pleased that he did not send a worker for this week because she would bring her workers ROS to do telephone pipe installation work, which does not want BA to make contact their workers with others. Manifests Mrs. Bray of Montero that its employee Fidelina of Zelata can give description of Alejandra Renata Colombo. On August 29, 1980, aveximably to the 9 o'clock hours, the Sta. Colorado Ron went to the house of the Mrs. Isolina Breda Montero, located at Casa N*221 de la Calle 22 de September, Mrs. Sneed from Zblata, went out to receive the Sta. Colombo who was in that house. to sign the contract, where he states that he has the following ca. Rateristic, of my or less than 27 years of age, Tregfia complexion. Ko castifo hair with rooted back, height of more or ends. 1 meter sixs to 67 centimeters of thin physical constitucidin, I had no alhaja. No painting. Mrs.de at Enlata when entering the house told Mrs. Montero Bray that this sta had no artist, rather I had a gorilla. I watched the. Another report by Apirigi confirms. What shepherd Colonel IOU terrorists who planned the murder of the Nicaraguane's ex-dictator. 67. Guerrillero who had fired the bazooka. Iriarton returned to the rented house to collect weapons and money that is still they found there. That device from the plan cost Iriarton, after being captured and tortured by Pastor Coronel. To the next day the head of the investigation department envy his report to President Stroessner, in which he found, shortly after this brief interrogation, Hugo Alfredo Iriarton died, as underscore later will check, the interest projectile 6 vital organs that caused their death. Stroessner ordered the closure of all the borders of the country, prohibiting the entrance and exit of it. By superior order, a huge rate of people was initiated, directed against foreigners in general and Argentines in particular. However, it was too late to apprehend the guilty, the authors of Somoza's murder already they found out of Paraguay. For little the success of the murder of Somoza and the failure of the intelligence of the political police his work costs Pastor Coronel. If they could kill Somoza, what security do I have from the same thing? It was the question Stroessner asked Pastor Coronel. Without however, at the same time Stroessner undoubtedly felt a great relief that his problematic guest had missing. The funny thing is that there is documentation in the files of terror about the guerrillas in the house they rent, the which removes any questions that Pastor Colonel had knowledge of the existence of the group sent to kill to Somoza. Distrust uploads in Pastor Coronel, provoked for the murder of Somoza, he made Stroessner commission the research after General Andrés Rodriguez. This was the beginning of enmity between Rodriguez and Pastor Coronel, the which culminated 9 years later when the general, after his military coup, ordered the arrest of police chief policy. Chapter 4 1981–1989. The decline of the dictatorship. Stroessner was an intelligent man who lacked morals political and personal. At the same time I was possessed of greed by the can. Passing the years, the decline of its regime was made notable in 1983. He had aged, he had lost his instinct political and after enjoying so many years in the power seat felt untouchable. However, it was a combination of many factors what I finally ended with the Stroessner dictatorship, mainly geopolitical changes, the precedent of the Catholic Church, the contraction of the Paraguayan economy, the evacuation of peasants in favor of estates, the aging and dictator control loss, and conspiracies of the men who wanted to happen. Geopolitical changes. In the international sand, the Cold War was reaching its end. Berlin's wall fell in 1989, with the imminent collapse of the Soviet Union. The United States had changed your political strategy, seeing that it was no longer necessary to have an ally against communism in South America. The government American joins the critical voices through their embassy in Asunción. Now he showed intolerance to the lack of democratic opening in Paraguay for the dictatorship of Stroessner. Dictatorships in neighboring countries Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, and Uruguay were replaced by governments democratic. There was a growing international indignation that demanded the lack of implementation of rights. 70. Humans in the MDS Longeva dictatorship of all, that of Stroessner in Paraguay. The Catholic Church and human rights. In 1968, representatives of the Catholic Church in Paraguay they began to protest against the Stroessner regime, already president-elect for the third time. His main complaint was in relation to the treatment of political prisoners. The protest of the Church, an important institution in a country extremely Catholico such as Paraguay, increased with the passage of years. Stroessner's reaction was to close diverse publications of the Catholic Church, expel priests not born in Paraguay and host any attempt at the church to organize poor peasants. Monsignor Ismael Roland was appointed Archbishop of Asunción in 1970. Valencia and conviction that I had to defend the victims of torture and the faults to the human rights, as far as he was possible. I excommunicated the Interior Minister, Sabino Montanaro, to the Chief of the Police, Alcibiades Bertez, and others within the stroessner hierarchy. In protest against the regime, I would refuse Mass in the presence of the dictator on important dates, and do not allow Stroessner to continue presiding over the process traditional December 8. The Pope's illegal in 1988, it turned out to be another important thrust for overthrow Stroessner. It is interesting to note that Stroessner and his henchmen they never found an adequate weapon against the foundation cohesive of the Paraguayan people, religion. In May 1988, Juan Pablo II made a visit to Paraguay that slow can be interpreted as a now calculated politics. Like the first pope in history that kissed Paraguayan land, arrived at the country after having 71. Visited Chile governed by General Pinochet. For Stroessner, the visit was a catastrophe thanks to the criticism open against its regime presented by the Pope. Stroessner he did his best to control communications to the people. However, 1,500 journalists, national and foreigners, could transmit the papal words of criticism against the Stroessner regime. The dictator and the pontifice were twice, the illegal of his flight and then in the presidential palace. During his second meeting, Stroessner assured him that he had becoming ruler of the country by the popular vote, while the Pope declared that politics has the fundamental ethics of serve the people. Subsequently, the public declaration of John Paul I of which it will not be possible to speak of true freedom, and less aid in democracy, where there is no real participation of all citizens to make the great decisions that affect to the life and future of the against, he made the dictator fire the pontifice when the papal flight took off. The deflated economy and the loss of support of the peasants. The Parana River is the dividing line between Paraguay and Brazil. The construction of the Itati Dam in said Rio was financed for Brazil, with a cost of 19 billion dials. The tiny economy of Paraguay had no way of participate, but the energy needs of your neighbor giant on the other side of the river benefited the Paraguayans with great impact. The construction lasts from 1973 to 1982. During that decade, Paraguay's GDP grew an average of 87% annual, the highest growth among all countries of Latin America. After the work of the Mas hydroelectric dam, V2. Great of the world, in the years 80 the economy of Paraguay began to suffer a countersign. External debt increased. The inflation is dispaced, like the unemployment. The distribution of the resources benefited an elite small. The economic situation of deterioration that he began in 1982, it turned out to be the fuse that some years later will cause Stroessner's fall. After the construction, tens of thousands of workers they found themselves without work and returned to the cultivation of their land. The estates, enriched during the last decade, they did not want to sacrifice the acquired and expanded stays with your profits during the bonanza. With Stroessner's support, the peasants were evacuated from their lands under the pretext of participating in crime and subversion. That causes a Stroessner loss of farmers' support. According to the 1991 agricultural census, the possessed earth between 188,000 peasants added 376,000 hectares. At the same time 351 people were 3 times more land, adding 9,731,000 hectares, which represents 24% of the total of the Paraguayan territory. Among the most benefited they found Anastasio Somoza Portocarrero with 8,000 hectares, Andres Rodriguez and his wife with 8,000 hectares, Humberto Dominguez Dib with 8,000 hectares, and Alfredo Stroessner with 17,500 hectares. The division within the Colorado Party. In 1987 the Colorado Party was divided into 2 factions as consequence of the anticipated exit of the dictator. For so it was of common knowledge that Stroessner did not interest or administer or supervise the affairs of the day of the country. In practice the decisions were made by the 4-year gold, the 3 ministers Sabino Montanaro, Adon Godoy, 18. Jimenez and Eugenio Jaque, and the private secretary of the president, Mario Abdo Benitez. The golden 4 fashion years of the Stronate. Mario Abdo was the Stroessner personal secretary and controlled access to the dictator. Sabina Montanaro ambition to happen to the aging Stroessner. 74. On August 1 of that same year, the Colorado Party, that Stroessner had dominated with such skill during his prolonged presidency, met in order to apply it formally for his 8th mandate as president of the country. Congress ended in a public fight between militants, loyal to Stroessner, and the traditionalists, which they opposed their re-election. The traditionalists wanted a clear separation between the party and its ruler, to try to avoid Gustavo inherit the position. The crux of matter was the succession. In what is perceived as the imminent death of the dictator, his son Gustavo could not be allowed. He will keep the presidency. Thanks to the dictator's THIRD bill, the dictator party militants won the confrontación. The traditionalists were not admitted to Congress. The octogenarian leader of the Colorado Party was replaced by Interior Minister Sabino Montanaro. Stroessner was re-elected at the polls with their usual majority, and traditionalists were forced to look for alternatives for other sides. The army and political conspiracies. Officers in the army were unhappy for their salaries low and with the permanence of geriatric generals in the scale. There was the growing expectation that there was no need much for the aged steel hands. Stroessner finally loosened the reins. In the letters there was no successor with the strength and political support that the dictator had enjoyed. Although Stroessner wanted to see his eldest son like his successor, Gustavo was not popular in the army for known excesses with their elites. Stroessner already had 75 years, and his appearance betrayed enough deterioration due to their diseases. I left papers. 79. Blank signed Mario Abdo Benitez, his secretary particular confidence throughout his life as a ruler. Abdo did not take advantage of selling permits and official nominations with the president's scribble for his personal profit. Several military, politicians, and officials they aspired to reach the presidential position at the time when Stroessner's weakness would allow it. General Andrés Rodríguez, which in the years previous had been a firm ally of Stroessner, now he watched as his ex-canuegro was running out. Rodríguez became accessible to the traditionalists, the faction opposite to the dictator within the technical allowed party. Undoubtedly he saw an opportunity for himself. It was 11 years less than Stroessner, immensely rich, and it had the necessary support from the armed forces. The Interior Minister, Sabino Montanaro, also I looked at the presidency. Had the support of the other of the Golden 4/4, which in practice had in its hands the power of the country. The head of the research center, Pastor Coronel, had the infrastructure of repression, and now Sofa with its elevation to the maximum power. The buzzards had begun to fly around dying dictator. In January 1989, the palace conspirators, under the Montanaro leadership, they undertook a restructuring of the army to weaken the military support of which Rodríguez I enjoyed. Rodríguez was called to the presidential palace where Stroessner, guided by the Golden Four, gave him the option to become Minister of Defense or retire. In both cases, Rodríguez would have to leave his position as commander-in. 76. Chief of the Armed Forces. General Rodríguez and his allies in the party Colorado understood that they were about to be expelled of power. Rodríguez had to do one of two: lose his position of military power or attack the FACO. And the four fashionable. Using military force was a repetitive of the Civil War of 1947. Apparently Stroessner was not well informed of the power struggle between the two factions. His problems of health and its recent disinterest in supervising the affairs of the day ill-avoided by the palace conspirators, he had moved him away of the real power of the country. The coup d'état. During his many years in power, Stroessner had imagined repeated attempts at attacks against presidency. It is ironic that Stroessner, now when fact was going to happen, I didn't see it. Gustavo had learned the rumors of the blow. Worried to his dad, Stroessner, he did not pay attention. At 6 p.m. on February 2, Stroessner illeged a black Chevrolet to the 5th of his examination cream. In a jeep, and a truss was accompanied by a 20 escort Presidential Guard soldiers. General Rodriguez was informed of his movements for the capture of your intelligence service in charge of monitoring the president's phones. Rodriguez began to reconsider his original plan, that was start the operation at 3 o'clock in the morning, with the well-asleep citizens. Maybe they could avoid greater sacrifices if he managed to corner Stroessner in the house of the mother of 2 of her children. Ensure its objectives: the Navy to take the police, the government palace and television diffuser, the infantry, to seize broadcasters and prevent them from Tacump barracks will mobilize, and the cavalry, for the setting of the unwritten forces of the Aeronautic, and to attack the escort battalion that was protecting the president. The explosions woke the capitalists. The fault of Emicide of the television channels was ominous. Special Operating Force members were massacred in front of Victoria Cinema. Before midnight, Polifaz headed by General Alcibiades Bertez Borges, they were apprehended. The tanks launched their grenades against the barracks where Stroessner and their loyal people had locked themselves. No had electric energy since Rodriguez ordered their suspension. No one responded to the desperate called Stroessner in their attempts to coordinate more troops to extinguish the coup d'état. Finally, at 4 o'clock, after an estimated 200 casualties between military and civilians, Stroessner ordered the only chapter in his life. Escorted by Colonel Lino Oviedo, the one in charge of Rodriguez to take the last bastion of the dictator, Stroessner he rose to the presidential limousine for the same time. It was island prisoner to the barracks of the cavalry. At 5 a.m. on February 3, Rodriguez announced in the radio what happened. An hour later, the capitalists, incredulous and jubilant, they had algated the streets ignoring the hovizna that fell. Although the air ate in olea opelvera, the rain he had already washed the spilled blood. The same day, Rodriguez was designated as interim president, promising democracy, free press without restrictions, respect for human rights and elections. 80. Popular after 3 months. Most of the palace conspirators and key players of the Party Colorado were arrested. After a brief negotiation, Stroessner accepted the Rodriguez offer to exile in Brazil with its more people nearby. Stroessner, his son Gustavo, Gustavo's wife, and a few more people flew on February 5, President Stroessner Airport to Brazil. His first leg was disseminated by Paraguayan television. Cream was expelled the same day in an avion as the took the United States, without being allowed to be allocated some belonging. Humiliated after being 30-5 years in power, Alfredo Stroessner negotiated his departure from Paraguay for vivre for the rest of his life exiled in Brazil. Here is addressing the plane at the airport of Asunción, which still carried the name of the dictator on February 5, 1989. 81. Chapter 5, 1989–2006. Exile and Death. Exile in Brazil. The coup d'état driven by General Rodriguez forced Stroessner to leave his homeland to never return. I requested exile in the United States, but never received an answer by George H. Bush. I lived their telephones in Brazil after having achieved political asylum status, which he did untouchable against repeated demands for extradition in the subsequent years made by Paraguay and Argentina. Stroessner spent his first stage in exile in Goiás, accompanied by Gustavo and his wife Pacli Heikel. A time later, the Brazilian authorities approved their transfer to a property in a town called Guaratuba not far from Paraguay. His mansion was located on the beach Brigituba. The Brazilian government does not impose any restriction to his movements in the country. Although his house in Guaratuba had a booth of surveillance, there were no guards to occupy it. Definitely it would have been an easy operation to kill him there, as they had done with Somoza. For unknown reasons, no one tried. At 76 years, one can imagine Thought's turbulent dictator overthrown after half of his life with the absolute control of his PAFS. Now I found isolated as a pariah without the possibility of traveling outside Brazil, and less to return to Paraguay. Although Switzerland was one of the exile places considered by Stroessner, with the advantage that banks in that country they kept much of their accumulated fortune, their application it had been rejected. The Swiss the Depositos liked them. 82. But not the political implications of receiving a dictator not desired. His ex-wife Legia and his daughter Graciela had filed in another of its properties located in Key Biscayne, Florida. Later his son Freddie with his wife Marta, the daughter of the General Rodriguez, already temporarily reconciled with his husband, passed to visit them before following their trip to Disneyland. At the beginning of 1995, the prosecutor of Paraguay requests from the Brazilian government the extradition of the dictator to be judged. Given the possibility, Stroessner began to move his influences for the Colorado Party to promote an amnesty in his favor. Extra officers between the dictator and Luis Maria Argafia, former president of the Supreme Court of Justice and former Minister of Exterior of President Rodriguez. However, in 1998 I spent something unforeseen for Stroessner, the arrest in London from Augusto Pinochet, ex-dictator of Chile, in order of the Spanish judge Baltasar Garzon. Pinochet faced accusations for crimes against humanity. Guard 6 and CIT 6 documents that had found in the terror archives, found by Martin Almada in December 1992. With them I wanted to demonstrate that the initiative of the Condor operation was managed by Pinochet, who achieved the complicity of the other dictatorships of the Cone South, including his friend Alfredo Stroessner. After a year and a half under house arrest in the capital of the United Kingdom, Pinochet was released and could return to Chile. However, the incident had a great effect for Stroessner, and the negotiations that had carried out for his return to Paraguay were affected. There were several additional attempts to achieve Stroessner extradition to Paraguay. None was successful, undoubtedly because Stroessner had his great fortune to protect yourself. His Brazilian exile dur 17 years. The dictator's death. At the end of July 2006 Stroessner was operated on a hernia inguinal. The operation caused him a pneumonia, which forced its doctors to sedate it with artificial breathing. At the moment, 84. Of his operation Stroessner weighed 40-5 kilos and suffering from hypertension. He died on August 16, 2006, some a few months before fulfilling their 94 years. According to his grandson Alfredo Goli Stroessner Dominguez, from the crimes that imputed my grandfather, did not have regret none, he acted in his time, according to the canons of the Cold War. Today we value absolute and fully democracy that all our countries live. The synods of a world totally different. After the dictator's death, the Senate Paraguayo received a bill ordering the withdrawal of bronze plates in public areas that will express tribute and gratitude to Stroessner. Senator Goli Stroessner I express its discomfort with the project and was emphatic when I added, you can remove all the plates that you want, but will always be in the heart of his town. Chapter 6. Some of the key men that surrounded Stroessner. Andrés Rodríguez Pedotti. From the day Andrés Rodríguez illegally met Stroessner, their lives were intertwined in a way inextricable until the death of both. They were known to know in the army in the 40 years, before Stroessner assumed the presidency. Supervising narcotic traffic bound for the United States, with the approval of the President Rodriguez became one of the richest men from Paraguay. Stroessner's youngest son married a daughter from Rodriguez, Marta. And it was Rodriguez who dismissed Stroessner, and then forced him to spend the rest of his life in exile. Rodriguez died in 1923. At the age of 19, he began his career in the Paraguayan army, where he promoted General of Division in 1970 and to be commander of the first body of the army in 1981. The appointment was made by the military more powerful from the country, while Stroessner expected him, at the same time that I expected from the other generals, that he did not get into the policy. The link of loyalty and trust that I inspired by Stroessner made Rodriguez one of his most men close. It was Stroessner's custom to distribute concessions lucrative to reward their key people and in that way ensure your loyalty. At the same time Stroessner turned his silent partner, taking advantage of his dirty work in the business granted. Rodriguez gave the right to supervise and move the drugs that passed through the country. After its start in the smuggling of whiskey and tobacco. 86. Rodriguez diversified his business with heroin produced in Turkey, refined by the Mafia of Marseille and imported to Paraguay. Later the cocaine of Bolivia resulted preference product. For transfer to the great drug consumer in the north, Rodriguez built clues clandestine in its ranches in the province where it was loaded the merchandise in airplanes. Under the protection of his consignado, the Ilfcitos business Rodriguez allowed him to create an immense fortune. The utilities invested in vast livestock, companies of construction, textiles, and food, the Munich brewery, which he practically enjoyed being a monopoly in the country, and one lucrative network of exchange houses. This in light that the salary hire monthly that he received throughout his career was the equivalent to $500. However, during the 80s, the relationship between the consigros became bitter. The Colorado Party, in that he practices the only allowed game in Paraguay, his division into two factions. In 1986 the political situation was exacerbated among the militants, who fanatically supported Stroessner, and traditionalists, restless about excessive personalization of the regime and the perspective of substitution of the dictator for his son Gustavo. Rodriguez began cultivating to that second facco also favored a human way to govern. In the visions of the Cold War, the United States they adopted politicians that favor the governments democratically chosen. The Soviet Union was about to collapse. The new international situation made Stroessner will no longer have the support of the northern giant. Rodriguez and Stroessner had important ties from the beginning of the dictatorship. In 1954, with the rank of lieutenant and aide far from being general, Rodriguez gave his support to the coup of state that Stroessner made against the elected president. 87. Federico Chavez. Later, Freddy, the youngest son of Stroessner, married one of Rodriguez's daughters. Stroessner continued to grant economic concessions important to your consignado. However, after divorce of their children, the tie weakened. In January 1989, Stroessner seized all the houses of change in the country, something that harmed Rodriguez, duophile of the large MDS network. February 2 was when Stroessner cited him in the presidential palace to give him his ultimatum, the imminent resignation of its high command in the army, in exchange for the position as Secretary of Defense or your retirement. That same night, Rodriguez gave him the answer with him launching a coup d'état. Sejan Edgar Insfran, former enemy of Stroessner and now ally with Rodriguez in the attempt to overthrow it, it was a coup contemplated from the previous anus. Rodriguez had the support of the Church Catholica and the United States, which no longer valued Stroessner as an ally against international communism. Rodriguez functioned as interim president during 3 months, to the elections that I gained with 74% of the votes, in a choice considered clean. I executed your mandate until August 1993, when I delivered power in a way democratic without looking for a re-election. A president was popular that fulfills most of their promises electoral. His first actions, after the dismissal from Stroessner, they were the cancellation of repressive measures of his predecessor and the imprisonment and trial of officials keys that had served in the dictatorship. Also abolished death penalty and the state of siege that had been implemented during almost the entire Stronate. When I delivered the presidency to the newly elected Juan Carlos Wasmosi Monti, it was the first time in the history of Paraguay that a relay between two freely elected presidents. 88. 3 months after having overthrown his ex-consignado, General Andrés Rodríguez gan the elections for the presidency. When the period of his mandate ended in 1993, his word fulfilled by delivering power without seeking re-election. However, his murky in the drug trafficking was very complicated by his attempts to recover international trust. 89. As president, Rodriguez implemented reforms political, legal, and economic, and at the same time an approach to the international community. After his army, Jubilacian was made life senator, something that gave him immunity against attacks of political enemies, judgments by the alleged traffic of drugs, and for the murder in October 1994 of the Secretary Antidrogas, General Ramon Rosa Rodriguez. Andrés Rodriguez died in New York in 1997, from cancer in the liver. Patricio Colman 1972, when Stroessner assumed the presidency in 1954, his intimate friend, General Patricio Colman, headed the regiment of Infanteria 14. For its close relationship with the dictator, Colman had the special commission to eradicate any adversary to the new regime. The official statement was that the Stronate opposition represented a threat to the peace of the country for being carried by subversive elements. During the first 2 decades of the dictatorship, the instructions presidentials that Colman had was the elimination of the political enemies survey or being guerrillas, communists, or any other subversive. Known as the flights of death, after get their eyes and castrate them, their victims were thrown from planes to Rio Parand. The method was put in practice by Colman in Paraguay 15 years before the dictatorship in Argentina will copy it. With the help of Pastor Coronel, in 1970 the capture of the lead leader, Arturo López Arrico, whose nom de guerre was a brave agapato. During the operation, López Arrico was killed, but not before there were shot his gun twice towards Colman's abdomen. 90. Colman survived, but Dr. Stilo managed to extract one of the bullets. After his recovery, Colman returned to his position. Together with General Rodriguez, Colman was involved in heroes smuggling to states joined. The two generals had drug trafficker Augusto Record under his protection. When President Richard Nixon began to press Stroessner to extradite Record, threatened it with the suspension of a Conandemic aid annual that Paraguay received from the United States. Colman and Rodriguez were firmly against extradition, and Stroessner fears the economic and military power that the two generals together added. Gave the legal process long until I managed to orchestrate Colman's death in 1972. With that, Stroessner enables to reduce the power of the general, deliver Record to the Americans, and receive 8 million dials in American support. Edgar Insfran. When in 1954 I reached the maximum power in Paraguay, Stroessner depended on competent allies to give him appearance of legitimacy to its new regime. Chosen Edgar Insfran, a young intellectual, lawyer, and indefatigable worker, that since the Civil War I had impressed it with his intelligence and presence in the Colorado Party. Born in 1921, the tireless Insfran had in common with Stroessner, who worked long days to achieve goals. He had received as a lawyer, and when Stroessner was appointed Minister of the Interior, I already had experience in several administrative positions of the government, police officer, deputy of the Colorado Party and member of the government board. He was a cultured man with an impressive collection of sacred art and a vast library. I worked as an interior minister as of May 1956, after holding the position of chief of the police during an ANUS. Edgar Ynsfrdn was an intellectual who aspired to presidency of Paraguay in 1968. Detected as a political threat, Stroessner I take advantage of the corruption inside the police for eliminate the basis of power from Ynsfrdn. 92. On 5 occasions Stroessner commissioned him general administration of the country during your travel absence abroad. His ambition to the presidency when the legal period of Stroessner ended, it was the nail that I closed the Insfran political attitude. He was fired in 1966 after a diplomatic SCA neutralized the basis of its power, which depended on the police corrupt. In 1987, Insfran US6 its influence to start discreet way the collapse of the life dictator. There are broad accusations against Insfran that, in his position at the head of the Interior Ministry, was one of the main exponents of the Stroessner regime. Participant personally in the repression of guerrilla groups that they tried to enter Paraguay in 1959 and 1960. Although Insfran always neg 6 charges, accusations include direct responsibility for torture and other violations of human rights. In his telephones, he supported Andrés Rodríguez to achieve Stroessner's dismissal. After the elections in 1989, he took a bank in the Camera of Senators. In 2008, his nephew and also the politician Lineo Insfran, made the following comment in a controversial debate. Speaking once with my uncle, the deceased Dr. Edgar Lineo YNSFRDN, he told me, "Look Eduardo, from the Insfran they may say that we are torturers, that we are murderers, but Jams will be able to say that we are thieves." Insfran died in 1991 at the age of 70. Decade of the Stronate. He had fame for his crimes committed in the camera of torture and the violations of the women he found in his path. During their years as police chief there was a moment when diplomatic relations with Uruguay they tightened for their violation of a plan aerial of said country. The infamous dating that organized was when entertained a delegation of Argentine artists in the Club Centenary in Asunción. They gave them generous gifts that consist fan in whiskey boxes, American cigarettes, crafts Paraguayan, and colorful bofio suits. After a meal bacchanal, the guests were cooling in the pool to counteract the infernal heat of the season. Suddenly women found naked, when their bofio suits they dissolved on contact with water. International implications in a squidal extortion where Duarte Vera was the protagonist, caused in 1966 his and his superior Edgar Insfran. During a short time was imprisoned in San Pedro del Parana. Under the influence of General Andrés Rodríguez, Stroessner I released him to appoint him ambassador to Bolivia. Remained in that put up to several years after the coup d'état that I overthrew Stroessner. With the exception of immediate actions that the General Rodríguez judged necessary to eliminate threats policy after his coup d'état, Rodríguez showed interest in proceeding against the other criminals of the Stronate in the case of Duarte Vera. The reason was for the simple fact that Duarte Vera was involved in the murky Bolivian origin business that Rodríguez he drove. Jorge Roca Suarez, nephew of the King of Coca, was received multiple occasions by Duarte Vera in the Paraguayan embassy in La Paz. In 1994, Martin Almada constituted the Paraguayan arm of the American Association of Jurists to be able to pursue with greater efficiency to those who had committed crimes during the Stronate. His first objective was Duarte Vera, who he continued as an ambassador to Bolivia since 1967. Duarte Vera he was arrested on May 8, 1997, and in December 1999 it was sentenced to 13 years and 4 months prison torture of former political prisoner Sebastián Castillo. Subsequently he was sentenced to 18 years of jail for his participation in another case, and to minor convictions in similar cases. On November 24, 2001 Duarte Vera was transferred to the military hospital because of a cardiovascular attack. There it has been admitted to date, while following receiving your general salary that amounts to more than 6 million of guaraníes monthly. 95. The cruel right arm, Sabino Agustin Montanaro Chiarliti, born in 1922, occupied the post of Minister of Justice and Work between 1963 and 1966. Replaced Edgar Insfran as Interior Minister, whose position I last until the fall of the dictatorship. Montanaro had a great political influence. Sabino Montanaro, the arrogant minister of Inside. When the coup d'état occurred in February 1989, Montanaro was asylum at the Honduras embassy. June 1 of the same year Honduras I granted political asylum. Off resided in the capital, Tegucigalpa, where he became evangelical preacher. Returned to May 1, 2009, with pronounced symptoms of the disease of Parkinson on June 24, his first imprisoned night as a common inmate for his participation in the Mario case Scherer Prono. However, due to its delicate state of health, a few days later his sentence was converted into 96. House arrest. He was known as an arrogant man and extremely greedy. One of its properties was a ranch whose extension equals 1% of the territory Paraguayan. He had eco-medical interests, washing money, embezzlement of public funds, passport sales, and a lot more. One of his various acts of representing was his participation in the death of Mario Stroessner under the Stroessner strict orders. According to the testimony of Guillermina Kanonikoff, Stroessner's widow, Montanaro Lemh personally reported, smoothly, which was necessary to kill Mario Radil Stroessner because he himself constituted a danger to peace and tranquility that enjoyed the country and could alter the public order, which the President I had ordered to repress to avoid those who wanted to continue so disastrous example. With his death in September 2011 because of lung complications, the various judicial processes against him for crimes against lesa humanity. He died under house arrest in his home of Cerro Cora Avenue, almost Perti Avenue in Asunción. Alcibiades Bertez Borges. In 1966 Stroessner reorganized the police. Formerly the dependent research department of the head of the Capitol Police, but in practice Pastor Colonel reported the cases of importance directly to Stroessner. The head of the Police, headed by General Bertez, reported in turn Interior Minister Sabino Montanaro. Bertez was born in 1912. Faced with the accusations. 97. I tried to blame Pastor Colonel as the subject responsible in the case of Mario Stroessner. In the investigative declaration of Bertez, manifest that, he knew that and his missus were removed by a research brigade and since then had no news of it. The Chief of Investigations, although it depended on the police, had full freedom in their functions never received to the detainees, more, was with the President of the Republica and the Minister of the Interior. Mr. Coronel boasted that he received instructions from the President of the Republic and the Interior Minister, and when he reunited officers Safilata by police headquarters and said there they were our enemies and confusing decency and honorability with weakness. 98. The death of Stroessner. In the judgment the court observed, any authority or any Tablico employee that in exercise of its functions acquires the knowledge of a crime that gives birth to the public action, I would be obliged to report it to the officials of the Publica Ministry, the competent judge, or to officials 0 higher employees of the police of the capital. Bertez appealed the verdict, but I died imprisoned before of the conclusion of the appeal. The sinister arm, Pastor Milchades Colonel son of Ecobedo Ram 6N Coronel and Maria Elena Almada, Pastor Colonel was born on August 9, 1933 in Villa del Rosario. Was a Grey official of the Ministry of Education until Stroessner in 1966, providing for the former diplomatic of the German ambassador for a case of extortion considered that it was of interest to fire his chief of the political police, Duarte Vera. I appointed Pastor Colonel as his successor, and the responsibility of the Department of Identifications. Said expedited agency the documents personal to the population of Paraguay, something that, apart from a great power, gave Pastor Coronel an important source of income. When Stroessner promoted it to be the new boss of the political policy, the creation of a network of informants, Pastor Coronel achieved it infiltrating his agents in faculties, student centers, companies, and guilds. Also used preventive and surprising methods such as plant the so-called moles, officials who monitored the suspected subversive homes, to stop the people who presented themselves in the house guarded. During the years 70 his power grows greatly. 99. And his political ambitions followed the steps of his power. A group called the Macheros de Santini, which it was part of the Colorado Party. His name from San Estanislao, also known as Santania City near the home place of his leader Pastor Coronel. Paraded in partisan anniversaries and national dates with machetes high that made to sound go for them. Stroessner and Pastor Colonel used these peasant militias to suppress any rural or opposition discontent within political groups and unions. Paraguayan interaction with the international police. I was born in the middle of the 70s as a result of the Condor operation. The first commissioner was Interpol's headquarters in Paraguay, with Pastor Coronel as his maximum authority official. As described by Bernardo Neri Farina, Colonel was a true power within the power game. I had flight on and in reality it depended directly on Stroessner, although to keep appearances of respect for the line hierarchical, he promptly sent his reports to the head of police. With Pastor Coronel, Citizen control was more systematized and reached truly extravagant levels. As an example, on October 24, 1966, a few months later from his assumption to office, he propitiates a resolution of the Ministry of Interior of strict fulfillment for shops, organizations, schools, sports clubs, and offices of any indole. Everyone should communicate to Ministry of Interior or the Investigation Department the possession of duplicate of documents, that is, mimeographos or photocopiers. From 1966 to the end of the dictatorship, Pastor Colonel was the executing arm of the repressive objectives of Alfredo Stroessner, being the dictator's eyes and ears. 100. Pastor Colonel supervised the Department of Research. This illegal to cover almost the entire block juxtaposed to the Plaza de los Heroes, and places like the technique where he ordered the torture of his victims to achieve the desired confessions. It records that Pastor Colonel, in the cases that he considered importance, personally he performed torture. One of the income that Pastor Colonel enjoyed it was the income received from the Chilean embassy for occupying the space of one of its properties in Assumption. I happened that he embassy administrator claimed Pastor Coronel plumbing problems and similar issues. Curiously, Pastor Colonel personally took care of responding to Chilean complaints. Segtungir Mina Kanonikov, Pastor Coronel was one of the most sinister arms that had the dictatorship of Stroessner. He was the person who did not need specific order to act. He knew what his great boss, General Stroessner, he needed to continue to be held, and together with others made terror and fear their way of governing. A witness interviewed by the CVJ says, "After a prelude attended me a Pastor Colonel, then I took the opportunity to tell you why having scientific devices, as a lies detector, used such cruel and beastly torture." Pastor Colonel Foos laughed and said, "The device for reading the thinking of criminals, torture gives us good result and we will continue to use it, take care of it." He became a millionaire with his extortion schemes and Ilfcido's business. It was arrested for 6 RDS of General Andrés Rodriguez immediately after the third coup d'état February 1989. After a trial and appeals consistent who lasted 10 years, the Supreme Court of Paraguay declared his fault in multiple cases of homicides, torture and human rights violations. Received sentences that added 142 years, including the maximum penalty of 20-5 years of imprisonment. Pastor Colonel, already obese and with multiple problems of health, served in the specialized grouping from the capital of the capital until he died on September 19, 2000. The cause was a fulminant heart attack. 102. Antonio Campos Alum, born in 1919, Alum Fields were received as a lawyer in 1952. He was Robert K. Thierry's first student when that American colonel lieutenant came to teach police Paraguayans new methods for physical interrogation, how to torture more efficiently to extract the desired information. Star student, in 1957 Aluminum's Fields he received a scholarship to participate in a follow-up course on anti-subversive information in the United States. During the Stroessner dictatorship, Alum Fields was in charge of the technique, as the torture center became acquaintance. Campos Alum reported Edgar Insfran, Ramon Duarte Vera and Alberto Planas, and, after the political change in 1966, Sabino Montanaro, Alcibiades Bertez and Pastor Colonel Antonio Campos Alum, for 30 conscious years for the director of the technique, the center of MDS torture infamous Stronate. He was one of the leaders of the Paraguayan chapter of the World Anti-Communist League. By superior order convert its dependence on a structure specialized in the search and capture communists. Although the technique depending on Pastor Coronel and the Ministry of Interior, worked in practice with autonomy with the approval of the dictator. The task of Fields was to detect and eliminate any element suspicious of being communist. Increase as it sounds, after the dictator's fall 2 other years remain in his position. It was not until December 22, a few hours before the discovery of the horror files, what Fields I considered prudent to exile in Brazil. The reason was simple: Campus Aluminum appeared as one of the nominal owners of the Urunday financial company that belonged to General Andres Rodriguez and was used for money laundering. I died unpunished in 2012, at 92 years of age. Mario Abdo Benitez 1989, Mario Abdo Benitez began working with Stroessner, being his Tierra assistant. Over time I managed to obtain the trust of the dictator until his private secretary becomes. Abdo controlled access to those who were looking for a meeting with the president. In his last years in power, Stroessner refrained from signing the documents, although his signature was necessary for everything. Without her there was no promotion of a military officer or a vehicle of a diplomatic exempt from taxes. When he perceived that Stroessner's humor allowed, Abdo had prepared official leaves for his sign blank. The sale of the signed documents was one of the most profitable activities for Abdo. Abdo was part of the Gold 4-year, the group 104. Stroessner's closest. When I died in 2007, Goalie Stroessner flattered his qualities and assured that Abdo it represents the most absolute delivery, not to the party but the most important thing that a party can have, the youth of the matches. He did a phenomenal job next to the General Stroessner to cultivate that youth, to educate that youth, which before had no way to come to the capital to study. The Republic toured with leaders and the people in general inside. Has formed hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and thousands of professionals who today enhance nation. Was known for its intellectual limitations and clumsiness, something that turned it into a joke character popular. The Populi Vox, the blow of February 2, 1989. I surprised Abdo, having dinner on the other side of the Parana River, in the Brazilian city of Foz de Iguaçu. I got his entourage. I wanted to be immediately transferred to the Paraguayan side, despite the warnings he received about the possibility of being arrested upon his return to Paraguay. It is not an option. I must comply with the instructions of General Stroessner, Abdo responded to the people around him. Cruz 6 the bridge, and was arrested by the military in the which was still called Porto. President Stroessner. Questioned, they asked him why he had returned to Paraguay, since in Brazil it was safe. The Abdo's response was, General Stroessner always, he said, if you hear that there is a blow, cross the frontera to save you, and that I did. Abdo was arrested on February 3, 1989. He was subsequently charged and processed by Enrique Ilfcito Foundation. However, later he obtained his freedom without being prosecuted before the Paraguayan courts. He died unpunished at the age of 89 years. 105. Chapter 7. The personal life of the dictator and his immediate family. The official wife, Chose Legia, as was known, was 2 years older than Stroessner, and it was his only wife. He was a woman from the province who did not. I was looking for more than a home and tranquility. Her husband gave her. 106. On the contrary. Cundo was never clarified, but apparently it happened in 1949, 4 years after birth of his first child. They had 3 children, Gustavo, Graciela, and Alfredo. Nifia adopted Olivia, the result of an eventual relationship that Stroessner had with Anselmahine. Legia finally got fed up with the infidelities of your husband. They formally separated in 1975, although in the practice had lived in separation for many and many years. I died at 95 years, still disconsolate by the death of Freddy, his youngest son, who had died 15 years back. The petty son, Gustavo Adolfo. The eldest son, born in 1945, was chosen by his father to keep the family in power. He made his military career in the aeronautical force, where I illegally have the degree of colonel. Gustavo was not popular among the macho military as the successor stated by his father. Without doing comments in front of the president, Gustavo was rejected by its homosexuality. In 1984 his father pushed him to get into marriage with a brand new blonde of Finnish roots called Maria Eugenia Pucci-Heikel. They never had children. When Pucci-Lo left after 8 years of married, 3 of them in the exile, he complained that Gustavo had not shared a fifth. Pachi estimated that Gustavo's personal fortune in that moment exceeded 500 million dials. It was Gustavo who supervised the flow of funds and the investments, consequence of the clandestine income of the family. With the years he became a petty, characteristic that he combined with his insatiable appetite for putting more money. 107. For his corrupt actions, Gustavo Stroessner came to win 2 million declares per week during dictato years, according to the accusation of his uncle. His wife declared him a petty, when I divorced from her without leaving a fifth of its great fortune, estimated at $500 million. 108. Apart from his own fortune, Gustavo was the administrator of the assets that his father had raised during his 35 years in power. His uncle Agustin Mattiota, cousin of Alfredo Stroessner, accused him of having stolen 94 million DAR of his commissions won with the construction of the dam Yacerda. 2 years before Gustavo's death, accused him in the press of having received weekly 2 million declares for 18 years, thus compensated by ensuring with his father, the president, the necessary procedures of the hydroelectric works. In addition, ensure, have income additional casinos, bingos, hotels, companies of construction and juicy bribes that generated the extortion, presidential decrees signatures for tenders of Tablica's works, imports and much more. After a judge in 2010 had declared that the accusation of illegal enrichment had prescribed, Gustavo returned to Paraguay. The next year was hospitalized. A month later he died with cerebral deafness and cardiac arrhythmia, apparently a consequence of a cancer of which it had been treated in Brazil. Graciela Concepcion and HDD. Graciela married first with a striking character, Humberto Dominguez Dib, well known in Paraguay as HDD. HDD was seductive and a lover of good living. Stroessner had sympathy for his son-in-law and allowed him almost all his excesses and impertinences, while worshipping the 3 men that the couple had. In particular it fostered the elderly, Gustavo Alfredo, a young Tierro and Alegre with Gall's nickname that accompanied his grandfather in his official tours. HDD and his family controlled the casinos and the Lottery Paraguay among your many businesses, after having 109. Divorced from Graciela, HDD founded the Paradisian Today. With the article that had the purpose of attacking his excuse Gustavo, I published a text that started as follows: to you, Sapphire President, you no longer govern. The country is in the hands of corrupt and homosexual. At the time of his publication, HDD was forced to make a long tour of Europe. Murió in 1991, at the age of 48 years, apparently for having amado good living too intensely. After his HDD divorce, Graciela married Manuel González Lamas, a Spanish banker who preferred maintaining a low profile and in that aspect was the opposite of your first husband. The vivider son, Hugo Alfredo. The younger brother, better known as Freddy, was a playboy with cocaine fond, and with the passage of the years to MDS powerful. I never worked a day of his life. He case with Marta Rodriguez, daughter of General Andrés Rodriguez, the second most powerful character in the country. Marta and Freddy, they had 4 daughters before divorcing. Of the millions that his father was left over and Gustavo gave chill spending, Freddy loved waste paying the accounts of his cronies, who spent time with him enjoying wine, women, and cocaine. After a cheerful life and Sibiritica, Freddy Muri 6 in 1992. By then I found impossible to Stroessner, exiled in Brasilia, attend rites funerals of his son who had died in Asunción. The adopted daughter, Maria Olivia. During the exile of Alfredo Stroessner, his relatives and followers constantly made campaign to achieve their return to Paraguay. One of the most shouting people was 110. His daughter Olivia, known for her nickname Kelida. Olivia assured 6 in a radio program that what happened during the dictatorship, it was not his father's fault, because he had been a United States imposition required by the propagation of communism. Olivia was Stroessner's daughter with a lover eventual, Anselmo Heen. Olivia was the ethnica of the many extramarital children of Stroessner accepted by Gustavo, his black successor. There was probably true carafio among the daughter adoptive and its stepmother Legia, since Olivia devoted himself to take care of his adoptive mother during his last 17 years of life. The official lover, Maria Estela Legal. Stroessner also maintained a small house. The woman is Maria Estela Legal, better known as Cream. Stroessner had preference for girls all his life, and the Cream was not an exception. I had 15 years when in 1962 he remained in the president of the president, 35 years greater than her. When Cream pregnant, Stroessner gave him a fifth located in what is now Avenida Avia Ors del Chaco. The relationship with Cream duró 18 years and produced two daughters, Maria Estela and Maria Teresita de Jesus, born in 1965 and 1969 respectively. In 1978, Nada announced that I wanted to end the relationship by breach of his promise to retire from the presidency and marry her. Stroessner was consumed of jealousy and threatened what if he left him, he would never see his daughters again. Cream I left to Europe, where he married a Swiss. He was separated from him in 1986 and returned to Paraguay for this time with the blessing of Stroessner. Marriage with an architect named Juan. 111. Das. In 1962, when Alfredo Stroessner began to court to Marta Estela Legal, he takes 50 years and she 15. His relationship with 18 years and had two daughters. None of them opt for the dictator's last name. Bautista Yegros, whom I sent in 1999. Stroessner followed visiting Cream and daughters to their dismissal. Treading the dictator's footprints, Goli. Goli, baptized Gustavo Alfredo Dominguez Stroessner, is the major of Stroessner's grandchildren. Born in 1969, son of Graciela Stroessner and Humberto Dominguez. With features similar to his grandfather, it was the favorite grandson of the dictator. Accompanied Stroessner when he was traveling through the country, and played in his office at the presidential palace while his grandfather he attended national matters. When the coup d'état occurred, Goli was in the United States occupied in their university studies. He got into the coup through a friend who called him to tell him that in the CNN_news about the events in Ajuncin. At the beginning of the military coup, his mama Graciela and his new husband Manuel González Lamas, his uncle Gustavo and his grandmother Chose were in the family home. His grandfather was on his examinations ranch legal. Cream later the president managed to join with the rest of his family. When Goli finally had the opportunity to communicate with him, Stroessner was the most calm of all. Go Goli, that night his grandfather never showed nervousness or speechless of someone. Goli did not return to Paraguay until 7 months later of the blow. Return because his uncle Freddy was in a coma and he had been urgently admitted. 6 days later the authorities forced Goli to leave the country. Live in the United States 12 years. What he perceives as persecution and harassment ends 6 in 1993 when Wasmosy assumed the presidency. The persecution is attributed to Andrés Rodríguez, whom he accuses the coup against his grandfather because Stroessner no longer wanted to follow another period like 113. President Rodríguez, Sejin Goli, without time to clean his long history of drug trafficker, with the bad reputation he had of smuggler, he was going to fall too. On several occasions, Goli has expressed his conviction of that most of the Paraguayan people have a good memory of the general. When Goli fulfilled the old process, the legal process to change the order of their names. Gold Stroessner se perceive how reincarnation of his grandfather, the dictator. After death of his toe Gustavo, Gold is the one who drives the immense fortune of the Stroessner family. 114. And his last names, in order to become the Hom6th of his grandfather, now it's Alfredo Gustavo Stroessner Dominguez. He has repeatedly proclaimed being proud to carry the surname of the ex-dictator. With the change of names I wanted ensure the presence of the last name Stroessner in the 21st century through the great-grandsons of the patriarch. In 2012, Goli and his family promoted the repatriation of the dictator's remains on the occasion of the 100 years after birth. It was not possible. With the attempt to minimize failure, Goli verse 60, if we delete everything I built, General Stroessner, we will return to the Stone Age in Paraguay. After the death of his uncle Gustavo in 2011, Goli stayed in charge of the management of family fortune, in part through your company South Real Estate SA. Bliss Company was created in September 1994. In November that year, Stroessner and his ex-wife Legia granted powers to Goli after transferring his real estate assets. In 1996, Goli appeared as president of South Real Estate. Goli was in the Paraguayan parliament in 2008 to 2012. Then, representing the Colorado Party, it became a senator. He has openly declared his aspirations to achieve Paraguayan presidency. The essence of its political promotion is which represents the reincarnation of his grandfather. Goli has publicly recognized that during his grandfather dictatorship there were multiple violations of human rights. However, he has always added that to him personally I am not responsible for the responsibility of what that happened during his grandfather's regime. Questioned about how the Stroessner family solved their life, answered that they have fields, rice fields, cattle, and real estate. Insisted that his grandfather was never a rich man, and that the origin of his assets is from his father. 115. HDD, a great industrial. To date it is still a great defender of your grandfather. Has revealed that he is preparing his memoirs, and that it has in its possession all the necessary documentation for do it. Sejong Goli, his grandfather never told him to be repentant of nothing he did. On August 26, 2007 Goli armed 6 a party THIRD-WORLDISM in honor of his daughter who turned 15. The ostentation of the event caused many criticisms in the press. Paraguay, soy the late African dictator Idi Amin given Friday at the THIRD-WORLDISM African-style party that I organized. Alfredo Goli Stroessner, grandson of the late dictator Alfredo Stroessner, for the 15 years of his daughter. The brutal ostentation left everyone. It is estimated that about 1,800 people filled the centenary facilities, which live one of the most lavish nights of all its history among the meals, drinks, orchestras, and souvenirs, which circulated abundantly until dawn. In 2014 he made campaign for his launch as Paraguayan ambassador to the UN. However, he has received severe criticism for the bleaching of the goods that the dictator to the Paraguayan state. He has also been accused of being directly involved in the case of the murder of the student Rodolfo González Rojas, who publicly had criticized Stroessner. Rodolfo González Rojas, a 26-year-old student of age, participated in a movement of opposition to the dictatorship. In April 1986 he had a discussion with Goli. Among other things, González shouted that his grandfather was a dictator. In the early morning, a few days later, the family of Rodolfo was notified that the young man had suffered an accident automobile that had caused his death. However, in his autopsy the expert Dr. René Molinas found that 116. He had found a .22 caliber bullet on the head of the victim, in addition to signs of torture that could not be consequence of the alleged accident. 118. Second. Arrested by orders. Superiors. March 1, 1982. 119. Chapter 8. The first day. Among the dictator's TARs. The uniformed, who belong to the Presidential Guard, they escort us in my case, half dragging me by the streets, turning the block. Out of the entrance to what that more in ahead I found out were the dependencies of the National Police, we were delivered to other uniformed men after a brief exchange of words. The military that they had escorted us received instructions to return to the Plaza de los Heroes. Surrounded by armed soldiers, we forced to walk from the barracks to the corner of the street in where a curator was located. They made us upload through the steps, and at the reception they gave us to the police of Guardia. The place where we were located in the Chile Street corner with President Franco. By its tamaño and its lack of maintenance, That careless place gave the impression of being a sleepy provincial police station without greater importance. Cordial and friendly, an officer blue suit dressed dark began questioning us about trivial details. 120. Complete numbers, nationality, in which hotel they are hosted. To the third question, the commissioner sitting at his side interrupted it with a few words in Garanf. The polyfa blue suit dressed away. The commission that restarted the interrogation had about 45 years and black hair. He carried glasses with steel frame under leafy eyebrows. I wore a gray uniform with a leather tape-in bandit crossing both shoulders and set in a wide belt of the same color around your prominent belly. He loaded a gun on his right side, and a sword in his worn cover to his left side. I also had hung in the belt an immense lavero that toured so much noise when it moved that, in any moment, we knew for Dende was. Over time we realized that I had the mania, for vanity or by complex, I never became clear, to hook the cover of the sword in his belt every time he got up from his desk. Back, he unhooted his sword to relax in the old chair waiting for something interesting happened. For not knowing his name, we called the Captain Sword. Captain Sword led his interrogation with skill. His extensive experience in asking questions, whose order seemed to follow a memorized format. Aim our answers on a loose paper. Since no one I had offered to sit, I went to collect 2 visits chairs. A young and chaparro man immediately made an attempt to stop, but the captain stopped him raising his hand. "Okay, leave it," he said with a kind voice. The man who did not want to allow us to be sitting it turned out to be the driver of the curator. Although he walked boots with high heels, rarely exceeded 1.5 meters lift. For ignoring your true name, we name the dwarf. 121. I need them to identify, orders the Captain Sword. I gave him our Swedish press credentials. Thoroughly studied them for a long time. Was difficult to read your thoughts, maybe because I had difficulty in form an opinion about something that could not decipher. Your passports. I delivered them for revision, which in this case it was superficial. The captain did not return the documents. The guards in a box of their desk. He continued with his questions, while we insisted on knowing why we were detained. With a kind smile I informed us that Heasdlow followed him protocol, and asked us for our help to conclude the interrogation that was obliged to fulfill. Incenses, cuddles were the questions so much that did we have to answer? Names. Countries of _origin. Passport numbers. Marital status. Day and place of entry to Paraguay. The reason for having reached the country. Ages. Every time I gave him an answer, I added a ask. The conversation became absurd. 3. How their names are. Well, he says, in the credentials that we just deliver. Why do you think our identifications do not they carry our names? What are your countries of origin? What the passports say that we also just to deliver. How was the reason to stop? When they ilgated to Paraguay. Our country? It must be obvious for the stamps in our passports, why are we detained? Gen which hotel are staying? Great sigh. 122. I have to admit that Captain Sword accepted all the sarcasms without showing discomfort. Not lost or equanimity, or its affability. 3. Why are we arrested? No, as you think, they are not detained. They are retained. Then explain why we are here, and later we are going to inform you, I replied with a voice that finally showed some irritation. His response altered us more, and we told him not. We fled to answer more questions until we informed us about the reason for staying there, retained. Finally, already annoying and reluctant, he said we were there retained because JNO were registered in the Office of Tourism, an obligation for all visitors to our country. 3 high steps to enter the area of the reception. In the reception there were always 2 or 3 officers sitting, 2 desktops, one of them occupied by the guard commissioner. Attached to the door, an officer was sitting to aim the entrances and exits of people that he considered importance. The information entered it in a large book called Novelties of the Guard. O News, the same information was repeated daily in that Bitakora, only changing the names of the personnel on duty. I did not point to the tickets of the visitors. I didn't write down either our names, although we had been arrested. 125. Along the wall, in front of the desks of the officers, were plastic chairs for people who I hoped to be treated. A photo in the wall was hung on color and relief of President Stroessner. There was no more furniture or ornaments. Later, through the reception, the director's office. It was the only space of the commissioner that it had air conditioning. Tens of his office there was a more girl with 2 desks, where the secretaries typed the investigative statements of the arrested. In that office there was an exit to the street. Between him place that the guard of the guard occupied and the office of the director, on the left there was an entrance without a door to an office with 2 old and heavy desks. Albeen of the wall, in front of those furniture, a long bank was used the mess grande office, with the door for which trusted prisoners they jump and enter the street to make the mandiados. The heavy desktop, the first to the right, is the one that was placed in front of the door to prevent our leakage for that route. 126. By relatives during visiting hours. Still the prisoners of trust enjoyed that privilege, and they were the ones received food and other family needs for their delivery to the imprisoned. On one side, inland, there was an office small perhaps 3x3 meters, furnished with 2 others desks. Some tiles stuck on the roof seemed to point to fall. Here the tnikus adornment on the walls was another portrait of Stroessner, in this case a blank and black. We refer to this space as the office. From these 2 offices, normally occupied for the typing and the archive of matters of importance for the research, there were access to a space that functioned as a hall to 3 spaces, a steep staircase with wooden footprints that led to Pentus, the room of the physical rogation, and the outer patio and its dungeons. The attic it was where the commissioners kept the beds they used to sleep in leisure times during their guards of 20-4 hours. In the hall were an old man and worn_sill 6n, 2 archivists, some chairs, and 1 broken water dispenser. During the day it was the place that they occupied the confidence prisoners. The hall that trusted prisoners occupied during their leisure hours. The staircase leads to the dotic. But there were the dungeons on the other side of the closed door was the room of the physical interrogation. The outer patio consisted of a narrow corridor that he separated the dungeon's offices. On the left, in the lower part after a metal mesh placed from the floor to the roof, he was the cell's cell. A staircase by his side led to women's cell, located by above that of men. Below the latter there was a space with boats. 128. Garbage that had not been cleaned in years. Then a service with WC in worse state than the garbage space. And, finally, there was a room with lockers where the police highlighted civilians in the streets moved from their clothing and work tools, dark dress suits, guns, and walkie-talkies. When police do not require its services, the room with the lockers also served as bedroom for trusted prisoners. There they rested on the floor on its old blankets, or in any pound of rags that would have managed to get. This room had a door that gave access to the office of the secretaries located after that of the director. 10 minutes passed silently. Showing security and arrogance at the same time, 2 civilian police entered where we were sitting, laughing at a joke. As more forward we could realize, all civil agents that they worked on the street seemed made with the same mold, brush-cut hair, dogs until they are obese, costumes dark tailor without worrying about oppressive heat, the palmas turned towards entrads as they walked moving from one side to the other. Invariably carried a gun shed in the belt or in a cover below the armpit. Finished his turn, after having changed from uniform for your personal clothes, shirt 0 manga shirt corta he followed his weapon. Except for a poaching in our direction, the 2 Polakvas ignored us while they kept exchanging joking. One of them took an ilavero to open the door of the physical interrogation room. When opening the door, the keychain he fell to the floor. As if nothing, he kept talking to his compañero without moving from your place. The phlegmatical reaction Victor was immediate and surprising. From his chair on the side opposite of the room was launched in front of the agent's feet to collect the lavoro, which gave the polifa that had lost. The police, while talking and without lowering his gaze towards Victor, he received the keychain before continuing inside. Moments later another uniformed police arrived, with a man of an age who did not exceed 30, with the hair to the four winds and a belly that showed friendship with the beer. The prisoner was delivered to the two agents in suit of dress that were waiting for him, and the uniformed police retirement closing the door. At that moment a policeman arrived to take us to the big office where the secretary of New began to interrogate us. Your questions were identical to those that made us in the previous interviews, although now we present them in a different sequence. 130. He left us with instructions to wait for where we were. A good time, until the noise of the ring of keys hitting his sword noticed the imminent illegal of Captain's sword. We stood up, and insist again in know the reason why we were retained. Calm, he replied, it's routine and soon they will leave. Couldn't tiempo is soon. The law allows us to keep a person to findings until 48, he replied. I could show me that law. I demanded, annoying. We don't have the book here with the laws, he said with face apert as she extended her arms with Las Palmas turned up. Rode towards the reception of the entrance. We follow him, insisting again on our right to know the reason for having removed our freedom. Finally I give in. Because they refused to show their documents when they were asked, he said with a sigh. That's a lie. Susanna and I exclaim inquire. It is the information that they provided me, I apologize for the sword and rose my shoulders. Follow, insisted. He got up from his chair and feel the office inside. We did not have another option except to obey it. I spent an hour. The heat began to notice. The flies danced in the air. With one of the old machines of write, Victor wrote something on a piece of paper using 2 fingers. Our guardian's full name was Victor Rojas Silva. At 12:30 of the day we could observe it while I was writing his first report about us. 4 hours after our detente, there was the relay of the personnel of surveillance by the strangers without more to add. 131. The report is terminated. It is justice equals signature Victor Rojas Silva. The reverse side said in a manuscript Alfredo Sotelo, Chief of Algerian Section, 1st FIS Maidana, Ramon. The report written by Victor the first day of our arrest. A while later I entered a big man to the room where we were waiting for sitting on the bank located to what length of the wall, behind the reception. They accompanied him the secretary and Captain Sword, now carrying a helmet gray. The big man wore a tie and a blue suit with cushions on the shoulders. He was an overweight man, whose brutal face showed cold and intelligent eyes, and a wide mouth with lips full. It was tall, 180 centimeters stature. There was no doubt that he was the head of the commissioner, and therefore we refer to him as the director. Sitting on the shore of one of the desks, the director he began to interrogate at the same time as he reviewed the content of our shoulder bag. I completely ignored. 132. The questions we asked him back, Zlo shot us a cold look from time to time. I didn't say much, while Susanna altered confront 6 insisting on knowing why we were arrested. Without answering, the director interrupts it every time with a question of yours. We started using your tactics to answer your questions with our questions. The third time we did, finally made a brief pause. Festin here for inquiries, replied bluntly. Although Susanna continued to insist on underscore why we were subject to their inquiries, we did not achieve more information. Ignoring us completely, I read of beginning to end the diary of our trip that Susanna was doing. Of my diary, written in Swedish, Zlo understands Letitia, Colombia is scored in the first page. Did they spend in Letitia? I asked with a smile. Choika we did not answer. I finished the contents of our bag in the one we guided our traveler checks, my wallet, my camera with several lenses and accessories, a book, the newspapers, and our bathroom suits. Give them a receipt for silver and other things, and put all under shelter, ordered the secretary before leaving the fort without paying attention to our protests. Only I am following 6RDS, said the secretary without excitement, and on a loose sheet it started quietly to score all objects that were already confiscated. When he put the general description of camera, etc., protested and insisted in which they should put a detailed specification of each accessory with your serial and numero. Showing his discomfort, the secretary eventually stated and detail all objects. 133. When he ended, he delivered the blade that Susanna guarded and I disappeared with our belongings. In the pocket of my pants I had 3,000 guaranis, on the other hand, the equivalent of 20 dleries. We had permission to freely wander between the two spaces that served as offices. In the biggest there were a wooden door that led to President Street Franco, which opened inland. By instructions of Capitan Espada, Victor, and another of the trusted prisoners they placed the heaviest of the desks in front of the door. That desk was so heavy that a single person could shift it by pushing it. The noise that this produced was so strong that immediately unlawful when their legs they slid on the tile floor. We fueled the captain's sword gave strict to Victor to never leave us out of view. The occasions that Victor had to move away, I always left instructions to one of the other trusted prisoners to watch. Police, uniformed and civil, constantly passed for the office we occupied. Without exception, they asked the guards at the reception that we were. From time to time the captain's sword rose from his desk to place your sword in the belt and make a round inside. Lavero's noise announced it. He directed us with his false kindness, as if in heart we are worried. No problem, calm. I soon they will go from here. Let me know if there is something they need, he told us with prolonged vowels. Maybe he'd made him talk like this, or maybe it was your strategy to create calm and trust. 134. Susanna started feeling bad and told the capture sword that needed to vomit. Kindly he showed the way to Baffio, located near the cells. Mafio del Baffio was 1 square meter. I was dirty and Olia to worse than the large garbage can side. Stlo had cold water. Luce also lacked electric, its tinic source of light was a small opening from the ladder that led to women's dungeon, located at the top. The hours, endless, passed. Heat in stagnant air it became infernal. I regularly stopped at the door towards the reception to insist the captain's sword that will explain the reason for our arrest, claiming our right to call our respective embassies. Calm, he said. Soon one of the bosses. Sometimes the answer was different and insisted on me return to the offices. Follow, continue. We are treating you well, right? Everything in a friendly tone. They have to understand that it is not ours blame that are here. Jessica, continue. Let's not have permission to take ourselves in the hall of the dungeons, Stlo pass through there to get to the WC. He men's dungeon half 30 square meters. Inside the 40-5 detainees were standing, sitting and lying as far as the reduced space allowed it. They shared an excuse to the center of the long wall, which had additional function as a laundry clothes. I counted at least 18 shoes pairs. 135. Placed with their heels in the grid. The door of the cell, also a rack, was closed with a lock giant. During the day the temperature exceeded 35 degrees centigrados in the shadow. The location of the cells was such that, from noon, the sun's rays illuminated the inside with the grid as an obstacle. The prisoners they carried clothes except their panties. Daily, at 12 o'clock and at 6 of the late, 2 of the trusted prisoners salphan through the door rear of the offices to return with an immense pot, of maybe half a meter. The brief moments in that the door was open, we could see men uniformed with submachine guns watching the street. Upon his return, trust prisoners lowered the pot carefully. Making noise, they accommodated the heavy desk. When the captain's sword I offered to prove the content of the pot, we could verify that the chef's imagination was quite limited. The same was invariably served, a fatty broth made with bones, with some cooked vegetables and scarce pieces of meat. With the exception of the broth that was served twice to the day, prisoners received nothing from the authorities, my soap, no bafio paper or clothes or blankets or mattresses. Any need had to solve through their relatives at the time of the visit, or if they have the money, paying one of the prisoners of trust for the commission. The visiting time was between 12 and 1. The prisoners they could not get out of their cell to meet their relatives. The packages that visitors were given to them were delivered to trusted prisoners, who in turn made them reach its recipients. Every day they arrived between 3 and 5 packages. Visitors could talk only with trusted prisoners who later supposed themselves, passed the information and the package to the detainee. 136. It was 5 in the afternoon when a man dressed as a civilian I entered the big office where we were battling with the suffocating heat, flies and our own despair of find us incommunicado. It was the dactylegraph, about 30 years. He was Giro, kind and had a cheerful appearance. In chips of cardboard, from Tomafio media letter and yellow color, Anot 6 are signaling resting on a poster hanging in the wall. The poster indicated 4 options for each area of the personomy of the person. The items printed on the card Decian: race, size, body, complexion, hair, beard, mustache, front, eyebrows, eyes, eyelids, nose, base, mouth, lips, chin, ears, lobules, and serious particular. Also included the item of character, with 4 options to choose from: aggressive, humble, derogatory, or moody. There was a field for indicate political ideology. There was no field to refer to religion. Dactyl 6 gram carried a wooden box that averaged about 25 x 15 centimeters. When he opened it, his interior revealed a saturated cushion with Chinese ink and a cloth roller fixed in a grip. Seeing their instruments, I approached the reception where the captain's sword, sitting after his desk, he yawned while he felt like a hand in fiddle attempts to distance flies and heat PM. For what end we have to leave our traces digital and the other ridiculous information to this lord? Me, I complained. The captain smiled. The procedure is exactly the same as they must have fulfilled at the time, he answered. If they had followed their obligations of more good humor, register at the tourism office. 137. There was no way to deny or avoid registration. He dactylographo passed the roller on the entama cushion and demanded pass it through the yolks of our fingers. While registered, Susanna's footprints soaked my fingers with saliva. For the poor result of the first round, I asked me let my footprints leave him a second time. You sweat a lot, right? He told me, referring to heat PM. Clean your hands and try again. In a moment, when I deviate your view, I took advantage to saturate the buds with saliva again. The result, I remain worse than the first time. Surprisingly, this time the dactylographo accepted it without saying anything. Apart from leaving our footprints in the yellow record, forced us leave them on 2 white cards with our names and signatures. Why is there so much paperwork? They are asking me to send their background to Interpol. Background? Third Interpol, why? They told me that you are terrorists. I passed half an hour. The 2 trusted prisoners arrived with the pot that contained dinner for the detainees. The captain's sword insisted again that we should take advantage of it. In no way, we answer after looking the content of the pot, still hoping to be rescued by our embassies shortly. Sigh, for then send one of the trusted prisoners to a near restaurant to buy your roast chicken dinner, which he was given hot in a pile of aluminum foil. 138. Chapter 9. The first night. Courtesy lodging of the dictatorship. At 8 o'clock at night, Captain Espada sent 2 prisoners of trusted Adel to lower a bed, which they put together in the small office. To get to the district's tenfan to upload a steep wood staircase. The bed arrived with a colch 6 and delgado, a zbana, and a blanket. We refused to go to bed in bed. With an admirable really patience, The captain's sword insisted a good time we get used to it, something that we eventually did without taking off our shoes. I followed, insisting, to be more than C6 mode, we have to take off the shoes. With his bleak air, Victor MDS late he informed that he had undoubtedly done it to make our eventual leakage. The captain turned off the light and exit. Full of despair, we stay in bed without sleep, dressed in our sweat clothes for the heat of the day. 2 hours later, I entered a man, handcuffed with his arms ahead, by the door. The captain's sword was followed by his sword targeted towards the prisoner's back. They went through us bed while someone opened the door from the hall. There they found some police and trusted prisoners. The famous, said Captain Sword when with a laugh crossed the threshold, adding a name that I did not achieve here. I strongly hit the prisoner 8 or 10 times in the back with the flat side of his sword. Accompanied by 2 other police, we saw how they entered the physical interrogation room. During the 15 minutes that followed, we could hear their shouts and ilantos when they hit him. Sometimes the voices were heard, but not it was possible to distinguish words. Victor closed the door between 139. The corridor and our room before they took the prisoner to put it in the dungeon. Susanna was very afraid, cried and trembling. I started having a nervous tic on a thumb. Started speculate how they would kill us and make us disappear without that nobody knew our destiny. I hugged her and did my best to convince her that, if so, surely we would have treated with such patience or provided a bed. In addition, with what end? Mistreat us surely would cause the Paraguayan government political problems with the 6-way foreign relations of our countries, I naively commented to give him the confidence that everything I was going to go well. The captain's sword crossed the room with a smile. Tense and nervous, Susanna could not sleep all night. Convinced that it was better to be rested for the day next, I managed to sleep at times. At 1 o'clock in the morning they woke up someone's howls every time he breathed, as if he were suffering intense pain. Victor was watching us from the big office located between ours and the reception. I had 6 RDS of no sleep in case we tried to escape, according to what I informed us the next day. Every 15 minutes the Lavaro del Capitan's sword announced that he was making his round. Crossed the office where we were without the minimum attempt to reduce noise. At 6:30 we could perceive, through the open doors towards the exterior corridor, the illegal of the sunrise. 140. Chapter 10. The second day. In the dungeon of fear. At 7 o'clock the guard's relief was made. After delivering the command of the other commissioner, dressed in a grey uniform identical to his, the sword captain retired. The age of commissioner of the new turn was around 50 years. Average about 163 centimeters, was low and fat with a short neck and thick, and his grey-black hair was cut to the brush. I had a flat nose and small eyes on a swollen face of fat. Sometimes he wore glasses. We identified it as the Captain Brown. We get out of bed an hour later. While I was in the baffio to refresh me as far as I was possible without soap or toothbrush, Captain Mar6n ordered disassemble our bed. 2 trusted prisoners they went up to the pent. At 8:30 we renew our attacks verbal to recover our freedom. We faced the Captain Brown at the reception. We have spent 20-4 hours here, incommunicado. We demand our right to speak with our embassies. They have to understand our situation, said the Captain Marin with patience and equanimity. These things they take their time, but in an hour they will be able to talk to him boss who makes decisions. Okay, I replied, we are going to wait an hour, no more. And then what will happen? The officer was asked his side with ironia. You're going to see, I said showing security, inside furious for the impotence I felt. 141. We return to the office behind the backs of the reception, where we start walking like caged animals. No more than 5 minutes passed, when Captain Mar6n I have happy to announce that the director was going to receive us. He took us to the director's office, with his air-blessed conditioning. A carpet covered the wall of wall to wall. There were booksellers along 2 walls, and axes of a wide elegant desk. The director was waiting for us. "What is it, doing so much?" asked Dallo. Amonis 6 with an abrupt voice that did not allow interruptions. "We are treating you well and for the umpteenth time," he interrupted him, "we want to know the reason why they keep us here without cause or reason. Gomole, sexplique comma." His voice legiopata failures, MDS of 20-4 hours have passed. "We have sent an Interpol request," I answered, raising our voice and giving us understanding. I didn't have the tolerance that the commissioners had shown us. Now his case is in the hands of the director of the Registry of Foreigners. With his temples by clicking and his eyes like 2 mouths of guns, looked at us indicating that I was not going to accept more than our scandalous behavior. "Now, if they don't behave like decent people, I'm going to put in the dungeon," declared. I understood that we had nothing to win with more provocations. Stay locked and separated into the terrible hells of cells, representing the greatest difficulty even to achieve our freedom. Well, why hadn't he explained us before our case is being prosecuted by the ministry, I replied. With frown eyebrows and without more words we. 142. Dispatched from his office, stating the captain with his head brown to get us out of his sight. "Well, we can wait a few more hours," they were my farewell words. Captain Marone I left 6 to the office where Victor I was waiting for us. At the entrance, the captain put his arm around my waist. "Quiet, calm," he said, giving me a smile and a grin. After a carafious tightening, he returned to his desktop in reception. "I didn't know how to interpret it, but your gesture gave me chill." In that small office we passed the rest of the mañana with Victor sitting behind a desktop with a typewriter. Like the police, Victor passed the heat and leisure hours reading Semik's poorly printed and puerile content, or flat without doing anything. He was a man slim of 50 years and 175 centimeters of height, with one face marked by deep wrinkles. I had the sides of the head shaved, short manga shirt, pants worn and old sandals. I wore lenses with wepazon black. He had the air of a person through, and the expression of his boca was of deep resignation. His eyes, little and blood injected, they never addressed the person with whom he spoke. With police or prisoners, when he spoke it keep your view attached to the floor or walls. Later I learned that Victor had become what the police refer to as a broken detainee. It was difficult to talk with Victor. The times we answered, let several minutes pass while formulating your answer. On one occasion, when he had repeated the same question expressed in a different way to say something, lean your head and sigh. "You don't understand, right? I don't have a permission to speak with you." 143. However, with patience I eventually achieved get some information about him. I had what it was Portuguese professor. He argued that he had 5 children and 1 wife with 9 months of pregnancy, whom I did not have permission to see or call. For the 3rd time we asked for help to get water and soft drinks, that one of the trusted prisoners came to buy us. The few guaranis that I still kept in me bag were reduced alarmingly. To the 4th for 12 I approached the captain again brown at the reception. It was the technical space outside the office of the director who gave some relief against heat unbearable. This thanks to the choico and deteriorated fan on the roof that with a CZO circulated the air slowly. With my best manners and with an impeccable logic, I began to present all the arguments that they occurred to achieve permission to make a call to me embassy. Captain Marin listened to me showing his infinite sympathy to my request. At this time the boss is attending to a visitor, but I was free in half an hour, he informed me. I returned to the room where Susanna and Victor were waiting for me. When half an hour had elapsed, the reception returned. It is well known that embassies, just like everything other in Asunción, close at 12:30, I begged. By the time of the nap. Continue, I replied, telling me that I had to return to the office. The director is still in his meeting, but I will see if it receives me. I returned to the office to wait. The brown captain does not THIRD-6 to look for us. 144. The director of the ministry who is in charge of the affairs of foreigners will reach the fore. It contained us with a shining face of joy. After nap. The nap lasted from 12:30 to 1600 hours. Affected by heat and the lack of swifio, Victor's surveillance began to fail. Suddenly his head fell towards his chest and slept at times. Susanna and I began to review our options for how to get out of our predicament. I argued that, although Captain Marone had promised us a solution to 4, we knew from experience that all promises until now they had been lies. Susanna agreed on that, if at 4 nobody illed to solve our situation of incommunicado, we would have to look for an alternative to contact our embassies. We began to analyze the movements of _police. Sometimes the policeman who had the guard at the reception he left his place, particularly during the nap hours when there were no entrances or exits. I could take advantage of one of those opportunities to go out the main door. I could probably get away a few blocks before they realized my absence. In my jeans pocket I had still 500 guaranis of change. If I managed to escape, first that the police would surely be heading to the Hotel India where we were staying. Undoubtedly they went to put vigilance in front of the entrances of the embassies of Sweden and Mexico. We conclude that no, I could go to the hotel, and that I would have to contact the Viatel F6 NICA embassy. Evaluating the alternatives, we also contemplated the possibility of going out the door that opened to the street from the MDS large office. We saw it difficult for several reasons. Victor was always in the room watching us, and the desk was very heavy and towards a lot of noise when moving it. Escape through the cell corridor, perhaps uploading through the 145 ladder to women's cell and jump from the fence to parking on the other side, we considered the option more risky. Let's be prohibited from staying in that area, for the alleged worry that police had that we interview with the prisoners. To tire Victor and MDS and not let him take his nap, I began to bother him with questions about life in the jail. With great patience finally established a confidence situation that allows me to obtain some of information about him. Between long times of silence he revealed that he was arrested since 3 months for a death, of which he was innocent. The police had fished him in the street, without any warning. Once stopped, he informed us, Normal was staying in the curator between 3 and 6 months until the police determined what they were going to do. As for a legal process in the courts, there was no less that there would be a special interest on the part of the authorities. The truth, that I discovered later, is that Victor Rojas Silva was detained in surveillance and crimes since January 24, 1982 for theft and theft. Victor took off one of his sandals to show us the plant of your foot. He explained to us that the police had hummed mouth against a wall in the room of physical interrogation. The foot was infected and full of pus. No, I wanted to heal the wound. I had the hope of Alcton Diaz show it as proof of the treatment he had suffered. Resignation is the word. He exclaimed sadly. He little time that you have spent here, you have not seen anything. The uniformed stick to all prisoners, and without cause. They use whatever to hit ours. Sometimes they do it outside the interrogation room or in the dungeon. The uniformed people fear you because they are from the foreign press. Why do you think they are giving them treatment with silk gloves? Even a bed armed them, which 146. I have never seen during the augurs of the dictatorship. Suddenly, after all your reservation and having insisted so much that I had no permission to talk with, we began to release the words. They had long arrested a Frenchman who had to endure 8 days in the dungeon before they let him go. His case was identical to his. I traveled with backpack, not it is well seen by the authorities. A backpacker with beard and long hair is considered as hippie, drug addict, terrorist zero, worse, communist, a threat to peace and tranquility of the country. He made a long pause. The heat in the closed space was unbearable. Here the only law is what a policeman tells you. If orders to buy food or something else, It doesn't give me money to be able to pay. I have to put how little I have for me. If I do not obey him, he punishes me with the pen or something else. Tell me, what is the director's name? I asked him, changing the subject. I don't know. He never greets me. He was a mysterious man, really. Victor began to head. A policeman who crossed the Fourth Advent, a rag on his face. I admonished him by telling him that should be kept awake for your own good. I approached Captain Marone. You told me before, if we need something, we just had to ask, I said. It would be possible that a pen piz lend me a pen? Sure, I kindly answer, he has it. Of course he never fulfilled his promise, although I remembered on several occasions. After all, they have us separated from the demons by our press cards. 3 Sem were going to let us do notes of what we were living. 147. The latter passed to the pace of minutes. The clothes that Susanna and I wore, I was already stiff and sticky by our sweat. I sat in the chair of one of the desks and observed the environment. A web hung on one of the corners of the ceiling. The walls had dirty marks. A layer dust covered the furniture. Barefoot, one of the trusted prisoners began to sweep and mop the floors, dragging 2 rags with their feet. He was a young and thin man with a face that projected malice. Suddenly, when I was murmuring the room that we occupied, slide with your broom a cockroach long live towards Susanna's face. Then he ordered us to sit in a different place. It was this prisoner who used to go out to carry out the commanders ordered by the police. Another prisoner, Confidence, that once goes out to fulfill tasks and details. He was a tiny young man with about 25 years who he constantly kept his view nailed to the ground. Never to speak. The police seated at the reception had the habit of sounding a bell every time they wanted something. Some of the trusted prisoners hurried from the hall to attend to your wishes. Demanded a glass of water, a cup with fresh mate, or the purchase of Algin food. After the long hours of the nap, the clock finally he stated the 4. We let 5 minutes of grace pass before moving to the reception to confront the Captain Brown. 148. They are already 4, and it is seen that again his promise not it was fulfilled. Susanna recriminated it. At this precise moment the director arrived, dressed in his blue suit lined with rubber to highlight his shoulders. We have been here, incommunicado. It I accused. Exigimos our right to talk to our embassies. Captain Marone got up to stand by my side. Discreetly push me to go down my tone provocative. I started pulling towards the office where Victor the First was still sitting. I ignored the captain, while Susanna started, with all his considerable capacity, to scold the director. Standing and quiet, after several minutes of having heard us shouting our complaints, the director was visibly angry. He studied with his cold eyes, before heading to Captain Brown. With a sharp gesture with his head, he orders him return to the offices inside. With a sudden movement I freed myself from the squeeze with which the brown captain kept my arm subject. Get them to the pump. The director order, his hard voice. AE and how many time we have, quel wisteri ast incommunicado. Susanna said, enraged. 8, 15 days, maybe more, who knows, CZ the director. I have told you, port as decent people or go for the dungeon. No. Under any pretext we accept _be imprisoned, I argued, for the simple fact that we have done anything to deserve it. The proof is that, after 2 days, the police have not been able to present as low foundation for our illegitimate arrest. Without waiting for his answer, I pulled Susanna to get us in the interior office. If they enter the reception again, the groon director. 149. Altered, I'm going to put them in the dungeon. Jesus definitive. The director entered his office. I stopped at the opening between reception and the big office. After a few minutes the director came out in a hurry. He was standing at the door. Get them in the dungeon. Order 6 irritated with the voice sight. Disappeared outside. I have not entered the reception, insisted with the Captain Brown. I'm standing at the office where we have instructions to wait. After a brief exchange, the situation is calm. Captain Mar 6N instructed us that we had to stay sitting on the office bank and not getting up without your permission. We obey him. However, 2 minutes later I return with one of your officers. Come here, he said, stating the interior of the office. We listened to him. Meet them in the dungeons, Captain Mar 6N ordered turned towards the officer. Absolutely not. I protested. We were sitting quietly as he had told us. I kept arguing until I said D6. Well. But from now on they will stay in this office. They can't go to the other. It is clear? Again we lived monotony, wrapped in heat PM. Everyone gets nervous with their constant outbursts, Victor lame where I was watching us. The minutes passed without anyone talking. The tinnick that is OFA was the buzz of the flies. 2 cockroaches. 150. Ran along the wall. Victor had difficulty keep your eyes open. At 17:15 a very young uniformed police arrived, from about 23 years, that we had not seen before. His serious face had sound cheeks. With his voice always low, order 6 to Victor remove from the desk. Arrived accompanied by 3 prisoners and one big book on its cover said entries and exits of prisoners. The letters of the alphabet. Respectfully and with his hands in the back, the prisoners approached the desk one at a time to confirm their names, their birth dates and the crime they had task. Its appearance, its behavior, and its way of talking gave the impression that they were peasants. All they seemed to have at least 5 years more than 27,028 than they declared. The crime in comp that confessed to having committed was drug smuggling. After the police had registered them, I went out with the prisoners. Victor waiting a few minutes before sit after the desk. A little before 1800 hours the police civilians started arriving to change the suit for their clothes personal, already finished your turn. Just like last night they entered with wide and safe steps, and with the palms turned towards entrades while they joked. You are not going to sleep tonight either, Victor. The policeman entering and went out of mocked Victor. His eyes already looked like 2 narrowed cracks. Was I waked up MDS by miracle that for its own will? One of them stopped in front of Victor. You have no permission to sit in that chair, it is exclusively for police use. He let him know and pointed to an archivist. J. Debs being watching the detainees 7 stopped by there. He left the office without waiting for Victor to obey him. 151. With slow movements that accompanied with a sigh, Victor got up to stand next to the archivist. From our arrival had not banta or asleep, and we had commented that I didn't have appetite since time. They are off at the street door. Victor and another trust prisoner approached to remove the desktop heavy and be able to open it. 2 of his companions entered loading the immense pot with dinner for the detainees. They closed the door and with a strong noise they returned the desktop. After reviewing the pot again and be able to verify that the food destined for Dung Victor who got us cold soft drinks, 10 bananas, soap, brushes, and toothpaste. It was the prison of trust that the cucaracha to Susanna who went out to fulfill the mandate. Before doing so, requested the approval of Captain Marone, who accessed the petition. Purchases came out in 500 closed guaranis, including a commission never declared. The few resources with which still we counted were quickly decreasing. By carelessness Susanna broke a worn glass. With a Victor sigh assured us that the police were going to charge him. Offers one of the bananas and 100 garanfs. He argued that the vessel valves. When the banana accepted but I refused to receive the money, I put the ticket on the desktop. It had a good time, and then, with their slow movements of always, he put the ticket in his shirt pocket. You can ask one of your friends to tell the Sweden embassy that we are detained here. I begged him. That is, when do they go out to make Algin sent? Zeus did believe that I haven't thought about it? Answer later of his long usual pause. I could have done it if not I was obliged to be here, watching them. Yes. 152. Would have put in the dungeon, would have had the option of do it. Of course we did not want to be behind bars against the vague promise that he was going to call our embassy. Victor was an infinitely weird man. Hours before, Captain Marone had called him his official sentry. He made a smile from ear to ear, knowing that Victor did not like his mockery title. Around 1900 hours they entered the Grande Trace office, people about 25–30 years old. There were 2 men and a woman with permission to visit one of the prisoners of trust that was a tall, Thiero, disheveled and quiet behavior. Warned not to leave our office, I made themselves from the door to allure the attention of the prisoner they were visiting. I approached immediately. In voice go down, not to allow Victor to listen, I asked him to say to his friends who will contact the Swedish embassy to warn that one of its citizens was detained. Of course I will, he replied. It's important, I begged. I'm going to tell you, don't worry, I made sure and returned to talk with your visitors. It was not possible to me listen to what he told them, but they saw in my address while I talked. To make sure they were really going to contact the embassy, I chose to ignore Captain's instructions. Brown. Walking fast, I entered and crossed the big office. In one of my pockets I had one of my cards presentation, and gave it to one of the men. Please warn the Swedish embassy. I returned to the hurry office. No police had given my disobedience. The man who had received my card made me a discreet statement gesture with your thumb. Then I extended his hands with the palms towards the floor to signal me calm. Minutes later the dwarf, the director's driver, entered to the room. Standing in front of the man whom I had left my card, held Six's hand and began to talk happily while the other was sitting. The dwarf was a friend of these guys. Maybe they also worked for the police. 154. Chapter 11. The second night. Night howls. That night no one offered us a bed. Strictly. Do not leave the office, we put some chairs for, lying down about them, rest as far as possible. Although it turned out very ink-domed, it was certainly infinitely better compared to what people in the dungeons were living. At 20:30 some police began to hit one of the confidence prisoners in the interrogation room physics, using a wooden stick. It was the prisoner who had received the visits an hour and a half before, and to whom there were manager contact the embassy. We could see it, because the doors that separated us from that room were open. They hit him very strongly and apparently without some purpose, because they didn't ask questions. The prisoner I started screaming, then howl the pain. Victor Se I get up to close the door of the physical interrogation room. While torture police concentrated by doing their labor, the secretary and Captain Marone passed through the room where we were. They talked like nothing were normal was happening. We could hear the police continued hitting the prisoner. I spent almost half an hour before the howls they will end. A few minutes later the police left forth, leaving his victim. Susanna was consumed of fear. I tried to reassure her as far as she could. Nobody, neither police nor trusted prisoners, they made any comment in reference to man brutally tortured. The powerful fluorescent lamps on the roof of the 155 fourth were caught all night. We did it possible to rest on the chairs with one arm covering the eyes. Exhausta, Susanna finally managed to sleep for a while. 156. Chapter 12. The morning of the third day. Profugo. 6 Susanna woke up at 5:45 that morning of the March 3rd. There was about an hour for dawn. We could observe how Capitan Brown, in the wide hall between the office that we occupied and the exterior corridor that passed for the cells, he was lying on the bed that his homeagoge he had armed for us the night before. I was still dressed with its grey uniform. I snored slightly. We were alone in the office. I got up to spy from the door that led to the big office. Could observe how the uniformed man who had the guard in the reception yawned. There was also Victor, sweeping the floor in front of the officer with slow movements. In that moment the silent trusted prisoner, which always I kept his gaze attached to the floor, I crossed the office and pushed the desk aside to unlock the door in front of the street. Interestingly, scandalous noise did not cause reaction some inside the police station. With a bucket in your hand, the door has closed after having left. I sat next to Susanna. Victor, with dark circles and dragging his feet when walking, I crossed the office where we were sitting and disappeared through the hall where the brown captain was still sleeping. With the exception of us two, no one was in the two offices. Without thinking about the consequences, intuiting in that moment the opportunity that had been presented. In 7 repeal steps could reach the door that opened to freedom. I stopped. "This is the time," I whispered to Susanna. "No, no, no, I pray," squeezing my hands with force. 157. "There is a change of guard at 7, I said certain. "Return for you." I put a finger on my mouth to indicate that I should allow silence. Without turning, I crossed the biggest office and I went through the heavy desk. I opened the door without making noise. I felt butterflies in the stomach. Outside, darkness reigned. On the opposite side of the street, 2 uniformed men loading submachine guns were on duty. I stopped in the door open a short moment to verify if someone reacted. No one shouted. Pollies with submachine guns watching the streets outside the curator. 158. When I turned to close the door, I could see to Susanna with her puffs glued in front of her mouth. I went down to the banqueta and I walked without a hurry as opposed to the entrance, from the curator the 60 meters that were missing to reach the corner. The uniformed stopped watching the street. Do not they called or made any movement. Have the hope of that, in the dark, they perceived me as one of the prisoners trust in charge of Alkden Scent. Adrenaline I pumped in my stim aging. I finally reached the corner and right to the Assumption Street. The street I was empty. 1 block was located in the Plaza de los Heroes. I started running. The early morning air felt fresh, although the temperature exceeded 25 degrees centigrados. I stopped running and I crossed the park walking. I watched some plumbing men suit dresses and carrying communication radios. His appearance was identical to that of the civil police who had changed in the curator. I felt the strong beats of me heart. I knew it was a question of minutes before my escape was detected. To find me, surely report a detailed description of me to all their sources of information to be in the streets. On the other side of the square, in front of the Guarani Hotel in the Avenida 25 de Mayo, some people were formed in a bus stop. I put myself at the end of the row. Minutes then an autobus arrived and I uploaded the ticket with change that I still had in my pocket. The interior of bus was illuminated with very strong lights. I advanced by the hall to sit down. I went first to one, then to another uniformed man. So much was my paranoia for her presence, which was forced to get off the bus in the second stop. Next to the parabs was a kiosk that sold magazines and periodics. I asked the seller where I could. 159. Find a phone. I stated a sign that said coffee, about 20 meters in direction where he had risen to bus. There, as in a deep hole on the wall, it operated an open cafeteria for early risers. I entered to the bottom of the premises. I asked for a cold soda that I emptied in seconds. After 2 days and 2 nights, my shirt and my pants were therefore rigid suder absorbed. There was I run my belt 2 holes to prevent me from the pants fall. In the bofio I rinsed with cold water, and then asked for a telephone directory from the manager. Were already 6:20 from the morning. He opened the directory section with the embassy item. There was no record of an embassy of Sweden. Either there was mention of an embassy from another Scandinavian country. Petty a cafe, and then another, worried. What embassy could call? To that of Mexico. It occurred to me to search the consulates section, but the result was just as discouraging. There was also a Swedish consulate in Paraguay. I found the consulate of Denmark, neighboring country of Sweden, and decided to call the censal Danish. I made the call, and an engraved voice gave me that the consulate opened at 7. With another coffee at the table and the peroration of the day hiding my face, I waited impatiently the arrival of the hour. When the coffee manager was attending another client, I made a hole in the peroration to be able to study the cafeteria entrance without being seen. The minutes seemed hours. I feel such immense tiredness due to the lack of dream. I wanted to lie on the floor, but the worries of being detected by the polyfa was more powerful. I analyzed my situation, pre-fugo, searched by the police. Separated from Susanna, Aiden detained. There was neither embassy nor consulate of Sweden. Our passports and money confiscated and under shelter at the police station. Only a few. 160. Guarantees in my pocket. The risk that runs walking through the streets. The abandoned backpacks at the hotel. The indigenous in possession of our clothes. I thought of Susanna and the spontaneous set taken to escape when the opportunity will appear. They had surely discovered that I had escaped. Demo were the police about now? The silent prisoner returned and, making noise, I placed the desk area front the door to obstruct the departure. Nobody react. Susanna was sitting in the office. Victor returned to sit behind the desk with the machine of write. Slow man in everything, he spent a good time before Victor will record my absence. Standi is your partner? I ask Susanna. I don't know, I answer. Victor began to look for me in all spaces of the commissioner. It was a biscuito without complications. The place was small. When he was sure he wasn't there, I woke up to Captain Marone. The captain gave 6 RDS to all officials and trusted prisoners to look for even in the last corner to find me. They made a thorough search. I last 10 minutes, in the WC, the space of the garbage, in the dodik, and at the top where it was the women's cell. When the captain was forced to admit that some unknown had managed to escape under his custody, call the director to inform him. It was 6:20 of the Mafiana outside. The darkness followed. Captain Marin. I started questioning Susanna. Although nervous, Susanna Nego said to know where I was or how. 161. Missing. The director arrived at 7:10. With his cold eyes and face cruel Tom the reins of the interrogation. Susanna remained firm in his response that he did not know anything and that he had not given Simo account or when he had disappeared from the curator. The director seemed nervous. In this country nobody makes fun of the authorities, he said to Susanna in a hard voice before retiring to his office. Has serious consequences. The nervousness of all present was palpable. They made unlawful. They left Susanna alone with Victor in the office until the dwarf approached. You will never see him again, he said with a smile threatening. We are going to kill him when we find him. The dwarf remained away. After a long pause, such as it was his custom, Victor confirmed what he had said. It's true. If they find it on the street, they shoot him without ask questions. It was an hour. Second what the person in charge of the Bitakora news of the guard wrote that morning. I arrived the director of political and related at 7:15, the director of foreigners record at 7:30, and the director of relations public at 7:45. They all stayed 5 hours in the commissioner, in a crisis meeting. Your partner is daring, Victor watched suddenly. I should know that these things are not done in Paraguay. At 8:45 a thin and tiny man who wore a elegant suit entered the office. With a smile it approached where Susanna was sitting. I am the Mexican censal, he said in a low voice and kind, then take the seat by your side. What relief. Tell me, what happened? Summarizing the events, Susanna contained him with the 162. Polyfa had remained detained and incommunicado for days, without cause. He heard it without interrupting her. By your partner? The question asked her suspicious. Police say I escaped, but I don't know how this. Don't worry, You will leave soon. He got up. Stay here until you know. When I heard his farewell words, he gave himself realizes that he had no Mexican accent, but that of a Paraguayan. His fear returns. At 7:02 I borrowed the coffee phone for call the Danish consulate again. The call cost 100 guaranis, the yuan of course, without problem, I said and marked the number. A woman answered to inform me that this number was no longer of the consulate. He gave me the new one. I hung the phone. I need to make another call. 100 guaranis. Now the voice of a woman answered the name of a company. I want to talk to the Danish consul. It has not appeared. I can find it? I can try at home. I'm going to look for your phone. Minutes later he gave it to me. I hung and marked the entomero, this time without warning the coffee owner. It occurred account anyway. 100 guaranis, murmur 6, already scoring on paper a line for every unlawful he had done. 163. Now the voice of another woman answered me. I'm sorry. The consul has just left for his office. I sat at the bottom of the coffee with the Parisian hiding my face. I waited until 7:20, when again Petty lent the phone. This time he didn't tell me anything, slow he nodded while towards another line. After a time of waiting, the Danish consul took the call. It was presented as Mr. Rasmussen. Speaking in Swedish, I told him that he had a problem and not found neither embassy nor consulate of Sweden in the directory. Could I help me? The Swedish consultation Rolf Reeder, and surely found in your business that is the Volvo agency, I answered in Danish. The last name sounded further than Swedish, like the Stroessner dictator. Events and lack of dream in last days they continued to feed my apprehension and distrust. His name sounds Almden. Yes, it is a German born in Paraguay, Sweden consul for 15 years, Swedish speaks. No, speak German and Spain. Lost for all questions, but I'm involved in a mess with the Paraguayan police, without having any guilt. He status arrested and incommunicado for days in a commissioner where they torture prisoners. You can trust this consultation, the reader? You don't have to worry. He is a serious man and very straight. Anyway, I left my name and my technical key of identity assigned to all citizens of Sweden, in case something happened. I asked for the favor of notifying the Swedish Ministry of Foreign Relations if I did not communicate later to 164. Confirm that everything had gone well. I promised me. The coffee owner made another line on paper when I began to mark the numero that Rasmussen me _ provided. A secretary passed the call to Reeder when I told him I was looking for the consultation from Sweden. Reeder listened to me while I made a brief summary of the events and direction where I found. You can go walking to my office, he said. You are 3 blocks. I don't feel safe walking the streets. I understand. Stay still, I'm going for you. I paid my calls and what I had consumed. Me 1,200 guaranis remained, less than $8. 10 minutes later a dark Volvo got out of the little coffee, an elegant car of a lot of contrast to other city vehicles. The person in the seat next to steering wheel nodded with his head to me. I replied with him same gesture. I opened the back door of the vehicle to enter. Reader Health 6N presented. I had a driver who he drove. Minutes later we ourselves to your business that Promovia Volvo with a sign on the facade. Inside some 50 people occupied the desks. Rolf Reeder was a plump man and sensible around 55 years. He had clear eyes and his hair was green, thick and wavy. It showed kindness and its presence was remarkable. I was like to the direction of the direction in where I introduced me to Dr. Lara and his assistant, Erika Doman. Dr. Raphael Lara was a trusted person of Rolf Reeder. For 2 years, Erika was driving him the few consular issues that had been presented to him. To their 35 years, Erika had the appearance of a German Kultsika. Short blonde hair and blue eyes. It was from German family, born in Paraguay, I told me later. 165. Rolf Rieder, entrepreneur of Alemdan origin that represented Volvo and a Siemens in Paraguay, apart from being the consult of Sweden in the PATS. With the approval of Stroessner, in 1972 I installed the first semidforos in the Asunción Center. I started telling them the details of what we had passed to Susanna and me, while Erica went out to prepare a coffee and 2 sandwiches to counteract hunger that, when I wondered, I confessed what I had. I understand that the police got nervous, Reader, smiling, confirmed when I had finished count. A curious man, bearded and with long hair fits into the official concept of a subversive, which asks if the vehicle belongs to the President of the Republic. In addition, the incident agreed with official visits from Taiwan's Chancellor and a United States General. GME perceives like a subversive. I asked him incredulous. Terrorist, communist, subversive, for the police is 166. The same. You put the leg without realizing it, I explained. I left Erica our complete names and data. Reader informed me that I had another commitment, but that I found in the good hands of Dr. Lara and Erica. I instruct Dr. Lara to call the lawyer to explain what had happened using language MDS diplomatic. Under no circumstances I had escaped, Zlo had presented me at the consulate to communicate, and now I was at the disposition of the Paraguayan authorities. I reiterated the fact that I had not escaped from the curator. Reader salad to go to his commitment. Dr. Lara he made the lawyer, explaining everything to him according to Consul instructions. When hanging up the phone, I informed me that the lawyer, named Hugo Birkmeyer, was going to call the Interior Minister Sabino Montanaro, with whom Birkmeyer had good relationships. His next call went to the Mexico embassy. While I waited for someone to answer him, he explained to me that yes, things were not done in the right order. The authorities Paraguayas could interpret that the Swedish consulate was getting into matters that did not correspond to him. In clear words, I explain, the Sweden consulate no have why communicate to the Mexico embassy affairs related to the security of Paraguay. The person who attended his call at the embassy Mexican, expressed its indignation when I heard the explanation of Dr. Lara. 3. A Mexican, incommunicado for days, arrested. Later I deduced that it had been Pedro Aguilar. Sonó the phone. It was Birkmeyer who called to confirm that, without delay, a representative of each of the 2 diplomatic institutions should be presented in the investigation department. Paraguay, on the 3 days of the month of March of the year 1019 TOS 80-2, being 10 hours, before my cryo, INSPO.P. Aurelia Cacchio is spelled, Director of Surveillance and Crimes of ITI Departamento.de Investigations of the Foliaf of the Capital, appear Lord Eric Edwans Huber, Paraguaya, single, older than edad, of Commercial Secretary, domiciled at RPCA. Yamnicana H2 572 of this capital, and Secretary of the Consulate of SUEIA, who attends the Miss, and Pedro Francisco Aguilar Vera, Mexican, single, 2% years of age, licenciado, domiciled in First O'Leary Callery almost Australia, building to Pity, Sto.Piso, civil. Aggregate of the Embajada of Mexico, who concurs in representation of it, to those who in this act are gives them the following, 20 Titrus checks travel ROS, each by value of $100, 3 cruceros, 2001 Mexican pesos, 3,000 Argentine pesos, Clenpo 20-5 American dollars, 100 guaranis, Boscombs, dus lenses, a bafio bofio handbrie, a bafio for a woman, a book, and agendas at res pilas medium, 8 lenses, 2 lens screws, a lens of fish aut pishai. A narco, or better Fabigraphica, brand, Olympus, an engine, brand, Olympus, 7 movies, an end, mark, Olympus, a bag of euro, who were indexes ito character in this direction Cuesta, and owned by ekemar Jan Erik Kin. It is also done intriga of the Swedish passport NE 74,650,849, and paradista card, N 275200011055549X, belonging to it. Delivery is made at GI of a passport Mefakane N to 120,317, and Pericard it is 752000110550X, from Varlden Runt, Sweden, Al. Sapphire in charge of the Consulate of Mexico, give Pedro Francisco AGT. Larvera, with what is terminated by the Act, after reading and ratification of its content by part of the peers, they sign. Erika Domen Huber Francisco Aguilar Vera. For the Consuls of Sweden for the Consulate of Mexico. The Delivery Act that specifies all the belongings the director had ordered to put under shelter. At 9:45, Captain Espada, who had relieved the Captain Brown, I looked for Susanna to levar her to the director's office. "Do you help me with a little money?" were the words of Victor Farewell. In his office 8 people were waiting for him, the 4 Paraguayan managers, Hugo Berkmeyer, Dr. Lara, Erika Domen, and Pedro Aguilar. Just when Susanna entered, the director of Political and Related, which had been presented as the Censul Mexican, he finished informing others. "And it is our duty to make sure that it is not of terrorists." Everyone turned to Susanna and smiled. "We have treated well, right?" he asked him director with a kind smile. "Opposite." Susanna rugged. "They stopped us here for several days without reason, incommunicado, without eating or to sleep. Adding to that as its people tortured the poor prisoners." The atmosphere immediately turned tense. Nor the director nor their company responded. The secretary entered the office with a typed receipt with the breakdown of our belongings that the director had ordered confiscate. Susanna gave him the contrary. After have carefully verified the list against the receipt that he had given us days before, gave the bag to Susanna and our passports to Erika and Pedro. The representatives consular signed the relationship. Susanna recovered her safety when she saw that the director and other representatives of the Paraguayan government they were defensive in the presence of the forces diplomatic. 170. I regret if a misunderstanding was presented, he apologized the man who had played Mexican consultation, to soften the situation. Each country has a different system, added the director. "Do 6 NDE were human rights in yours?" exclaimed Susanna with indignation. "We have already offered an apology, Safia, insisted director, notably nervous. Everyone stopped to say goodbye, except Susanna, who refused to do it. About to go out the door Susanna took the C4 Mara to take a picture of memory. Pedro stopped her. It was 10:30 a day. Erika and Dr. Lara returned to Volvo's offices to 11 o'clock. Erika gave me my passport. "Everything is already resolved. Susanna awaits you in the Mexican embassy," were his words of relief. Reader illegal. A few minutes later, Erika started tell us what had happened, adding that the director he had shown nervous and uncomfortable of the situation. When mentioned that Susanna had referred to rights humans, it caused reader a lot. "Non-pleasant people have been declared in Paraguay," Erika ended his story. "They are 20-4 hours to leave the country, and they must be under protection diplomatica until exit. If not, they put them to the boat again using any pretext." 3 and why? I asked. "We haven't done anything. Except escape from the Department of Investigations," reader answered with a smile. "Here are the things are not like in the number countries." 171. Called to his driver, who in a submissive way, with the legs together and hands on the back, listened to his instructions. "Take them to Argentina, crossing the Parana River. It will be a 1-hour trip when much." I said goodbye before climbing the Volvo next to the driver. A few minutes passed, while we headed towards the embassy where I was going to meet Susanna. "If I'm going to take them to the Argentine side, I need to go to me house for my document, I clarify. Now, alone with me, he showed a high and arrogant attitude. He was a plump person, well dressed, 35 years and about 170 centimeters of height. I had a face that didn't, it showed emotions, it was blunt with the lower ones and submissive with people with a position superior. He articulated very well when I spoke. I had somewhat wavy black hair. He walked safely, showing the palms to the entra. He gave me the impression of being formed with the same mold that the other agents who worked with the director. I began to suspect that he was one of the Paraguayans opportunists who had chosen to adapt to the system for take advantage of the stroessner welfare. Of course, if you require identification to do the trip, let's go, I replied. I started asking him questions general on Paraguay, such as the tomatio of the population, export products, etc. I replied that I didn't know very well the statistical numbers of your country, information that anyway I was not interested in obtaining through him. What does the people think about the president? I added, thing that I was interested in knowing. President Stroessner is very loved by the town, he affirmed me, just before parking in front of 172. A townhouse from a floor built with brick. The neighborhood where he had his home definitely belonged to the class high assumption. I left waiting at the Volvo, carrying the keys of the vehicle. More than 5 minutes were passed before we'll return. Later that day, I learned that all Paraguayans could travel to Argentina, using their Paraguayan card, the identification that was mandatory for all Paraguayans always carry with him. When I finally got on the Volvo again, I made him see the importance for me to go through the Plaza de los Heroes to find the indigenous whom he had left our clothes to wash. When we received the square, I did not find it. He reader's driver studied with contempt. 3. How can you leave your clothes with an Indian in the street? I claimed. I asked him to take another walk in the square, when finally I recognized it, although from our last meeting there had your blonde hair. I expected it yesterday, Senior, I claimed. Yesterday I was presented an unforeseen one, I replied. Me, do you favor leaving clothes in the trunk? Aware of reader's warning, always stay in diplomatic spaces. Without opening the door, I paid the 1,000 guaranis agreed for their services. Me, there were 200 guaranis, which is equivalent to a little more than $1. We continued towards the Mexican embassy, located in the 6th floor of a building in the center. The first person who when he entered, he went to Susanna, sitting in a rotating chair. After 7 hours of separation and uncertainty, it was an emotional encounter. 173. Chapter 13. The afternoon of the third day. Non-pleasant people. Susanna introduced myself to Pedro Aguilar Vera. The consult processed his departure from the curator. At 23 years, it was a cheerful young man and plump. At first glance I gave me the print that he was very efficient in his work, but he was soon obvious that was the opposite. Seeing it at action, they could detect certain airs of importance and that the agenda Pedro's principle was to promote Pedro. I wanted to have a lot of savoir-faire in the management of matters such as the R. Paraguay turned out to be his first place in the world diplomatic. I rarely stopped talking, while constantly he shared tips from his harvest. One of them was we could go to the Argentine border by car because the Paraguay police was surely going to warn of our arrival to its migration people. I was going to comment with the ambassador, he informed us. In the Mexican embassy 6 people worked, among them a Spanish who showed his deep outrage for how the Paraguayan authorities had treated us. A young Paraguayan secretary, extremely flirtatious, showed more neckline that outraged. After a while I arrived, the ambassador grouping his discomfort by the methods of the Polifa, and in particular because they had treated one of their countrymen. Susanna away a corner where no one could listen to it. They hit. 3. Did they harassed? 3. Worse Aiden. No, they didn't touch me, Susanna reassured him. The police have the obligation to inform the diplomatic entities immediately, he snaps. They met with Pedro and with me. 174. They are already people not pleasant in Paraguay, Pedro. The police has informed us that they have 20-4 hours to get out of the PAFS. AMF, the director of the Registry of Foreigners told me in confidence that, if they continue walking on the streets, the Polifa will stop them again in the first opportunity, and there is no doubt, with unwanted reprisals. The problem is that today there are no more flights from Assumption, but Mafiana there is one that comes out for Buenos Aires. They can't walk on the street, repeat the ambassador. Then we have the problem of Dende are going to sleep. His comment was followed by a long pause while the ambassador seemed to contemplate a possible solution. No, he took his eyes from Pedro. They can sleep in my house, Pedro finally offered. I live alone. There is room. During this exchange none of them had. Including, not even with the view. The ambassador nodded to show you're happy. Without more words he moved away. Susanna gave me my wallet. Accompanied by Pedro, I got off with him to the parking lot to go to his car to India Hotel, located 6 blocks from the embassy. Reader is well connected, I said, impressed. The clock showed the 1 peak in the afternoon. When we arrived at the hotel, Pedro presented himself as the consul of the Mexican embassy. I explained that we were there to collect the belongings that we had left in our room. The tomato receptionist, with its Ladino manners, jumped its Pedro's look to me and then set it on the counter. I need to go up to the habitation to collect my things, I insist. 3. Can you provide me with the key? The police alarm 6 today to inform me that you and the girl had been arrested, he finally answered. I understood that they were no longer going to use the habitation, and therefore I lowered their 175 backpacks to the reception to be able to continue renting. I opened a furniture behind the counter and I took out our backpacks. I don't give them to me. First you have to liquidate the time they rented. The 4th, insisted. With the day of arrival are 5 days. How? 4 nights from our arrival. Besides, there is no doubt that the police came to you the first day. If they had called today, they would have told you that they had released us after apologize for your mistake to stop us. You have to pay from the day of your arrival, and today it is the 5th day, insisted. This is counted in Paraguay. With a sigh I put my Guarani's tel on him counter. I lacked 1,000 to pay the required amount. The petty lent to Pedro. The receptionist said nothing. I collected the money and I delivered the backpacks. I walked to the street door to key it. Returned to the counter and, pressing a button in an intercom, I asked someone to call the police. Pedro I enraged and took out their card. You don't know who you're getting to, he shouted. Have diplomatic immunity. Why are you closing the door with key? Do you want problems? Via the intercom a female voice informed him that he had the police on the line. I call the Indian Hotel, said the receptionist in the handset. They asked me to inform you if the Sapphire Ekemar returned. 3 SI. Then they authorize me to deliver their things. Called 6 and Sandy from the counter a drawer made of sheet metallic. There I had the part of my photographic team I hadn't wanted to charge to go to Lake Ipacaraí on the day of our arrest. I had taken it out of my backpack. We went back to the embassy to pick up. 176. Susanna after 3 infernal days, a bafio and change of clothes. Pedro and Susanna talked while he drove through the city. I had the impression that Pedro was going to take us to his department to offer us the use of your shower. When we arrive on Espafia Avenue, Pedro feels 6, the site where the attack against the dictator Nicaraguan Somoza had taken place in September 1980. Then we enter the most exclusive neighborhood of Asuncion, Leno of ostentatious residences. I couldn't imagine that here Pedro's house was located. Linda House, I said when he turned to upload the entrance of an immense mansion, but what do we do here? Here we are going to eat, Pedro replied. 6. The ambassador he is inviting them. You know what, the first thing we want to do is get a good time to the shower and change our clothes. Sent, can we go to your place to do it? Pedro remained without speaking, before getting off of the vehicle. I entered the ambassador's residence. The ambassador said yes. I informed us of Pedro to his return. Okay, both awaits us. That gives us average hour. It means that we must hurry. We did 15 minutes to get to the building where Pedro had his apartment. We detect a young man watching the entrance from the corner. How the police knew what did we go there? Someone from the embassy Mexican had informed the police. For us it was more important to take our clothes to fulfill the time when the Mexican ambassador demanded our assistance to eat. 45 minutes later we feel ready to go. Leaving, from far the topo looked at us and pointed something in a notebook. Back to the ambassador's residence, food already I was about to finish. Sitting at the great table of 177. Dining room with view of a garden, the ambassador presented us to his wife, his mother-in-law and the former ambassador of El Salvador. Ambassadors ordered other whiskitos to waiter that, dressed in a white and silent jacket felt slippers, around the kitchen and dining room. No one asked us if we wanted to take something with food. I dared to ask for mineral water for us. El Salvador's former ambassador was a jovial man, very knowledgeable and a good conversationalist. It was low of stature, dog, and bald. Already 50, lived as a retiree in Paraguay where I had worked as an ambassador. In a period from 1970 to 1973 had been ambassador to Chile. Further afternoon Pedro told us that he is well connected, he meets the President Stroessner personally. The age of the Mexican ambassador was around 63 years. He had a height of about 175 centimeters and, as he insisted during conversation, a physical appearance international. His personal opinion was a man with little hair, fat, of skinny meat, and with a belly pronounced. He was rude in the habits of the table and in social coexistence, something that for a man with his position it should be disadvantageous. On the other hand, he was a man well informed, cunning, friendly and in possession of a strong temperament that did not care about hiding. Spanish priest Wenceslao Yubero Perez, with PTE.N registered 468/66, set your address in TTE. Farafia 2941 being 1405 HG. I de San Pablo in the character of deportees the SGTES. Personas. HSU Changqing Paraguay Chinese nationality of 31 years with PTE.N at 0.070,157, did not set domicile, Agit, Bando at 3 p.m. from Srei Venezuelan citizen rated Lisbeth Guard of Ortze, with PTE, N pound 943/81, set your home in Lepis 5275 ZK being 3 p.m. of BS, Pete S.A. the Ecuadorian OTBL Universo, Jose Leonardo Montoya, with PTE. N2 254, set your stage at the Ida N Ramada Hotel being 3:35 p.m., they read for lap, appropriate from Rio de Janeiro PTE. And hashtag 038.345, Eduardo Sevilla Somoza, with PTE.N 24322, and the Citizens America Us William H. Allen, with PTE, A 393,739, Burton Robert Thorman, with PTE, N registered AE 42,673,174.8 E will stay at the at Ramada Hotel being 16, 25 HS. I made Braniff, proceed equals U of Lima the Belgian priest Juan Dormal, with PTE, N. 574,557, fix your home in MC Arthur and Quesada, a being 4:25 p.m. Pan Am and the Polish priest Alexander Petel, with PTE.N 2K4-0.224.23, he sets his home in Alonso Rodriguez 718, parish of San Juan Bautista. We share space with the Taiwanese chancellor in the Avenue to Buenos Aires, and also in the daily report to Pastor Coronel about the PAT's outputs. 182. The farthest. It was at the end of a long corridor. In 4 occasions, walking slowly towards the Avedon in the diurnal heat, we run into civil police, so obvious now in your dress suits and with your communication radios. Reaching the end of the corridor, just before entering the plane, from suddenly we could observe from a service door an orchestra and military dressed in uniforms. Gala. Undoubtedly they were there to say goodbye, character more important than us. The plane had a single entrance to address. All passengers traveling in the economic class were forced to go through the first class section. When we go up to AVN, we find the character object of the honors below of the Avedon, sitting in the section of the privileged. Jvaldijica. We have been arrested as a terrorist threat to Stroessner and its foreign guests of importance. Now, expelled from the country, allowed us share the flight with the Taiwanese chancellor and his entourage. Third. 3 decades. After. 185. Chapter 16. The return of Profugo. 3 decades passed. During that period, in 1989 Stroessner was overthrown for his consugro Andrés Rodriguez, who, surprisingly it turned out to be a popular and effective president too, despite his past as a military and his interests in traffic of drugs. 4 years later, Rodriguez fulfilled his promise to deliver the presidency without seeking re-election. Since then, in Paraguay there is a weak democracy with plurality of parties. Yes, they had spent 3 decades since we were arrested, event that had a great impact and forever it will remain in my memory. However, and by the time gradually the edge of memories. A morning in January 2013 opened the BBC News, my digital paradicism via internet. An article called me attention, Paraguay's Archives of Terror. With the deserved interest, I heard the interview that accompanied the note. I found out about that in 1992 3 tons of documents had been found in a curator on the outskirts of the capital of the country. The person interviewed, Dr. Martin Almada, mentioned that they were document files police accumulated during the 30-5 years that der6 the long dictatorship of Alfredo Stroessner. I read the article twice, before listening to the interview with Dr. Almada again. After so many years, my curiosity woke up, of course, given the possibilities of what I could imagine. I started looking for how connect Dr. Almada, and eventually I succeeded. After from a kind exchange via mail, I invited me to visit Paraguay so that I personally review the files that. 186. Dr. Martin Almada and his wife Marta Stella Caceres. After having spent more than 3 years in Stroessner dungeons, in 1977 the dictator finally granted Almada freedom. December 22, 1992, Martin Almada found those who have been called Archives of Terror, in a curator on the outskirts of Assumption. From 2009 these files are registered in the UNESCO registry, under the program called The World's Memory. I had found. On May 30, 2014, I went to a flight that I took to Buenos Aires. From there I took another flight to Assumption. The feeling to leave the Avedon by the same corridor through which we had walked from the country 30-2 years. 187. Before, it was moving. Nothing seemed to have changed in the airport during the time that had elapsed since then, with the exception of his name. It had been renamed Silvio Pedroso International Airport. In Mexico, Susanna, anxious, I was waiting for mine. Sent they were going to arrest me for my escape in 1982. Although not me it seemed likely, however I felt a certain apprehension. My name exists via in Alcton registration. The migration police I review my passport with exaggerated detail. Finally hit a seal on one of the pages, and with a movement of its head indicated that he enjoyed the official permission to enter the country. Using my mobile, I sent a message to Susanna with the news to reassure her. Evidently the condition of Profugo and person not pleasant in Paraguay had prescribed. That same night Martin Almada and his wife Maria Stella kindly invited me home to share a spectacular banquet. I told them what had happened to us in Assumption towards 30-2 years. When I finished, Martin smiling his head. What you did was something instel. As far as I have knowledge, during the 30-5 years that I last stroessner, there was another person who managed to escape from research department. Several questions arose from his comment. Who was that other person, and how do you escape? If I don't remember it, Carden Os was called. Fugud for the roofs. What are you calling this small curator the research department? It was Maria Stella, Argentina by birth and warrior for the human rights of heart, who answered my ask. What you saw was a small part of where the political police worked. Almost all of the apple was 188. Part of the research department, with their cells and his torture cameras. There were also other places that they belonged to this institution, such as the Technique, which later he was turned into the Museum of Memoirs that now superviso. I felt a great confusion about the information that they shared. But, then, who was that director at the police station that we interviewed us and confiscated our belongings? Pastor Colonel, said Maria Stella in a low voice. The boss of the Stroessner political police. The worst of all. Department of RV testing. National Belisarius. PAM 10 of the heroes. The investigation department was located right in the center of Asuncion, 1 block from the Pantheon of the heroes. Under the direction of Pastor Colonel, came to occupy the major of buildings between the streets President Franco, Asuncion, Palma, and Chile. We were arrested in the building marked with a 4, where it was located the surveillance and deltos, robberies, and thefts. 189. Chapter 17. Identifying the actors. Our jailers in the investigation department. They were Pastor Coronel, Aurelio Xiers spelt, Victorino Oviedo Almedo, Julian Coronel, and Victor Rojas Silva. With Victor's exception, no I learned of their true names up to 30-2 years after our detent. The director. Until Maria Stella explained it to me in June 2014, no he had made the connection that the murderer, torturer, head of the Department of Investigations and the political police was Pastor Colonel, the same person to whom I had interrupted when he spoke and to whom Susanna challenges claiming their violation of human rights. Days later, looking for information in the Museum of Justice was able to verify that it was undoubtedly the same person. In the horror archives I found a document where Pastor Colonel had signed the report on our apprehensions and expulsion of the PAFS. For 3 decades had never made the connection that the directorate could be the head of the political police. How could one person of such importance, one of the most men powerful from the country, work from such dirty offices and deteriorated as was the direction of surveillance and crimes, robberies, and thefts? Where did it keep us incommunicado? How I could work all those years elbow with the prisoners broke and forced to live as their servitude in slavery and misery conditions. It could be working sitting on your desk listening to the shouts of 190. The tortured prisoners. After its appointment by Stroessner as the new head of the investigation department, Pastor Colonel, I started the modernization of its administration. With the years of his department illegally covering almost the entire block among Chile, President Franco, Palma, and Asuncion. The cells and torture cameras were united by labyrinth corridors among the various buildings. Also supervised other sites, such as the Entomero 3 police station and the building next to the third place of torture systematic by Antonio Campos Alumin. Pastor Colonel lived in PERT 912, a few blocks from Chile Street. That it was where he mainly exercised his activities. During its 20-3 years as in charge of the police intelligence of the Stronate, Pastor Coronel, following and reinforcing the tradition of their predecessors, I ordered the archive of the documentation of any investigation, arrest, recording, investigation, report of infiltrates, information of movements to enter or graduate from the country, etc. It is largely thanks to that obsessor of Pastor Colonel for documenting until the last detail of their activities that we know so much of the Stroessner dictatorship. His legacy, the horror archives, which are now found in the Palace of Justice in Assumption, consists of MDS of 700,000 documents, photos, and recordings. Pastor Colonel received daily reports from all over Paraguay, and a lot of them signed them aware. His obsessive with the documentation and with staying well informed was what that finally checked the crimes that he during his judgments flatly had committed. One wonders why Pastor Colonel allowed the 191 accumulation of the archives of their facts, whose existence eventually they were going to be the overwhelming evidence against him. Same. Do they exist for their consultation? They were accumulated only for a bureaucratic tradition? So it was in order superior that should proceed? An answer: it is reasonable that Pastor Colonel, I never thought that I was going to lose your impunity. He is awarded to the presidency of the country. He was responsible for the detent of at least 15,000 people, 90% of them tortured by police officers who during their mandate had been trained for this trade. 350 people were executed or resulted missing. For Paraguayan, the dreaded Pastor Colonel was the symbol of repression that characterized the dictatorship of Alfredo Stroessner. The secretary. In terror files there are reports with the names of people who worked in the Department of Research. Documents show a nepotism to please of the Colonel clan. Pastor's private secretary was Julian Coronel, his younger brother. The dactylogram. The person who took the footprints was Jorge L. Coronel, another pastor relative who enjoyed nepotism. The false Mexican consult. In 1976 Pastor Coronel left 6 to Alberto Buenaventura dactylograph Cantero to the position of politician director and related, in which he lasts until his arrest in 1989. The torturers team under Pastor's instructions. Colonel. After the fall of the dictatorship, Buenaventura. 192. He was sentenced to 10 years of imprisonment for acts of torture. The captain's sword. Inspector O.P. Aurelio Caceres spelled I traveled to Argentina in the 1970s to educate themselves in the office of torturing communists and subversives. Martin Almada told me that it was known that Caceres sold stolen jewels through relatives testaferros. The information coincides with a document of July 1987 that I found in the files found by Martin, in which Pastor Coronel informs Gustavo Stroessner, it is appointed as depth chief. Cryo-intelligence. Elderly Dep. Aurelio Caceres spelled. 3. This character is the ex-director of surveillance and crimes, which had a house of purchase-sale of stolen jewels for. This is the person who it will lead to investigations related to the loyalty of the police personnel and confidential agents. That he is going to in charge of censorship. 5. The fact of being appointed this uniformed criminal as head of this new department produced great disappointment among staff police. That document surprised Martin and made him a lot funny. In an absurd touch of life, the criminal teacher Pastor Colonel complained that Caceres had been promoted even if stolen articles. When Martin was kidnapped on November 26, 1974, their books, money, articles were taken from their home appliances and other belongings. The things that were soldable, they were topped in the house of Emporio del Commissioner Aurelio Caceres spelled. Year and a half later, this is what Martin lived with Caceres spelled. On May 3, 1976 we received the order of prepare our things. We were given 5 minutes to leave the cell. Several dog. 193. Fully closed body painted that served for transport the detainees, they were waiting for us in the police courtyard. 20-5 arrested we enter one of them and start with unknown direction. 11 of the night, approximately. Very soon we reach another distribution police. As I was the last to get on the vehicle, I was the first to descend. A corpulent commissioner, hysterical with the arrival of the communists, headed to me with air threatening. Furtherly, I knew that it was Aurelio Caceres spelt, known torturer and son of a great exponent of the Paraguayan magisterium. Everywhere they pointed with ready-to-firing submachine guns. Dr. Anibal Miranda was another intellectual who was arrested in Caceres spelt custody, while I hope, Caceres spelt sale, already recovered its composure. It seems that he goes on a trip, doctor, he says triumphantly. It is spiteful. Then I find out that he has many problems, including the family member. His wife has tried to commit suicide a couple of times. Apparently it is not so much for abuse but for alkton physiological disassembly that causes depression. Many what but the spirit is corroding how much it does as a police. He General Berthez orders him to do dirty jobs, but reduced to the maximum funds and personnel. Caceres spelt must make the bad of the movie. In contrast does not count for decisions, it has no power compared to pastor's colonel and even has less autonomy than a commissioner neighborhood. They do not even assign a decent office. The majority of recent political prisoners remember interviews with that minor member of the Stronist fauna. Fernando Vero was comprehensive and could establish an interesting rapport with him. He gave him some paternal advice. To Cristina Vila seemed totally delusional, a lost case. For me, the quirky of the personality of Caceres spelt is faithful reflection of the dictatorship security system, suffers from 194. Persecutory mania. He was successfully postulated to be a councillor of the City Council of Clean during 2001 to 2006. I could do it because never he was imprisoned for his crimes, although he was accused of several cases against human rights and torture, thing that I could see with my own eyes. It exists to regarding this testimony, registered by the CVJ, at when I arrived they hit me wildly Lucilo Bente, Aurelio Caceres, and two people that I could not identify because the blindfolds are already tempted, but to them, I fully identify, they hit me in my stomach, on my back and they threatened that Sidfel were going to kick me down my face, obviously, from the wind I grabbed me not to fall, in the office of Aurelio Caceres. What they did in those moments was to bandage my eyes, for 10 hours more than I had bandaged eyes. Then at 8 p.m. they moved me to the cell called San Quintin, was the worst cell that Tantan and you penetrated at, and the smell of the blood of the human being he was disgusting. The first smell was that, one does not get used to it, and to the 11 at night they begin to torture Roberto Villalba, because up was the torture room, the pool. And my papt was also arrested, he starts shouting so they don't torture me more to MT, then an officer enters the cell where I was and took me from the shirt. She shakes me to say that it was not me who was being tortured, and at breaks my head, because it throws me through the wall. Testimony CVJ Nam 53. In 2014 Caceres spelt continued to live in impunity in the clean town about 40 minutes north of the capital. Memorandum aimed at Gustavo Stroessner, in which the pastor criminal. Ray's report. By Resolution N212 of the Polakfa headquarters, dated July 10, 1987, was created the Department of Inlight, of the capital of the capital. That same DFA, in General NN 73, is appointed as head of the department. Cryo-intelligence. Greater Dep. Aurelio Caceres spelt. This character is the former director of surveillance and crimes. That you have a house of purchase sale of stolen jewels Cayo, that he had bought the jewels stolen from his godson and recommended Duarche. Juan Jose Salinas, in December 1984, this is the person who will conduct research referring to the loyalty of police personnel and agents confidential. That he will take care of censorship. The fact of being appointed this uniformed criminal as head of this new department produced a great disappointment between police personnel. The son of Caceres spelt, Office 220, p. Eduardo Caceres Gamarra, is another uniformed criminal like the father. From his power a stolen motorcycle from the C4 was recovered Augustin, Villa Mayor, in the month of March, by the police station N250 of Lambert. Assumption. July 14, 1987. EET. Colonel accuses his former employee Aurelio Caceres spelt of being a criminal. 196. That sells stolen jewels. Captain Marone. The Inspector Commissioner de Victorino Oviedo Almedo I participate in a program that was carried out in Argentina in 1974, where he learned torture techniques to get information of suspicious elements. He received his Paraguayan lawyer enrollment on the 12th of March 1975, with number 1293. Along with colleagues who share their training in interrogation, in 1976 Oviedo Almedo appeared at the Asunción Católica Library to carry out an inventory of the texts that preserved. I know several books classified by him as Marxist books. In 1976 he had in the position of Director of the Registry of Foreigners. On October 19, 1981, Interior Minister Sabino Montanaro directed a letter to General Alcibiades Bertez, boss from the capital of the capital, I request to take the measures adequate to facilitate the trip of Commissioner de Victorino Oviedo Almedo, who must appear at the Republic Argentina between November 2 and 25 the current year for the major training in state intelligence. His trip was approved, and Oviedo Almedo traveled from New to Argentina to participate in the high course Intelligence in Torture in ESMA. The taught during the course was practiced using arrested Paraguayans in Argentina. Oviedo Almedo served under the headquarters of Pastor Colonel until the end of the dictatorship, in the last years with the main commission position. In 1995 Martin Almada Loai sued for crime against humanity, but Oviedo Almedo died before being unable to trial. The trusted prisoner. In 1982, when Victor watched Us, 10 for 50 years. Us. 197. He claimed that he was detained for a death with the I had nothing to do. The truth, which appears in the archives of terror, it was stopped by theft, and not for the first time. Interestingly, Martin Almada told myself that Victor Rojas had been his vigilante for a period of his long imprisonment, about 6 years before our arrest. In his book he comments, an intense commercial activity is he developed in that underworld. As the food was disgusting, the detainees they ceded their personal objects for a piece of bread. The police officials had an vast clientele. The dead deserved no more respect than the living. The following example is worth. One day our political foreman of shift made us a curious speech in that he manifested us with the greatest carelessness that was barking, but that Stlo stole the rich and the living, that's why there was no accepted the proposal made by the torturers Hector Riquelme, Atilio Gonzalez, Ruben Gonzalez, Lucilo Benitez, Tito Ramirez, and Ramon Benitez to start the gold denture to Benicio Lopez and appropriated his shoes. The supply of the executioners was the prize for the cooperation that regularly lent them. Everyone reacted differently, some cried of rage, others kept their heads cold and tried to inquire more details about the murder. Rojas Silva told us then the entire process of the arrest, torture and death of Benicio Lopez. The explanation that Victor gave us to act as prisoner was that the police had his wife and his 5 kidnapped children, information that I perceive as a lie. However, there is no doubt that it was a man very mistreated by the Stroessner police. The final destination of Victor Rojas is unknown. I have the honor to address to that superiority with the object to inform the news of the service of Director of Turn from Saturday 23 to the day IMS 25:00 C. Horace. Sabbath 23, 1845 hours, fire principal occurred in the interior of the Compañía Paraguaya de Fosforo S.A. Located in 7A. PDA. Among hosts of fires delight 6 national independents, being P. the Yarrow firm Dr. Javagrapuro Vang and the Sinitro is Pro 4/ the Serene Juan Bernardo Eshag struggled on duty. It is unknown the cause of the case and that the loss would be approximately 4 million Gs. They would internalize Autobomba Enros. 2 and 6 of the LS Fire Department Police of the capital and the Autobomba AT1, from the Boiberos Body Paraguay volunteers and staff of Commissioner for a day. Sunday 24/10:00 C hours, the citizen Victor Rojas was arrested. Silva, Paraguayo, married, 56 FEOs of age, With address at Fernan of the Default, it is in charge of the robberies and thefts. 11:25 hours on Sunday, I was received at the office of Guard D3, 3 packages of the newspaper Clarin and a Disvige package at La Aranica trademark scent of the PHE. Stroessner International Airport retained character -16, Go HS. Presidential Security Service is reached in a preventive at the Defense del Chaco Stadium, by the Cryo Prince Octavichtis Pava, and during that service it was arrested, Michel Antonio del Rey Mexican City, single, 28 years, natural de Guadalajara, by Ogfeber of identity document. Chapter 18. Terror Files. Segin. The documents found. In 1917 the police Paraguaya began to file its documents of investigation. In the following 30-7 years there were war against Bolivia, change of ruler at least every 2 years, and a civil war. The documentation of pre-Stronate period is quite incomplete. When Stroessner illegally in 1954, the procedures bureaucratic of the Policifa remained unchanged until 1966, when Pastor Coronel was assigned as the new head of the research department. Thanks to the amazing idiosyncrasy of Pastor Coronel, of carefully file the information about their activities, there are today the unlawful files of terror. With the files seized later, now they consist of about 1 million documents. A part of the violent abuse committed against individuals, also they consist of documents that prove the secret alliance among the 6 dictatorships of the Southern Cone. The Condor operation is the only existing documentation details the agreement between the dictatorships of the region to exchange information and prisoners to make repression more efficient. 4 years after Stroessner's fall, the Court Supreme Justice I approved the creation of the current Center of Documentation and Archive for the Defense of Rights Humans. His purpose is to preserve the documents and their content, in view of its legal, procedural, and historical value through the application of modern procedures of automated control and management. 200. The creation of said documentation center was possible thanks to the finding made by Martin Almada, after 15 years of research on the perpetrators of the crimes executed by 6 higher lord, that I preferred the anonymity. I called him and I warned him that he should go to a police delegation on the outskirts of Asuncion. Accompanied by Judge Jose Fernandez, who came armed with a search warrant, on December 22, 1982 they transferred to the Fatesafiado by the informant. They found the documents that were going to be tests in hundreds of torture, homicide, disappearances, and breach of human rights. According to the opinion of the Commission of Truth and Justice of Paraguay formed after the fall of the Stroessner regime, the documentation found he reliably proves that Paraguay had a representum system with a police and an army highly trained and trained in that regard. The discovery of the files coincides with a political tension period in Paraguay. The Colorado Party, I was still in power, I was in internal bell to appoint presidential candidate for elections already proximus. President Rodriguez's candidate was the engineer Juan Carlos Wasmosi. His opponent was the former president of the Supreme Court of Justice during the dictatorship, Dr. Luis Maria Argafia. From his exile in Brazil, Stroessner was using his illicit fortune to ensure the victory of Argafia, with the purpose of power return to the homeland. Due to the link of Argafia with the Stronate, the press I speculated that the appearance of the files was a strategy electoral to prevent Stroessner candidate from winning. There were also those who claimed that the files were previously looted to eliminate Inciotas tests. For those who continued in power, Martin Almada made me the observant that I was personally convinced that a cleanliness of any reference document had been done to Rodriguez and the drug trafficking. Although none of these presumptions have been proven, he explains how Antonio Campos Alum escaped Brazil a few hours before the finding. Campos Aluminum, brutal torturer and technique director, hard in there put 2 more years after Rodriguez dismissed Stroessner. Rodriguez protected him for being the testaferro of his companies that washed the money from the drug trafficking. I noticed at Alum Campus that was going to allow the discovery of the documents by political strategy, and gave him the opportunity to go into exile. In the words of Martin Almada, interviewed about the theme in August 2012 by the Paradition ABC Color. This is what happened. Interviewer: what is true with the relationship to a revenge or passionate scenario, which allows you to access the map of the terror archive? Sent cuddles were those circumstances? Almada: before the police refusal, because, supposedly, they did not have my antecedents of terrorist intellectual, head to the criminal court to pave the files of the Central Police. The press echoed my petition. I received a call telephone of a woman who told me textually, "Professor, her papers are not found in the Policta Central, but in a Asuncion commissioner. I invited her to come to my office and I give myself a plane." Signal that same plane will have trusted him to Deputy Pancho de Vargas done 3 months, and that he did nothing. He told me that I was fully trusted in my future gestibn. We analyze with M1 research team the plan that coincides with one of the possible places where my background could be found. He 202. Material approach justice, was the detonating fact so that memory exploits. Interviewer: sent what happened to the person who I approached the map of the terror file? Almada: in occasion of the map delivery, he told me that she wants to collaborate with justice, taking into account how much they made me suffer unfairly in Stroessner's CDRCELES. That I was aware of my personal and family tragedy. I was expressed by his solidarity and retired. I never had news of her. In January 1993, Judge Nelson Mora decreed the Alfredo Stroessner's preventive prison. The trial carried the Cartula kidnapping, illegal deprivation of liberty, abuse of authority, torture and double homicide. It was the case of the Ramirez Villalba brothers, missing in 1976. Thanks to the files found that allowed the Judge Mora declare that Stroessner was aware of the most minimum events that occurred in the country. In 2009, the horror archives were recognized by UNESCO as documentary heritage of Paraguay and included in the world's memory record. 203. Chapter 19. The investigation. The chamber in the Palace of Justice in Asuncion, Paraguay, which houses the terror archives. Between 1 million documents that contain the files, are the original UNICs that verify the Condor operations. After my arrival in Paraguay, I dedicated 2 weeks to review the files and sources of my knowledge. I started with the horror archives, now located under safeguard of the Palace of Justice in Asuncion. In his Justice Museum there is a prelude that shows moments of the representative carried out in the country in hysterical terms during the centuries past. Farther, after a small office, there is a sala where, in archivists on giant wheels, is located the rescued documentation. Most documents have been digitized, and now via computers are accessible the museum. The search is named, date, event or 204. Keyword. In 2014 Aiden had not perfected the search system, something that forces the interested party to add a little imagination to achieve the purposes of the search. At the end of this book the documents are included more relevant to the specific theme of this work. Never I found the recorders with our digital footprints registered by the dactylograph. I had the opportunity to review the original file of the records of the entire year 1982, and I was able to verify that they were not located among them. Half of the prompts were never found, which could be an explanation. However, I found several documents in the file which refer to our detent and expulsion from the country. I found a notice about our detent at 9:15 hours of March 1, delivery of our belongings to the Diplomhetic representatives, with the receipt signed with the approval of Caceres spelled, he airport report on our country exit, and a Oviedo Almedo report to Pastor Coronel on the same issue. One day it occurred to me to take a taxi to the new and very elegant Volvo offices operated by the Reeder family. When I asked at the reception by Rolf Reeder, the Lorda, I was informed that I had died about 15 years before. Asking Erica Doman, she told me to continue working in the corporate, but now in the department manager of Siemens products. I took another taxi to the Siemens offices. I locked Erica sitting after a desk, organizing the imminent visit of the new Swedish ambassador to region. With his blonde hair and blue eyes expressed empathy, Erika seemed to me identical to the memory I had of her when he had visited 30-2 years before. No, me he recognized, and confess no memory of the events. 205. I talked about. I showed it the letter I had signed in view of Pastor Colonel receiving our belongings, and I said that if a vague memory aroused. It was the only time in his life that had met Pastor Colonel in person. Gentances, how did he not remember the occasion? He was a terrible person, a murderer who died in a C6 Moda jail, I affirmed. During the time we were talking that during the dictatorship it was of common knowledge that Andrés Rodriguez managed the drug business in the country. Among many other details, he was doing business with Augusta Record before Record was extradited to the USA. You have no doubt that Rodriguez he shared his profits with his superior and then comfort Alfredo Stroessner. However, I considered that Rodriguez a good ruler was the 4 years I last as president after his blow against Stroessner. A opinion that coincides with that of Martin and Maria Stella. Erika told me that Rolf Rieder was a good man and very respected. I died a few years after having fulfilled the 70s. In 1982, he reported as a consul to the Swedish embassy in Brasilia. In turn, the embassy reported to Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Sweden. Erika was sure that Rieder had reported our illegal arrest to the embassy that corresponded to him. He was very careful in that aspect. The most interesting news that Erika shared was about the driver used by Rolf Rieder when we went arrested and expelled from the country. Our driver, Alberto Nafis, said Erika, had many contacts that served us to solve matters. Yeah, he was an informant of the police. In fact, it was in plunder whose compañeros continued working with Pastor Coronel. And by assumption that I betrayed you when he got home with the 206. Pretext of looking for your credential. Erika was impacted by the story that had narrated. 3. If they would have found you on the street after your drain? Of course they would have killed you, and without questions, he told me shaking his head, incredulous. It was not yet your time to die, were his farewell words. 207. Chapter 20. Discovering the reasons of our arrest. Thoroughly analyzing our arrest with all the documentation in hand, it is inconceivable that in 1982 the police or some other Paraguayan authority could have suspected that we were terrorists. What was the explanation officer offered at the time? No, the reason was more prosaic. While Stroessner was not forced to get involved to take care of their interests, the political police, under the Pastor Colonel command, he enjoyed absolute power. Pastor Colonel took advantage of his position to, of different ways, steal and extort their victims. Here some examples, as Martin Almada recapitulates in his book La Forgotten Jail. In 1975, an adventurer arrived in Paraguay English traveling through South America. I entered the country from Foz do Iguaçu, having seen the impressive cataracts of the area. The first thing that passed by Paraguay landed was being assaulted by the rural commissioner of the place that offered him the threat of your gun, demanding in return the portfolio of tourist. English, with limited knowledge of the language Spanish, he was presented to the local military detachment for denounce the robbery suffered. The captain on duty decided better stop the English traveler under the accusation of having wanted attempt against the peace and safety of the República Paraguaya. When English demanded an explanation to regarding, he was informed that he was under the suspicion of being an international terrorist. They took his suitcase, his watch, his last cents and their other belongings, before lushed a week in an army dungeon where vials only provided water. After being 208. Transferred to the Infanteria Regiment of Villarica, then it was changed to Assumption, where in the Department of Investigations had to share the cell with about 20 of people. During your stay in Pastor's dungeons, Colonel was not physically tortured, but psychological. It entered what happened in the physical interrogation room, separated only by a wall of the cell where I found. He was forced to wash the latrine and shoes the officers. Equal to other prisoners, I slept on the floor of cement without matchin or blanket, surrounded by rats and cockroaches. The final destination of the unfortunate English is not known. The same day that our exile was supervised by the topos by Pastor Coronel, that is, on March 4, 1982, this note appeared in the Paraguayan newspaper. Sent, signed Carlos Maria Aguirre _transfer in research. The mother of the detainee Carlos Marta Aguirre proves together with others 3 for the alleged attempted homicide against the Policta officer Dionisio Nolden, exhibits yesterday documents where they are child transferred a property located in Freight, being detained in research. Contrary to this institution, I affirmed that none document was signed by the detainees since they were arrested. The property located in Clean was transferred in the name of Jose Marta Leguizamón with CI number 457,835, according to documents of a real estate of the city. Mother of the detainee Carlos Maria Aguirre stated that your son signed a promissory note and a transfer while already arrested in investigations. I showed documents that prove that your child effectively he had signed several documents on October 15, 1981, date in 209. Which was detained in the cell of the Department of Research. I also denounced the organization supervised by Pastor Colonel. I have anything against the institution police itself, but st against the investigation department for the way my son treated. He was brutally hit. I learned that through several people who were detained con. Then, what stopped Susana and me in him? Investigation Department, Crimes, and Hurtado, where was the center of police torture and control of the dictatorship? By an innocent curious question? I have arrived to conclude that the answer depends on the following factors. In the report of Commissioner Oviedo Almeida on March 1982, he said, both people were arrested on March of the CTE year, by personnel of the 3rd Commissioner, for suspiciously lining up for ALR leadadores of the National Pantheon of the Heroes, making inquiries by the automadvil of the Scepter President of the Republica and disrupt the order to withdraw of the place taught by presidential security personnel. They were accompanied to the airport International President Stroessner for their respective consults. It is my report. Undoubted presidential security personnel mind had instructions to contain any abnormal act, in particular after the attack against Somoza that had it happened 18 months before. They arrested us, and then give us and leave the investigation department to do your work, thus fulfilling your responsibility to protect the president, scared of honor. In fact, in the report that the General Rolf census reader shipping to the Swedish embassy in Brazil on March 10, 1982, endorsed the version that the Paraguayan authorities made arrive. Sedan version of the Paraguayan police, Mr. Ekemar, to root of his insistence on finding out what the car was presidential, he was invited twice by members of the security guard to leave the place, to which neither he nor his accompaniment obeyed, which I motivated his detent preventive for security reasons. Once retained, especially Mr. Ekemar's accompaniment, there would be behaved aggressively and insulting for national authorities. At the time we were taken to the Department of Investigations, the curator on guard was Caceres spelt. Through several witnesses and for having seen it with our own eyes, we know he was a torturer. Also we know, by testimony of Martin Almada and the same shepherd colonel, who was a corrupt who sold jewels and other objects stolen. Surely Caceres spelt saw an opportunity to ear money when 2 foreigners were found arrested in your curator. However, doubts entered how to handle the situation when I delivered our press credentials. Uncertain to the risks that can myriad and about how to take better advantage of the opportunity, he preferred to wait for the arrival of his boss, and ASF leave in the hands of Pastor Colonel the final decision with respect to us. Pastor Colonel checked our bag and found 300 DAR currency, the equivalent to another $200. Sejana official document, his monthly salary at that time was 145,000 guaranis, which corresponded to 930 $. I had his reach about 3 monthly salaries, you may be a little less. No. Headquarters *1. Chief Pa UKM Colonel 145,000. 2. Srio, Private Julian Colonel 68,0003, Uwakdildgrade Jorge T, Colonel 34,000. General Secretary 4, Srio. General Milshades Hentes CT 78,005. Prof. De Dionis Carrios. Cart Torres 51,000. 6. Vacant 51,027. Prod. Yudokarati Pascual. Quayar 91,000. 8. Sinvenido Quayar 51,000 Direction B Surveillance and Crimes 9. Chief Lab Crimin. Victor Ricardo Rojas 62,540, Cotwan 6 Floor 34,000, AIE Luis Coronel Samudio 34,00012, Officer B17 Angel Bernal 30,513. Carlos Pound. Colonel 3500 in. Racila Fernandez Vriano 30,500. Copyright 15. Vacancy 30,516. Auxiliary B05 Anna I. Melo Eustatio 20.500 UE Political and AF Ines Bicalcion 17, Jete de Printa Trida L.de Barrero 62,518, Official B17 Luis C. Mendoza 30 Bulletin 0. 19. Vacant 22,00020. Auxiliary 805 Juan Coronel Samudio 20.500-AIE Marfa Lisa Ramirez 20,822. Isacia G. de Acayo 20.500 as Roman Ciceres 20.524, Myrna Julia Collard 20,500 205 Celia and Yalaspo Yoria 20.526. Innocence 8. Caterman 20,500. The payroll report, dated in February 1982 shows salaries officers of the officials of the investigation department in that year. Nepotism stands out. Of 20-6 people, 6 they carried the surname of Colonel, and 1 Innocence B. Cantero related to the Director of Politics and related, Alberto Buenavex Stonecutter. In addition, 1 Ramon Caceres appears. After sharing the boot with Caceres spelt and Oviedo Almeida. Several things defend this theory. It was a torturer, a murderer, a criminal, but not a stipend. You do not become head of the political police by 20-3 years being a fool. I understood perfectly well that we were some tourists ignorant and not terrorists. I read Susanna's newspaper, while through him of the trip we had made. No, he saw an opportunity, as he had done with the Frenchman that Victor had told us, to soften us until we instill total despair for 1 or 2 weeks. Then through some of his commissioners, make us the offer from leaving the country after having given him, as a rescue, our travel capital under some convenient pretext. Although on a smaller scale, the modus operandi was identical to which his predecessor, Duarte Vera, had used with the German scammers in 1966. Of course, if you have important income through the drug trafficking, the management of official identifications and much MDS-, why would I want to remove some travelers 2,500 lorries and kmaras? My conclusion is that this man of humble origin, who had managed to reach a position of immense power, I felt that he enjoyed total impunity and absolute with its insatiable embassy also free of restrictions. I wanted to take advantage of a few deliveries MDS of some backpacks because it was easy and was within reach. In his book The Last Supreme, Bernardo Neri Farina comments, a commonplace frequently used by police to explain the discretionary arrest of an individual was that this was detained for inquiries. The finding out could last a day, a week, or several years. Failures was effectively the word that Pastor Colonel U6 when he finally exposed the reason for our detent. 214. The final report of the dictatorship, CVJ Volume 8, observes that, human rights violations, arbitrary arrest, illegal raid of abode, disappearance, extrajudicial execution, looting of assets, operational responsible for these repressive forces were the President Alfredo Stroessner, Interior Minister Sabino Montanaro, the police chief of the capital Alcibiades Bertez, the head of detachment to Misiones Camilo Almada and the head of Pastor Colonel Research. Among the places where they had committed the crimes, highlights the Department of Research. As Martin Almada consists in his book La Celsel Forgotten, tourists who wore a beard or long hair were stopped invoking his suspicious appearance, but this was not mess that a pretext to justify official theft, that is, the subtraction of personal objects and money. It happened that some foreign representations interceded for their compatriots and requested explanations. To justify their excesses, the police tried to involve the victims in criminal or terrorist actions. The publication of your book, where this observation it appears, it was in 1978, 4 years before our arrest. Quarter. The oil mechanism of the stronate. 217. Chapter 21. The limitations of freedom. Is the price of peace. The longevity of the Stronist regime. Guttles were the extraordinary circumstances that allowed Stroessner to govern Paraguay with hand steel plus years than any other dictator in South America during the 20th century. As was a cunning politician, his first years in the power reinforced them, forging a tripartite alliance between the presidency of the Republica, the army, and the only party allowed politician. In this way, Stroessner simultaneously managed to be head of state, Supreme Chief of Forces Military and honorary president of the Colorado Party. With some exceptions could count on the U.S. economic and military support to maintain to the country as one of the anti-communist bases during the Cold War. I take advantage of the interest of the United States against the propagation of international communism as pretext for domestic repression. An early example of American support was when the then Vice President Richard Nixon in 1958 visited Paraguay and publicly praises Stroessner for Paraguayan opposition to communism. After the fall of the Stronate, it was possible to the Commission of Truth and Justice of Paraguay identify more than 100 episodes of representation to rural communities and urban between 1954 and 1989, an average of 3 per year. The frequency allowed the CVVJ to define the modus operandi of the dictator. 218. Based on the information presented by their intelligence services, Stroessner personally made important decisions. There was a coordinated planning by the 6 military and police intelligence organs, supported by civilians, mainly the group of militiamen, supervised by Pastor Coronel. Stroessner used propaganda and psychologic actions in order to stigmatize and intimidate to achieve social validation of its objectives. Foster the direct representative through the manipulation and other acts, for the use of civilians as paramilitaries and spies. Authorize arbitrary, interrogation and torture within the framework of the legal helplessness of the inmates. Extrajudicial executions, the forced disappearances, lack of information to relatives and the elimination of any corresponding documentation. I took advantage of the legal system as extensions of the repressive system. Allowed the appropriation of goods and harassment to the community and the family group of victims. Limited the labor and vital possibilities of the people who promoted cases that acted from another way against the interest of the regime. 219. Chapter 22. Those responsible and the methods of handling. The main responsible. The CVJ has done an extensive research on the events during the Stroessner dictatorship. The 8 volumes, published in 2008, consist of 2,475 pages that the testimonies, facts, and conclusions report. In summary, this is the conclusion of the CVJ about responsibility. The executive power, exercised unipersonally by Republic President Alfredo Stroessner, had direct, personal, and institutional responsibility as boss supreme state and head of government, being in charge of the general administration of the country, directly directing the foreign relations of the Republica and being commander-in-chief of the nation armed forces and responsible for the police forces throughout the country. The Commission of Truth and Justice affirms the personal responsibility of Alfredo Stroessner. Mathiot excludes all hypothesis that these violations could have been committed without your knowledge. I established a system concentration policy of power in your driven person for the official propaganda, Coot 6 to the Colorado Party imposing himself as honorary president and partner numero 1, had privileges for the military and their relatives and arbitrarily imposed cruel punishments outside the law who were simply suspected not to match with him. He also propitiates a espionage system of the citizens inside and outside the country through embassies and consulates, so your personal responsibility in cases paradigmatic was active and in other complacency. Never could ignore the violations committed by the 220. Absolute and illegal concentration of power and information in your person. His hegemonia was incontrovertible in relation to repressive system. Segdin sustain the officials of the regime. Only Stroessner can decide if it can be put in freedom to a political prisoner and when he can put it in freedom. The perpetrators responsible for the representative. The conclusion of the CVJ, after its analysis of the testimonies. The testimonies that relate the arrests or are eloquent the torture sessions and name some of the MDS victimizers common, directly responsible, and those who issue orders, like Alfredo Stroessner, Pastor Coronel, Camilo Almada, Luclo Bente, Eusebio Torres, Sabino Montanaro, Alberto Cantero, only for Tundicar the most mentioned by the victims. Impunity. It is important to understand that the Paraguay that ruled Stroessner lived under two different digos. The first, constituted by law and legal norms, corresponded to the formality defended by the regime. The second was the code of the so-called Mbarit, an understanding without written rules that it is simply defined by the hierarchy within the regime and it implied arbitrary and unpunished exercise of power. He thus generated a sense of immunity for the police, the prosecutors, and judges regardless of the degree of illegality of their actions. Officials approved by Stroessner, political, police, military or bureaucrats, that they stole, tortured, murdered, or abused some other. 221. Fundamental human right, they felt sure of that always live in impunity, protected by acting under the idea of the Mbarit. Those not included in the structure of the dictatorship, and those who were critical or adversaries of the system, were excluded from any of both cards and had then to suffer the consequences for its lack of adaptation. Among many other examples, the CVJ reports the following case. Juan José Farias was affiliated with the Liberal Party and dedicated to the sale of ice cream in the Porta Saxony, where a boat binge operated that did the service between Asunción and the Argentine city of Clorinda 7 was arrested March 1969, accused of introducing PCP propaganda in its ice cream cart. The officer Esteban Martinez stopped him Chavez. 3 days later the relatives were summoned by the Polifa to withdraw the corpse gathered in an atat dos Farias of the police polyclinic. Dr. Miguel Angel Martinez Yeris, PLR affiliated, performed the autopsy, finding obvious signs of torture in the corpse. Given the political affiliation of Farias, the PLR initiated a judgment against Pastor Coronel, head of the Department of Research. The police said Farias died from an affection and that he was a militant of the Communist Party. Despite the army of informants, political or civil, with which the political policy of Stroessner counted, these errors were not exceptional, but having cost someone's life affiliated with a political party with representation parliamentary, this case gained 6 publica notoriety. Juan José Farias, seller of sweets, of the match radical liberal, it was the same homo of a Mopico activist looking for by the police was arrested by mistake and conducted to the police research department where was 222. Killed in torture. Dr. Miguel Angel Martinez Yeris made the autopsy, and, despite the fact that doctors' officials wanted to hide it, the result of that he died as a result of torture through immersed forced in the pool, and strong blows to the thorax. The game radical liberal filed a complaint for homicide to the boss of the Department of Research, Pastor Colonel Stroessner protected steel puff at his arm sinister. The complaint was absolutely nothing. Presidential cult and brainwashing. Stroessner was not a charismatic man who moved the people with speeches. Not being his forte, I left it to others. he was a manipulative man whose main reason was to exercise its power with impunity and without questioning. Order placement of his portrait in each school, each office government, each ministry, each institution until, if not the best seen man, at least the most seen from the country. In the main square of the capital, placed on the roof of the National Bank of Paraguay, an ad huge promotes the president's face with his motto peace, work, and well-being with Stroessner. The border city with Argentina was renamed Porto President Stroessner. He main airport of Paraguay, located on the outskirts of Asunción, he also carried his name. His strategy was without doubt instill in the population the paternalistic image of Stroessner as the solution to his daily problems. In considering that most of the subjects in their kingdom or I even had a basic education, it was less difficult than it seems. In 1976 he led a 20-pages letter called Principles and Methods to Combat Communism International, through the governing board of the party. 223. Colorado. In that work you can, among much demagogy in style, read. In the communist regime, the MDS discretionary dictatorship prevails, which in doctrina they call the communists of the proletariat, but that in reality is the brutal, police and repressive dictatorship of the Mandans on duty. 5. Our leader, President Stroessner. Then ours leader, President Stroessner, is universally consecrated as one of the most great rulers within a modern democracy at the service of the permanent interests of a free and sovereign nation. That, consequently who intends impairing the respect he deserves, he is already a traitor to our homeland, an agent of international communism, which aims to confuse the people with falsehoods to crush it later in the most infamous servitude. 7. Communism is an imperialism. Paraguay today, return thanks to the president's colored government work Stroessner, to be done as an independent homeland, manages to affirm its security and its development as pillars of greatness national. Precisely at this time, another imperialism, which est on duty now, communist imperialism, intends in turn interrupt the authentically Paraguayan destiny, to submit it to yugo of the most infamous servitude. We must not believe or accept the false promises of those who seek to sink the homeland in slavery under the communist yoke. Handling people who were looking for privileges with cunning under their shadow, giving them benefits and concessions lucrative while reinforcing his image as the irreplaceable head of birth. International criticism against his government automatically caused praise to Stroessner in editorials of the Paraguayan press. Propaganda printed on the walls Intplikas Dries Loabatu. 224. Stroessner with messages about his dignity as a soldier, heroic and clairvoyance as leader of the state, and la libertad and the constructive, noble, and patriotic democracy of the country. Stroessner cultivated the image of his person, but also the importance of the alliance between the Colorado Party and the armed forces for peace and progress of its regime. However, the most repeated phrases were the ones that the same Stroessner pronounced. In his Democracy Without Communism, the limitations of freedom were the price of la paz. At the same time the dictator and his henchmen automatically they declared that it was considered as Marxist subversion any opposition against the regime. There were nighttime vandalos who painted or they glued messages criticizing Stroessner and the system repressive. With an impressive efficiency, the police daily he started his department of workshops with instructions to travel the city streets eliminating graffiti and posters that could be interpreted as critics towards the government. The books in favor of Paraguayan democracy are more, and if they are against, they are pernicious. There are, of course, tragisemic and absurd examples during the 35 years that the hard dictatorship. The history of human beings is litany of rulers with fear of the written word, an extension of free thought. The written word represents a threat to control and power, while an ignorant people are more docile and easy to manipulate. In his role as dictator, Stroessner does not deviate from the historical pattern. On April 6, 1976, the library of the major seminary Asunción was looted by superior order. The books with a dangerous potential against the dictatorship they were. 229. considered subversive and were confiscated. In the Terror archives there is a document signed by the Commissioner Victorino Oviedo Almedo, in which procedure was for the effects of lifting an inventory of Marxist orientation books that will withdraw from the aforementioned place. Was accompanied by a list by mentioning the books confiscated, which in some cases are absurd and they show the ignorance of the actors. Stroessner all Russian sounded to communist, to the degree that Tolstoy and Dostoevsky's books were considered prohibited reading. In his book The Forgotten Cercel, Martin Almada makes the following reflection: undoubtedly the executioners acted under the effects of drugs. Before entering work they consume alkaloids to better perform their functions. Without, however, Nicolas Lucilo Benitez, aka Curartipair, and Lorenzo Fortunato Laspina would prefer the national drink, the Caffea Aristocrata. Some of the torturers were semi-phobios, which did not prevent them from trying to discuss us on politics. They said, for example, to the propósito of the Nixon visit to Peking, which Nixon was pro-Pekin, and Carter pro-we for them, we were all communists and we received precise slogans from Moscoti, Beijing 0 Havana. Protestant priests, bishops, and pastors were equally qualified from communists. Officer Ramirez Tata Ilig 6 top of affirming that the same Bible is inspired Marxist, Carlos Marx I won Jesus for his cause, and become a subversive element. The Paraguay was a remiss of peace and tranquility, contrary to Italy, United States, France, and all those countries where they do not more than assault banks and put bombs. Here is another example of his book, My days they pass in that environment of moral misery that I endured more hardly from the disappearance of me. 226. Wife. Officers were allergic to all reading material brought from outside the jail. Any visitor who is presented to the jail with a periodic or a book was subject to multiple discomfort. As was evaluated the type of reading that was intended? Without restriction, Patorasti, Duck Donald, The Man Arana, Superman, Mickey, Telefilm, Claudia, all the production of Corin Teledu, sports magazines, 10 IOs of progress in the era of Stroessner and any other panegyrico to the dictator, anti-Sovietic publications, all service material information from the American Embassy, magazines pornographic, bestsellers with warm and racist propaganda. With some reserve, ABC newspapers, The Tribune, Last Hour, and Path. Prohibited, all the works of inspiration progressive, weekly such as The People or The Radical, magazine of the Catholic University, books such as the _Bible Latin American or Living as Brothers, Alcor magazines, Didist Social, among others. On one occasion, the guard seriously threatened a relative of a prisoner for having taken a science book fiction entitled Invasion of the Martians. For him, Marciano and Marxist were the same thing. Instead, one of my companies I received without any problem The Sacred Family, of Carlos Marx and Federico Engels. Thus, all literature requisitioned in the jail or outside it was subject to traffic and he ended up reappearing in bookstores or private libraries. An example, in 1973 the June number of the magazine containing an article about drug traffickers Paraguay and Pastor Coronel and others. The normal price of the magazine era to 50 guaranis, but the June copies they were sold to 1000 guaranis and circulated profusely throughout the country. Another example of the absurd is what happened to 227. Anarchist leader Ciriaco Duarte, 70 years old, which was forced to appear in the investigation department. For the crime of being the owner of subversive books about the anarchy issue, had to remain 40-8 hours standing with your hand handcuffed, seeing a wall. His guard did not allow any movement, nor talk to the other prisoners in the room. After ASF hours, Duarte asked the guard to read to distract the petition was denied. After another good rato, Duarte asked his guard if he could read something in high voice. This request was also declined. Another time step, and Duarte with all seriousness I asked if I could think. The guard lost his patience and began to hit him, until Duarte fell to the floor. Out of control, the guard grit, just forbidden to read diabolical literature, and is prohibited think. Martin Almada tells that he had the next experience with Colonel José Felix Grau, formed in the School of the Americas and illiterate like most of the Paraguay military. It had been classified as intellectual terrorist. Polakfa treated me as an individual, and the army as a subject. To humiliate myself and degrade, they didn't look me for me name. A Mafiana approaches Colonel José Felix Grau, commander of the field of _concentration of ambush in 1977, and shouts me, subject. I ignored him, became nervous, and in an arrogant voice he told me, I'm talking to you, JJ, Saluto. Excuse me, my colonel, as of today I have stopped being subject. Then, and now, what is it? I am preached, and proud to be a good predicate. The illiterate colonel entered his labyrinth because I knew what the predicted word meant. Maze I believed. 228. That had become a Protestant shepherd. I moved away, but only after making a threat. After having read the above, Martin Almada he sent the following note: Grau had the rank of colonel for the merit of having launched from your Hellas Prodero on the Paraguayan jungles to Union leaders, students, teachers, journalists, intellectuals. It was very well known as the Death Butcher. He reached the field of concentration, normally drunk and warm, threatening the left-handed. The press. The criticism in the media against the Stroessner regime was silenced with her usual steel hand, just like research on corruption and excesses of privileged who belonged to the Stronate. Between 1968 and 1989 the research department, by superior order, executed the imprisonment of journalists who expressed opposite opinions, the ABC Color Paradox in 1984 and The Town in 1987, and Clauser 6 Radio Nangidi in 1987. Sabino Montanaro, Interior Minister and spokesman from Stroessner, announced that ABC Color was closed for preaching hate among Paraguayans. On another occasion prohibited departure from the Extra Sportsman for his writing made by non-athlete journalists. Convened by the head of the police Alcibiades Bertez, the directors of ABC Color and Radio Nangidi were invited to look for exile in case like the country. In 1988, when Aden was missing and a fight for the fall of the dictator, all the critical country means of the country regime had been silenced, except two. The exceptions they were Radio Caritas and the magazine The Path, both belonged to the Catalog Church. 229. Chapter 23. Some observations. About the economy. During the Stronate. The cultivation of the fields. Excluding smuggling, agriculture and livestock, it represented an estimated 20% of GDP, and almost the entire official export. This sector used 45% of the population labor. The main export products were soybeans, cotton, and bovine meat. The cultivated territory was less than 10% of the Paraguayan surface. Deforestation. The lack of control in the Chaco during the last decades has become a serious problem. It is estimated that Paraguay has lost 90% of its storm forests between 1975 and 2008. It 8 dams, and Yacerda. Backed by Taiwan's economic aid, Stroessner. I negotiated with Brazil the construction of the hydroelectric dam Itate, that at the time Gloria was the greatest in the world. Located in El Rio Parana between Brazil and Paraguay, the project allowed Paraguay have the highest economic growth in Latin America during 70s. Of the energy that the dam produces, almost all of them goes to Brazil in exchange for an annual economic compensation in favor of Paraguay. With 5% of its capacity, Itate covers the total energy need. 230. From Paraguay. In 1983 the construction of the dam began Yacerda between Paraguay and Argentina, projected to supply 22% of demand of Argentine electric energy. It was inaugurated in 1998. Final cost of $11,500 million, the whereabouts are ignored, of $1,870 million, which has given rise to numerous, and fruitful Aden, Research. In the words of Argentine President Carlos Menem, the work became a corrupted monument. The construction of the two dams forced the displacement of at least 160,000 Paraguayans, in its majority without economic compensation. It is worth mentioning that Taiwan was governed by Chiang Kai-shek and his son Ching Kuo under martial law since 1949 until 1987. The economic aid of the United States. As other chapter of this book details, during the Stroessner dictatorship the United States reached Paraguay economic and military aid for $237 million declares. The informal economy. During the Stronate the majority of the Paraguayans worked in the field, in micro-enterprises 0 as sellers ambulance 4% of the country's workforce had a job in companies with more than 50 employees. The impact of corruption. In proportion to its population, no government has had 231. So many resources at their disposal, external and internal, such as the by Alfredo Stroessner. However, of his announced works big to improve the well-being of his compatriots, was the same Stroessner who encourages the existence of corruption. What was the drop that I finally spilled the glass of his long dictatorship? Although corruption did not start with him, to Stroessner was a political instrument to stay in power. The lack of distribution of resources. Fundamentally, the economy of a name and the distribution of resources is what finally determines if a town is still and happy, or if you opt for a revolution against those privileged in power. There are many examples in world history that prove it, between the revolutions of the United States, France, Russia, and most of the countries of America Latin in the 19th and 20th centuries. During the Stronate, a large part of the budget national was spent on keeping the armed forces. In 1962 Stroessner assigned 33% of the annual budget for the army maintenance and police bodies. By comparison, during the same year of 1962, assigned 15% to education and 2% to public works. No, there was income tax, for the simple fact that the majority of the economy was informal or based on the smuggling. It is estimated that smuggling during the 80s, including the drug THIRD-WORLDISM, contributed 25% of the gross domestic product. In the same period, field products represented 20% of GDP. 232. Chapter 24. The World Dump. The Nazis' fugitive protection. During the years in which Adolf Hitler was held, the famous as of Nazi aviation, Hans Rudel, I renovated the eldest number of missions of the Luftwaffe. He is the most awarded man in the history of Alamdan Army. Because of the damage he caused, Stalin offered 108,000 rubles to whom he will give his head. Being a Nazi known, at the end of World War II one hid first in Argentina, where the friend became intima of President Juan Perón. When the regime of They Forgive in 1955, Asunción was moved under the protection of Stroessner. Visited the Paraguayan presidential palace in several occasions, when Stroessner entrusted him negotiations to get armaments. Hans Rudel, an intrepid pilot that the MDS man became awarded in history German. It was the Tinnik medal recipient Iron Cross with Hoyas of oak in gold, swords, and diamonds, which received from Adolf Hitler personally. I enjoyed a close friendship with Juan Perón, then president of Argentina, and did commercial treatment with Alfredo Stroessner, who facilitated new documentation and hutta of Nazi compatriots. During his time in the country, Rudel illegally met Joseph Mengele, whom more late for me. Had the need to flee to Brazil to avoid hunters from Nazis. He did it with the support of a supporter of the cause Nazi, Wolfgang Gerhardt. Joseph Mengele, known as the Death Angel. He was a doctor and official SS who during the last 2 years of World War II worked in the field of Auschwitz concentration. People who came to knowing claim that Mengele was a Dacian man, someone that fell happily while determining who I was going to send to the Gaskdira and those who live for participate in your investigations. I never exercised medicine curative, his clinical interest were genetic racial studies. For example, he did experiments to change the color of the iris through an injection of chemical substances in the eyes of children, various amputations, and on one occasion the creation of 234. Artificial Siamese through the unidentified brothers twins. I had a special interest in the twins, to whom he came to dissect alive. It was notorious for his way of selecting the victims to perform their inhuman experiments with the prisoners and the choice he made among others to allocate them to gas cameras for not serving Nazis as labor. It was particularly hard with those internal who, raped by the guards, they became pregnant. The automatic destination of these unfortunate women was the gas camera. After the war, Mengele managed to escape South America where he evaded his capture until his death. With the help of a network of former members of the SS, in July 1949 from Europe to Argentina under the name of Helmut Greger, where I lived for 10 years. Eventually got a job as a cultivation equipment seller for the family business of a supporter of Nazism. Paraguay was assigned as its sales territory exclusive, a country that had begun to frequent in 1951. In 1959 he was forced to escape from Argentina to evade Nazis hunters, such as Israel's Mossad, Simon Wiesenthal, and the government of Western Germany. With Hans Rudel's help, Mengele was awarded the citizenship Paraguaya, ratified by the Supreme Court of Justice. He processing had an estimate of 4,000 dólares. Approved by Stroessner, was Sabino Montanaro, who on October 24, 1959 I issued his identity card with number 293,348, on behalf of José Mengele. On the 30th of the same month I received the Certificate of Good Behavior and Residence for obtained citizenship. On November 27, the Supreme Court I declared a naturalized Paraguayan citizen. Together with Cecilia Enciso, jure 6 fidelity to his new country on December 9 of that annus. 235. November 26, 1956. This photo of Joseph Mengele was taken for renewal of its Argentine identification. The document that Joseph Mengele signed with his new identity José Mengele, swearing loyalty to his new homeland. As of 1960 Mengele was a Paraguayan ranch which had bought not far from the border with Argentina. In that decade Stroessner developed a skin disease, that was eventually diagnosed as leprosy. Mengele he gave tips on blood treatments to heal. Mengele was constant escape from the Israelis and the Germans who wanted to see him face a trial for his crimes during the war. Sao Paulo was moved, Brazil. In 1979, at the age of 68 years, died from an attack cardiac swinging at sea. He was buried as Wolfgang Gerhard, the false name he had used since 1975. In 1985 his identity was confirmed, when his remains were exhumed and compared to the DNA of his son Rolf. Ex-command of the Riga ghetto and responsible for the 237 death of thousands of Jews, Edward Richman acquired the Riga butcher nickname. In 1977 Stroessner allowed him take refuge under his wing after escaping from Argentina. His corpse mysteriously disappeared from the Paraguayan hospital where died in August of the same year, among strong suspicion that the corpse was not that of Richman. The protection of international criminals. Apart from protecting fugitive Nazis, Stroessner gave home to common criminals, terrorists, and a dismissed dictator, all perfugos of international justice. The head of the heroin world traffic, the exaggeration de la Gestapo, Augusta Record, enjoyed the protection of the dictator sharing his profits with him and his general's scenes. When Anastasio Somoza was overthrown as Nicaragua ruler, Paraguay was the tinic country in the world that offered asylum to the dictator and his family. I grant the terrorist protection looked Bars, Ustashi group leader, who in 1971 murdered the ambassador Yugoslav in Stockholm. Barsi sent and its company Brajkovi. They were the first foreigners in the history of Sweden in commit an act of terrorism. Arrested and sentenced to the maxima pena for the courts, the next Bars were released by the Swedish government when some of its compatriots kidnapped an avid from the SAS and they demanded their freedom. Barsi sent and follow Paraguay where he continued with acts of terrorism, including murder in Asunción of the Uruguayan ambassador, who confused with the Yugoslav ambassador to capital. During one visit to the United States in 1977 was identified, detained, and extradited to Sweden by the FBI, where he fulfilled part of his condemns before being expelled. Returned to Paraguay where 238. He was hired by Stroessner as security instructor presidential. He had the rank of captain in the Army Paraguayo, and was hired as an ambassador driver Paraguayan in Washington, Mario López Escobar. I wore a Paraguayan passport with the name Tony Sarek. In 1991 Bars returned to Croatia to participate in the War of Independence. There was killed in July same year. I look at Bersic, here training troops. Paraguay's of elite in 1988, was a terrorist. International to whom Stroessner offered refuge in Paraguay. Chapter 25. Concentration fields, and theft of goods and lands. Looting, theft and destruction of belongings. Part of the modus operandi of the Stroessner oppressive system was looting, theft and destruction of the assets of the affected people. Apart from the humiliation of being arrested and suffer the torture of the interrogation, 1 in 3 victims saw how people in power stole their belongings and or how his life as a provider of his family it was destroyed. Bad lands. Lands destined for poor peasants were awarded to President of the Republic, ministers of the executive power, high government officials, military and police officers in service active, senators and deputies, politicians and landowners. So as to entrepreneurs and industrialists not dedicated to agriculture or livestock and that did not reside in the lots, and even a dictator persecuted for the justice of his country and refugee by the Paraguayan dictatorship. Among the beneficiaries were Stroessner and their family, General Yegros, and Nicaraguatense ex-dictator Anastasio Somoza Debayle. The occupation of peasant communities. A repressive system of the Stroessner dictatorship of different way inside the PAFS than in areas urban inside Occupy and Isen peasant communities whole, such as Santa Rosa communities. 240. Misiones, the community of Simbrin, and Costa Rosado in Caiguaste. In these places the military, by higher order, they committed horrendous rights violations humans, with the intention to punish the civil organizations and political opposition. Our communities were converted into concentration camps in unworthy conditions. 241. Chapter 26. The language of repression. The torture. The use of torture permeates the Stroessner dictatorship. Although it is an issue that causes deep disgust and discomfort, being the preferred work method of the repliers to achieve results, it is necessary to clarify in that consisted. The thousands of testimonies recorded by the CVVJ they underline pain, lived indignity, and the very difficult need to obtain a true confession of a person subject to physical and or psychological torture. Torture and executions. Stroessner himself was the one who decided executions, the former director of political and social affairs, Jorge Arevalos Ayala, he affirms in an interview in the newspaper Ultima Hora. During 1980 to 1985, Arevalos reported to the Minister of the Interior, Sabino Montanaro. The order for torture and executions were given Stroessner himself directly, in all cases. Nobody I moved a single finger without an order of his. Stroessner wise everything, nothing did without him giving the order. I know everything he drove between Stroessner, Montanaro, Pastor Coronel, and the General Bertes. There was a struggle between Montanaro and Pastor Colonel, because the chief of investigations wanted to be minister inside. And although it seems incredible, Montanaro was the one who many times he tried to soften, not to be aliegated at extremes. Bertes was a born murderer, just like Colonel. When he sent to torture someone, the police chief said, "Speak or it does not speak." And if he doesn't speak, bang. The first years of the Stronate, the preferred method to get rid of the critics of the dictatorship was to throw them out. 242. In this the technique room, located on Chile Street, the torture of the pool was used, introduced in 1956 with the arrival of Robert K. Thierry. The music played during the session was to hide the cries of the victim. After Stroessner's fall, the technique was converted into the Museum of Memoirs, supervised by Marta Stella Caceres. 243. From a plane on the Parana River. In 1956 Stroessner I got technical assistance about CMO torturing with more efficiency to people perceived as threat to their, still unstable, power. At that time the United States they postulated as the democratic counterpoint of infiltration communist, promoted mainly by the Soviet Union. The political tension between the two world powers, which lasts from the end of World War II to the Berlin Wall fall in 1989, is known as Warfare I. Generated two important wars, that of the peninsula of Korea and Vietnam. The United States, in search of allies against their perception of the main political threat, hugged the General Stroessner as his new ally with help promises economica in exchange for your loyal support against communism. Part of the agreement with Stroessner was to send him to the Lieutenant Colonel Robert K. Thierry, specialist in interrogation physics 0, in lighter words, torture. In the military base of the United States located in Panama, there was a confidential manual as a reference for physical interrogations. The manual contains instructions to keep the victims alive and with ability to respond, draining them electric shocks. Recommends soaking the bodies and heads of people subject to interrogation with seawater. The manual contains a sketch that shows how to proceed with the treatment. One of these manuals came accompanied by a letter instructive of the U.S. Embassy in Paraguay, addressed to the chief of the police in Assumption. Around 2,000 military and police were trained by Americans in Panama and, from 1984, in Georgia, the United States. Another testimony affirms the participation and the presence Stroessner during the White Night, where he had ordered the presence of several key people in their government before of. 244. Continue to a social event. Another book of research news was open, AST, alevosisly open, on the other documents. September 21, 1976, the so-called White Night of Research at DIES executed 4 young people. I had seen the child of the Villalba in one of my arrests in investigations, and I Krita who died long before, because he crawled on the floor like those worms, poor thing, he was paralytic that night in investigations, before being executed. That was the night Stroessner enters research. It is called the White Night because it was the debut of the Centennial Club. Then Stroessner cited Alt and everyone already went from Tuxedo Blanco, that's why some called him the White Knight. Among those who I know they were because I have seen them, Alcibiades Bertez Borges, Sabino Augusto Montanaro, Colonel Guin Serrano, Conrado Papalardo Saldivar, Mario Abdo Bente. Francisco José de Vargas, Research Department, 1976. Before a court of justice of the United States, giving his testimony in the case of Joel Filer Tiga, Robert White declared in 1980. Torture in Paraguay is the basis of repression, is the system heart that allows Stroessner regime keep. The torture is institutionalized and there are people who for the Mafiana they go to work, and their work is torture, and to the night they return home and carry out activities like any normal person. Follow reliable data, arbitrary arrests, torture, and cruel and degrading treatment were structured by Colonel Robert K. Thierry. 245. Robert K. Thierry. When he reached the presidency in 1977, Jimmy Carter claimed the lack of respect for the human rights of the regime of Stroessner in Paraguay. However, the administrations of Presidents Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, and Ford they supported the repressive system with economic resources, international communication facilities, and advice and military training. Richard Nixon in particular, first as vice president of Eisenhower, and then as president, he gave his support to the dictator. Flattering the Stroessner regime, Nixon Tblamo I qualified Paraguay as the birth more consistent in the fight against communism. In a secret memorandum of the Embassy North American in assignment dated November 17, 1955, his secretary Andrew Wardlaw mentions the request of the Interior Ministry in Paraguay to send a coach police. The ambassador, Arthur Adjutant, confirmed on the 30th of November, in a confidential letter to the Secretary of Paraguay Foreign Relations, that the application had been accepted. Robert Kenray Thierry of Texas from the United States, born on January 17, 1909. Study laws at the university, and then graduate from Army Command, General Staff College and the Strategic Intelligence School. Thierry was a veteran of the Korean War and an expert was-turned torturers. In 1956 he had the position of Lieutenant Colonel of the United States Army. His commission was coordinate intelligence and research techniques functions with the military police and other special organizations. In summary, Thierry was a specialist in physical interrogation disseminated by the United States government. He arrived in May 1956 with a contract of 6 months to work as a police advisor at the section anti-communist who reported the Interior Minister, Edgar. 246. Ins Fran. In a confidential memorandum on September 25 that same annus, the American Embassy in Asunción informed its State Department that the government Paraguayan had been very pleased with the Thierry work results. For its continuity, the Paraguay improved the efficiency of physical interrogation techniques. It is worth mentioning that Thierry's first student was Antonio Alamos Fields who, from 1958 to 2 years after fall of the dictatorship, remained as director of the technique, the more infamous torture center in Stronate. Before Lieutenant Colonel Thierry began his CEMO instruction torturing the subversives more efficient, the physical interrogation in Paraguay used to be violent and primitive, that is, with kicks, blows of puff and lashes, burns with cigarettes, etc. With Thierry's illegal, I know the methodologic refinement of the torture. When Thierry had finished the extension of his course, the methods had been expanded with the application of electric shocks, the light on day and night, deprivation of the dream, music during torture, linked threats with the family of the interrogated, immersion in an Ilna tub of water and excrement, blows in the most vulnerable of the body, all designed to start confessions of detainees within a more efficient period. There is a report in the Horror Archives, dated of March 20, 1958, in which Thierry explains to Edgar Insfran the achievements of the new organization created under its advice. The first paragraphs are transcribed right away. Syria Minister. Having spent an Aryan and 9 months in the circumstances enjoyable, having worked with its minister, and having at this point, completed the mission that was assigned to me. 247. In your pats, I allow myself to take this opportunity to write a brief memorandum about my activities, with respect to the National Directorate of Technical Affairs. It has been well advised and updated up until present. I am sure that under the direction of Dr. Antonio Fields Alum, this little boy, but powerful organization, will continue paying the same highly efficient service as since your creation. I allow myself to suffiler at the same time, that with support and large resources to work, the horizons of the DNAT are unlimited. Stroessner visited the technique for personally inspect the facilities and the efficiency of the questiongationese torture techniques. In its final report, the Commission of Truth and Justice reports that the perpetrators, instructed by Stroessner and supervised by Pastor Coronel, the following applied methods to extract information from detainees: docking with no instruments, blows with tools, extreme colgamation and // positions, piloted asphyxiation by immersed in water - suffocation with bags of polyethylene, electricity step through the body, 0 electric picana, burns, 0 cuts, sexual violation, others forms of sexual violence, job forced. Other physical torture. Other forms were qualified as torture psychologic, although many forms of torture produce both physical and psychic suffering, individual isolation extreme, insufficient food, lack of medical care. 248. Unhealthy conditions, overcrowding, suafio deprivation, incommunication, witness torture from others, simulation of shooting, threat of death to relatives, threat of sexual violation, threat of violation sexual to relatives, slander about family members, humiliations. The most frequent torture were the blows with and without instruments and those related with denigrating situations in the arrests such as insufficient food, incommunication and unhealthy conditions. Almost half of the victims they were threatened with death, which reiterates politics of a state of generating terror and anxiety in the civil population, without the least respect for their rights or their physical integrity or psychologica. As if that were not enough, certain torture techniques of enormous intensity in terms of pain or suffering, physical and psychological, they affected 1 in 4 detainees, such as the use of electricity or electric pikana, the pool, hanging or extreme positions, witness third-party torture. The capital of the capital held and tortured in the police barracks and in the commissioners, but especially in 2 specialized establishments, in the research premises, in the direction of surveillance and crimes, and in the technique. A testimony among many others. They tied her ankles and put bas to base to tortured him for 304 hours and killed him, say there were 3 rolled annas prepared for torture. Julian's bedroom was above Cuba's. They hung him and made him run electric current, when that came just from the Tatuen government. A series of gifts to the Paraguayan government were battery electrical articles, rechargeable, and the burns it has are of those devices. Joel Filer Tiga. City of Asunción, 1976. Torture, hiding, suffocation. The CVJ receives testimonies from piloteada, asphyxiation by immersion in water, suffering from 24% of detainees. The suffocation was a paradigmatic method of prolonged torture in the case of Paraguay and whose brands are difficult to identify. The torturers put a bofio suit, undressed, and they tied the victim of hands and feet. Commonly they laid the tortured back against a full bafiadera of water and they are subfected on it to control it, frequently of hair. They placed the head of the victim under water until it began to aspire to water. They took when they considered that the person was enough desperate for suffocation. They hit him in the belly, generating vomin. They threw water in the nose to get him out, to keep aspiring water, when he felt except. They also gave him blows with both hands on the 2 ears, causing dizziness and confusing, which increased the suffering. The questions and screams sought to stun and uncontrol to the victim, who was led to agonia, which was interrupted before the death was consummated. These steps they began repeatedly. They produced despair with loss of consciousness and sphinx control. Some of the torturers did not participate in a way direct in torture to be able to exercise a session control, since the fury generated in the activity uncontrolled the direct victimizer, being able to exceed, when the goal was prolonged torture and not cause his death. The pool was used against people of all ages, even children and the elderly, of both sexes, even taxed women, as detailed in the chapter on gender and nifis. Physical consequence of 250. This form of torture were heart injuries and deaths, lung problems such as infections that in some cases they leave sequelae, and hernias generated by violent efforts produced in the despair of agonia. Torture through electric shocks. 19% of the testimonies related experiences of torture with electricity, what is usually known as a pikana electric, that is to say the use of electrodes to pass the electric current by the body of the victim. The passage of electricity through the body is very painful and disturbing, but even when applied in parts of great sensitivity, like ears and genitals. Telephones were used to magneto as well as the electrical current come in, with a transformer that decreased its voltage. In the Department of Surveillances and Crimes of the capital, there was one of these teams against the wall next to the bafiadera that was used as a pool to suffocate the victims. The use of these infrastructure dedicated to serving torture instruments. It is a sample of premeditation and the method used systematic form against detained people. The testimonies collected by the CVJ show that this type of torture was applied to people of different age and sex. Torture through humiliations related to care and body toilet. A large percentage of people refer to that it was subject to frequent humiliations, 61.3% of victims. Our practices supposed a set of living conditions humiliating and degrading for detainees. The victims low describe as insults linked to creating difficulties for the realization of body care. It was hindered in the form prolonged and intentional living conditions in the imprisonment, for example not allowing cleaning and care. 251. Staff, not supplying clothes or medications, denying the intimacy in the satisfaction of evacuation needs since they occurred in the midst of other detainees and in jars of can and bottles without any hygiene. I also know they mention other practices such as work assignments, domestic forced, how to clean the excused, without then allow them access to cleaning. They were degrading treatment in living conditions as if they were animals, as if the reclusion conditions were a stable or Wyatt. In the patio we are 57 people and there was no water. Was the barium no lid and floated the excrement? We get between 3-4 people to clean with our hands as animals and we are Jair Dido shouted, did. 3 months we were AST. We were not delayed and the food were remains that were going to throw themselves in the trash, J disaster. Near we had the Bascio, and millions of flies had Amelio Ferreira, Colonel Oviedo, 1977. Torture through food deficit. If the most frequent physical torture was the beating application and the most recurring psychological torture was the threats of death, food deprivation, and in general hunger caused by the captors, it meant part of the usual treatment in the arrest conditions. 59% of detainees, 1,451 testimonies, they know that they suffered in their captivity insufficient food for your basic needs. Constituted forms of weakening of the ability to resistance and mortification of the detainees. The privaxient total food, scarce feeding, and feeding with degraded food or in bad conditions, they formed part of a system of abuse and devaluation of the captive. Hunger and animal food have an effect of intimidation, devaluation, punishment, and affront. This circumstance a little decreased when the prisoners could. 252. Have external support, what was generally given in the middle class and urban origin, to whom family members carried food, and was aggravated in the case of people with lower resources and the inhabitants of areas rural or distant from prison centers that could not be helped by their families. One of the actions of the Committee of Emergency Help Churches, since 1976 it was precisely provide food to detainees. In many cases the food lack did not work only as omission and as assembly of a climate of denigracy, but it was also aggravated by the perpetrators. The prisoners they were mistreated as animals. MT gave me the cooked bean that all those rose gazanitos, and that puts me all to MT, but I ate with pleasure because I offer this for the poor who have nothing to eat and it ate with pleasure. That gave them anger. And Hippolyta Sale and me I trampled my sore foot for torture. Pratsita Benitez Pease, Santa Rosa, Misiones, 1976. The detainees were subject to subhuman conditions. The common prisoners were sent to the Hotel Garant, the luxurious MDS of the capital, to collect the remains of the food for the hatchery from Ramon Saldivar, head of the surveillance and crimes. Many times we had to placate hunger with those remains already fermented. Food see both from the Garant Hotel and of the Lido Bar. The owner of this crowded place, called Otto and of Austrian nationality, it also went in the field of concentration of ambush for the alleged crime of being subversive. It was the military pretext to seize your business. We knew that the window of these places because the container or taco of food was full of female cigarette butt lipstick. No, you imagine that despite the regrets it was tasty because we tempted a lot of hunger. Martin Almada, Asuncion, 1978 and 2015. 253. Torture through the unhealthiness of prison. Most of the time the conditions under which he kept the detainees were totally unhealthy. 54.8% of the victims I reported these conditions that refer to the more extreme cases. The detent centers did not have the minimal conditions such as beds or sleeping places, or minimal hygienic clothing or conditions to accommodate prisoners. These lived and sleep on the ground, and many sometimes they have only the space of some tiles to be able to do it, with which they could not even move, turning to be able to sleep lying. No have facilities sufficient or adequate evacuation and personal hygiene, whereby health problems due to conditions unhealthy and disease transmission were problems very frequent. These conditions become harder in the extent that prison was extended by years in dungeons small where the prisoners were overcrowded. This overcrowding caused the name of Pantine of the Living, referring to the tomb condition in which he kept certain prisoners. Torture through overcrowding as the lack of food were signs of intentional disagreement, of the will to maltreat and sapphia against victims. They fulfilled their role of make suffering and disorganizing the personality of the detainee. This torture fulfilled its effect to a greater extent the more the illegal arrest prolonged, and especially because it affected practically all the people locked in that place of seclusion. The detainees do not have condemnation or knowing the plazo de permanencia en prisi 6n, mientras sobrevivian en condiciones degradantes y de sufrimiento extrema. 254. Torture through isolation and incommunication. Una práctica común aplicada con la mayor parte de los detenidos was isolation. The prisoner was completely disconnected from the rest of the detainees with the promise of show him that from now on his fate and destiny would be in manos de sus represores. The isolation sought to break the social and affective ties that were naturally generated between victims, weakening solidarity and the ability to resistance of prisoners, which found a group in the group sosan emocional fundamental. Además, el aislamiento se produce generalmente en condiciones en extrema penosas, with mining cells without ventilation and alanas of insects and dirt. In the long run, the isolation of these characteristics can generate difficulties in maintaining the awareness of one's aim and the links to the environment. According to the data of the CVJ, 40.5% of the detainees claim to have suffered extreme individual insulation. Insulation is necessary also add the incommunication, applied in the relationship of the victim with her family and friends. The repression no allowed the meeting or communication between the detainee and your relatives. In some cases, the height of the police will even detention of the person who was eagerly sought by his family. Strictly speaking, these are forced disappearances of people of a temporary character or kidnappings, as defined then. It was common for repression organizations of the regime would procedure to the principle of the arrest because they did not know exactly what to do with the victim. Once family members knew the victim where evidence began to reach them of abuse, in the form of bloody clothes or by medication request. Torture with death threats and execution drills. Within the framework of this torture, the detainee was put before the 255. Imminence of his own death in sinister simulation that I was able to break it spiritually. It is atrocious experience was testimonized by e. 12.4% of people arrested known the practice of torturers, and knowing that in the country the most complete arbitrariness reigned and impunity, the detainees were subjected to stress extreme, given the certainty of the final moment that after the end it didn't specify. Then he tells me, J-tree that shovel, ACD cava for your hole. And they took things out and started to dig, and, when I was already dumping this depth, tells me, Jaco state alt. Neil. I met, it was a small thing ast, and I started thinking, scent being that these are going to kill, for the depth, if it had been more deep, thousands of things go through your mind, ast. Soon, it's too late, it's already to be at night, more did, faster. Then I declined and well, and the AHT types with the tupho and drugs tells me. Approach, go to bed. I kicked my chest and catkos ast. I take MDS 0-1 ast hand, a guy comes, above. An ACD begins and shoots with a pyropipt, those that have a small ACD, near the atdug. The mud entered me through the atdug, through the eye, through my mouth, through my nose. And suddenly J-pum. Something that gives me ACD, and of course I close the eyes, I do, they shot me in my chest and I was straight in sand wet. I heard but in another room, people who cried and PD Socorro. Emilio Barreto, Lambert, 1965. Psychological torture. Celestina Almada, Martin Almada's first wife, died on December 5, 1974. During the torture that Martin suffered, they unknown his wife to listen to the sessions that applied to her husband. It was public knowledge that Zapatero's needle was the instrument of torture for prisoners of 256. Awareness. One of those lesnas was sent to Celestina wrapped among your clothing, with curds and stains of blood. The next day I died of a heart attack. It was one of the so many psychological torture to which she was subjected. The repressors of the Stronist dictatorship developed a wide variety of psychologic torments applied to the detainees. Grouping these different modalities of torture, 38.5% of testimonies have suffered them at the moment of their arrest. Between these psychologic tortures include some ceremonies degrading and acts of tblikos humiliation that have the goal of destroying their own ideas and stigmatizing victims before society. An example of these atypical forms occurred in 1965, in a fact that happened to history such as rebautismo. A group of peasants who the dictatorship linked to United National Liberation Front, were forced to swear about the Bible their definitive rejection of communism. This ritual extrafio was carried out in the presence of the Interior Minister Edgar L. Insfran, and the Catholic priest Cantalicio Gatto, and was released through the press of the time. The instrumentation of religious feeling with a political purpose, abolish any form of resistance to tyranny, is evident. The intention was to associate the option socialist or social protest with hell and sin. At sent us to put our hands on the Bible and baptize another time, because they decide that we were communists. Church decomulgated and renamed us to stay again as Christians. Then every month we went to sign, and how it was far we moved to Itacurub. Juan Bautista Martinez, Itacurabi de la Cordillera, 1965. 257. The executioners resort to scientific torture methods. They know the sensitive more parties of our body and attack them without piety. Electrodes, blinding spotlights, braided wires, lesnas, cacaporas, beaten full of urine and excrement, and 10 other instruments were put at the service of our destruction, physical and quick. The use of pentotai constitutes a procedure usual, and in some police stations they also use the stocks and the loves dogs. The persecuted objective was not only to make us speak but, fundamentally, break our morals. We mark for a lifetime, we reduce the condition of human genops. For this, the lucky to the interruption of the lot would also be used. Each torture instrument tanta your name. They called Constitution National to the braided cables ending in metallic balls, human rights to fetid water with excrement and urine. Paraguayada to a finely feared Ldigo, democracy all kinds of cactporus, General Stroessner to the lesnas de Tamario Grande, and Pastor Colonel to those of Tomillo MDS Small Martin Almada, 1978. Torture through forced labor. I went to the direct security guard, handcuffed, they took me, then they took me away and sent me to forced labor. 3 acios and 2 months for J 14 hours per day. Breaking stones with mallet in Tacumbu. We throw almost everything Tacumbui. Now I became a lake. Andres Bernal, Asuncion, 1960. The forced labor were terrible. And we tempt us. We got so practical that we already met the vein and know with Cuddento's blows. In the quarry of Tacumbui do about 50 degrees MDS or less. Arnaldo Clarici, Itaptia, 1959. Sexual torture. The threats of sexual violation by repressors. It was an appeal for intimidation and to impose terror. 258. Frequently used in carcers and prison centers of Stronism. 21.3% of detained women were victim of this type of threats, according to the testimonies of the CVJ. Many times those who received the threats were men, chiefs of family, to whom it is noted that their companheiras or minor daughters would be raped. Now what they told me, but that they did not do, Jme said that night was going to be them. As I was in a religious institution, threatened and decide, J, are we going to put ourselves between 5 for her? That was a psychologic torture, but I never know I do, thank God. AP, 1975. While they left us standing, we didn't take water, no we could trh the bofio, every time a police passed it gave us a cacaporazo, a kick, and above all things all kinds of threats. MT particularly threatened me, not just with me but with that beautiful blonde and what is tenta inside by M1 Senora, from which today I am separate da, 1976. Sexual violation is a form of terrible torture and singular. It is a physical attack that brutally violates the intimacy and self-esteem of people, leaving sequels that can last many years. The consequences can also be aggravated by the social response, which usually grant the victim of the responsibility of the facts. For this reason, many of the victims of sexual violations they prefer to remain silent. The CVJ considers that a great number of sexual violations were omitted by modesty for the victims. Attending to the characteristics of the regime repressive and cruelty of torturers, the percentage of people who declare having been sexually violated hide, indeed, an extensive sub-registration. Okay, to the testimonies, 11.9% of the detained women were 299 violated, with the proposito of insult, outraged and degrade the person. This atrocious modality of torture also affects the 1.3% of men. You like or are not going to bed with me, total you are going to die, and what in torta, he squeezes me with his Rivdolfer and goes to me in bed, shouting that it violated me. Then I grabbed a chair, I sat and done at so as not to go to bed next to him. In the police station again I left st, off I stayed, but you know the threat that there will be on top of myth, all the data, J preprate that I will vent tine. You know the fear I tempt, because I was in a dungeon alone and none of them were healthy, everyone was taking and with weapons like Radu GAE 708. As part of the repression of the Alfredo dictatorship, Stroessner also existed other forms of sexual vexation, in addition to the violations. Here are harassment, sexual humiliations, and the grocery. 13.8% of women were groped, naked or suffered another sexual character ultra class. Added all forms of sexual attacks, there are 18.2% of women who they were arrested was affected. Women were the most affected by torture of sexual nature and violations made by a compound repressive apparatus by men of poor professional and null conditioning ethics. The attack _Nifias deserves a particular high peasants, who before the arrest of their older relatives they were at the mercy of the perversions of the torturers. A famous case of this kind of subjects was Tomasz Salinas, that was insured with peasant children helpless, whose parents and brothers had been illegally arrested. 260. By saying all that, I ran over my legs between my legs, I pushed for tens and I take me. I kicked him, I grabbed my leg and I kicked for the ground. I grabbed my two hands, put me towards the tolls and I went up on it, I broke all my skirt. Off I took out or clothes interior and how does not know what to do, I am with all my strength. And did everything he wanted, I started crying and told me not to cry, because I was not going to get pregnant. Then everything was known, because he went to tell everything that passed and challenged. And I learned my boyfriend, he came, I reclaimed, but I denied, what to tell. In that moment, that there will be no defense. And not only did he do this to me, too he makes Sapphirus AML, 1976. Other forms of physical torture. In addition to the torture already mentioned, the repression applied other forms of physical abuse that are consigned in the testimonies collected by the CVJ. Some of them are truly atypical: how to tie a person to a tree, then he brought some wives and I handcuffed a plant where I was full of ants and listened like my cousin cried and pedia help. I started thinking if they were going to do the same. Anacleto Flores, 14 Aflos, Kaiguazu, 1980. The Office of the Torturer. The victimizers of torture were especially people trained to officiate the physical interrogation. They did not use masks, balacontanas, hoods or other costumes for hide your identity. They were known by the victims under their true names. The longafos of the dictatorship, they gave the torturers a feeling of certainty that they enjoyed total impunity for their actions. 261. The Capitol Police, the torture in the Barracks Central and in the curators. However, two venues stand out like the most frequency places: the technique in front of the Commission No. 3, and the Section Surveillance and Crimes, which both they belong to the Department of Investigations. The institution with the greatest antimarrow of complaints about torture, where a third of the physical interrogation was committed, is the Investigation Department, in particular its section Surveillance and Crimes, where it worked usual the torture camera. In investigations, and when I arrived he was tortured to Ortel Capitan was causing, and Ortel is a guy hard, and smiled at the guys and could not balance well, so I had my feet all machucados. That is why I have seen Juan Bautista González Flores, Agencia 6N, 1962. We arrive at the research department and off one of they comment and say, she is getting the disregard, let's go to take him to bury him. Until that moment he had no idea of what that they do when they took you to ban you. They took me straight to the pool, the first day, on April 9th they take me to the pool. And the pool I was in the other place, in surveillance and crime, it makes me cross the street and take me to the pool and they were about 10 types in the SES of torture and the pool I did not speak. Where I started to speak it was with Thildigo. Basilica Espinola, Agencia N, 1976. It was 3 in the afternoon, I was with a patient and suddenly AST, the door opens violently and will have 6 armed police with machine guns. Cantero asks me my name, so he tells me well doctor, J sent us everything, and then I ask him, gee why what do you want me to tell you? They took me to surveillance and crime suddenly they put me in the pool and well, you try to endure but there comes a time when trag's water, then they raise you, they stick. 262. In the stomago, you vomits or sacks all the water you swallow and they hit the face. Then Eusebio Torres, there as a god was asking questions, sent what weapons were, where are they retained? JDDEESTD Nydia. And I really didn't know, because if I knew I would have said. I wasn't going to do them dradir at because it wasn't my movement, I was nothing, I didn't know. AST I will have been 2 hours an average in the pool. Carlos Aries Tivo, Asuncion, 1978. The torture of pregnant women with training and interns, the police were embraced in his cruel and inhuman treatment of victims. This was more notable with pregnant women who were arrested, subject to interrogation and denied assistance medical. First the abuse in general, which of course consisted of treat the detainee, that any of the police did, any of the guards with absolute impunity, to trump blows with the saber, to me personally upon entering now, I remember it clearly to this Commissioner Pino, who was secondly official in that time, my head romped 6 with the edge of the metal helmet that they use, gentances at worth everything. Purio blows, kicks, that was what MDS frequent, in my particular case, properly what was the first session of torture, it was a room with several people with cacaporas, cables, sticks, then they made me lying on the floor face down and they hit me, I didn't see who hit me, they were blows to any side, the soles of the feet, the neck, the head, the back, kicks, that was the first strong session, then came with the theme of the pool, a pool with water, specifically tied my feet and an assistant holds my feet on the edge of the pool, lying back, entrads, handcuff and then the torturer subbed to let's say, on the belly and the first thing I do was get you. 263. The trumper air, 0 with footsteps to expel all the air, at you brought, you defined, took everything in inside just not to endure with the air inside and immerse you long time, they took you afloat where the questions ask you while they threw water in the nose, in the mouth to swallow water in the despair to breathe. If the answer does not satisfy him jitra inside. And I think that more than the information in ST, because in my case particularly, many evidence that I was involved, then at was everything, more than nothing was terrifying. Children's torture. Childhood and adolescence did not escape the cruelty of the repressive stronate system. Were abused by means of puncets, kicks, swipes, hands in the head or ears, tortured with blows with cacaporas, nails, sabers, butt, and with sticks. They suffered asphyxiation by immersion in water and had to suffer electricity on any part of the body. The torture by hanging and extreme positions, stay from plantain, be against the wall among others, have been named by the victims. Among the episodes that generated the greatest impact on the survivors was the use of symbolic places of the community like water jet, which was space community for banium, washing of clothes and sanicy, and in many cases, such as contempt and torture space. The jet it was converted in a place of torture where they were made torture practices by suffocation of numerous children and child, including small children, while they were questioned. Then they also put it in ranks to the creatures and took them to the jet. And that stream was so strong that it can kill anyone. 264. Alt, and torture the creatures to see if they did not tell where it was. Victoriano Centurion. Elita Valenzuela de Quino, Costa Rosado, 1980. In the afternoon we took us to the jet and asked us about Don Vite Centurion. We did not meet him, I did not know him. This being, they took us and played for us, and each one he grabbed and immersed him, and we were all seeing, and then I asked and we did not know what to tell the military that they played a lot. This is very sad for MT everything we spend as a boy. Silvio Benitez Sanabria, Costa Rosado, 1980. 211 and 12 Desire Childs were islanded up by 4 soldiers to a bofio, where the villagers could listen to the iltintos and screams of the nouns. Later they returned crying and with bloody legs. Then they will locate us in the habitation, and there they tortured us much. And what I also remember 2 Ninias, that one is Hamaba M and another are to whom they got towards the Bashio for rape them, and then all bloody returned, and said like it was, although we did not see what they did, but what is that they came to tell us that it was AST. Florentino Villalba Morinigo, Costa Rosado, 1980. 265. Chapter 27. The children who were born in jail. During the Stronade, 17 nifs of mothers were born imprisoned. They take me to the Rigoberto Caballero Polyclinic. I thought I wait. He was alone in the red truck. I was afraid every time they moved me. And I wonder, they take me to kill? Whenever they carry those who are going to kill you. Once at the hospital, the creature, and cries and cries. I tried to look at him not to change. He looked at his face, he was all so swollen. A nurse he takes him and I looked at him. When I tell you that I wanted to see my son MDS closely, sent, and what do you want to see? And another nurse tells you and let him look. And the other responds, but, that creature that will be same as his father. And the other replies the creature is not to blame and it takes him. And MT encloses me in the cell. I listened that he cried and cried a creature, and I began to please ask you to bring my son. When I already knew that it was a Varn Cito. I asked why I cried so much. It is not your child, me decide. And I hit the door again and please tell him I want to see my son. And the nurse tells me is not your child, and if you continue Armando Escandalo you will not see him. Mio Jadios, what do I do? E51G0 calling 0 no? Mine, those moments of anguish in which you think they killed your child. Then they come and bring him dirless and was totally black, purple. And I look at him, first to see if it was my son. And I think, Jme brought a creature dead. Sent qui made my son? I ask the nurse. Me he says that he brings him to my chest. I approach it, it smells a little and looks like a leoncito, Juna Fortaleza. And I remembered the novel by Roa Bastos, where the birth of Inicio tells and says that the creature, if AST is born with that desire to breastfeed, it is because he is going to save. Gelis Ramirez, 1976. 266. Another of those mothers was Guillermina Kananikov. With his 6 months of pregnancy was arrested with her husband, Mario Scherer. When they were detained in the research department, I tried to hug her husband when he was transferred after his first SES of torture. A guard kicked her that I threw her against the wall and caused a deep bleeding that put the pregnancy at risk. The next day, her husband was killed during another torture session. A month later, Kononnikov was transferred to the 1st Metropolitan Police Station. There the policy dams occupied 2 cells. In the first cell we were 19 women, 3 of us pregnant, and in the second cell there were 33 women, babies, and nishios bigger. Guillermina Kononnikov, 1977. There he fell prey until the time to give birth. It was taken to the Policlinico Rigoberto Caballero and by force of lies forced her to undergo a Césarienne. Given that situation, where I was completely alone, the most big fear that I tanta was to take away the creature or the kill, because we knew other cases of Argentina and even ACD in Paraguay, from boys who have been separated from their mothers, from guys who had been killed or delivered to other people. That night, when I felt small contractions, what I do was try to hurry the childbirth, struck down, sitting on the edge of the bed, so that Manuel could be born, and then ask help to nurses. Because I wanted to see my son born, I wanted to be certain that I was born alive. But the contractions do not, they were so strong for birth. On July 3rd to the morning I go to Cestria. They didn't want to deliver the creature right away, so which I set up a squid and threatened to start the tubes and 267. Sira, that put me. I wanted to see my son, I wanted to see if I was alive, if they didn't change it, if I was in good condition of health. They were really very hard, very difficult moments. And when they brought me Manuel and I was able to recognize in him the factions of his father, then St, however. And that was the time for fight to be well. Guillermina Kononnikov, 1977. 268. Chapter 28. The Pirigi. Stroessner developed a control system using the Theocyan, supervised by Pastor Coronel. It consisted of one huge network to keep the dictator and his police apparatus informed of any threat to the regime. With the heirs, the Pirigia became an extensive social control system and political. The affiliates of the Colorado Party are required to stake. However, any citizen was absorbed for the system: the neighbor, the taxi driver, the prostitute, the shoebacks, the seller of paraditions in the corner, etc. The constant use of the terms communist, terrorist, and subversive became a justification of torture and human rights violations. By the unfair distribution of country resources, where an elite of some thousands of people enjoyed power with impunity and had wealth, the people of the class average down. They were looking for the benefits they obtained being Pirigia. To that you have to add the lack of thought criticism of the population in general, the result of propaganda stronist. 1. For the mere fact of being a Pirigtai, tenta power. They possessed properties without any claim. Antonio Palazan, Asuncion, 1963. While some abused the relative power of being a Siplon within the Stronist system, others received tips for the information delivered. It is not surprising that the system of the Pirigia will cause constant distrust between 269 neighbors and relatives. Pastor Colonel I leva control of the Pirigtai with chips of each one, similar to the record for prisoners. 270. Chapter 29. The fortune of the Stroessner family. Throughout his life, Stroessner avoided the ostentation. Although he and his family accumulated a lot of wealth, hidden in Swiss banks and inverted in real estate, it seems that I joined it exclusively to be able to do what interested, maintain absolute power in Paraguay. I understood that he could not allow his consugro Andrés Rodriguez and other generals will accumulate more money than him, because that would have facilitated Rodriguez and others manipulate the situation against him with his own economic resources. Stroessner swung its power position, corrupting its immediate surroundings, and gave the example that the others followed. The privileged enjoyed their concessions for illicit activities, allowed by man that controlled the country, while enjoying impunity. The examples are many. Volkswagen Voyage, among other brands, was never a vehicle that were sold in Paraguay. However, there were several in the country registered with Paraguayan plates. They entered Paraguay stolen in Brazil or acquired to an attractive price, while their owners in Argentina they reported their insurers as stolen. There was one time in 80 years in which it is estimated that half of vehicles in Paraguay have a murky history. Alcibiades Bertes Borges, police chief, was the general to whom Stroessner the lucrative smuggling market of cars stolen in the telephones of the Stronate. It is estimated that the merchandise _ilfcita contrabando of whiskey, perfumes, pirate products, electrons, cigarettes, fashion brands, weapons, and of course drugs, represented a quarter. 271 of the gross domestic product of the country. There are different evaluations about fortune accumulated by Stroessner and his immediate family at the time of his death. The writer and economist Aníbal Miranda estimated that Alfredo Stroessner's family clan had a fortune that exceeded 4,000 million dials. Other sources set the number between 1,000 to 2,600 million $. The number's exact stolen billion, maybe they are minor interest. The important thing is that Stroessner took advantage of his position for 30-5 years, creating privileges to he and the few who helped him steal at the expense of the population Paraguay. The investments of that fortune were supervised by Gustavo, the dictator's eldest son. Segin Pachi, who accompany Alfredo and Gustavo Stroessner in their exile, their husband did not want to be president. He affirmed that Gustavo was the more affected when they are sentenced to ostracism in Brazil. I changed a lot and it showed that it wasn't right. I prayed constantly and became a pathologic person. Malero. In 2009, the cousin of Alfredo Stroessner, Agustin Mataiuta, I said before the press that Gustavo possessed a personal fortune of $2 billion. Mataiuta he argued that Gustavo, during 18 years, raised weekly 2 million reais for premiums paid for the binational consortiums for the insurance of the giant works of Itate and Yacyretá. The monopoly of the policy was controlled by Mundo S.A. de Seguros, a company of which Gustavo Stroessner was the main shareholder. Another partner of this company was Hiram Delgado von Lepel, the last president of the Supreme Court of Justice during the 272 dictatorship. Among many others, Gustavo also enjoyed income from hotels and game houses, and bribes of construction companies to guarantee successful tenders. I took advantage of large projects of public works, conditioning them to decrees signed by the dictator. Agustin Mataiuta follows. Gustavo said, "Prepare the decree that I am going to make you sign for Pope," and his father signed before they forced Barrientos to do the same. The decrees were signed by Stroessner at night and the following day by the then Minister of Finance, General Cesar Barrientos. 3 years after the death Stroessner, Mataiuta he made his accusations to Blicas. Mataiuta claimed what there was cattle in 1982 through intermediating the tenders of the works of the Yacyretá Dam. His complaint was in the scam of his commissions for $94.2 million. Sobrino Simerctions Gustavo. In 1995, Alfredo Stroessner transferred 17 farms to South Inmobiliaria S.A., a company created especially for the transaction. Since Gustavo's death in 2011, his nephew Alfredo Goli Dominguez Stroessner was in charge of the management of real estate and family fortune. 273. Chapter 30. The drug trafficking. Despite the resounding negative of Stroessner and Rodriguez about his participation and personal profit in the smuggling of drugs, the information compiled by the DIA of the States United checked the opposite. The drug smuggling began seriously with the arrival in Assumption of Augusta Joseph Record. He was a man known to many, aka, among others, Il Commander, Lucien d'Arguelles, Monsieur André and Mr. Heroin. Augusta Record. I was born in Marseille in 1911. During the World War II, one worked from Rue Offices Lauriston, Paris, headquarters of Carlingui, the French section of the Gestapo. His boss was Henry Lafont, who had close links with the Vichy regime and the collaborators of the Nazis. By 1941, Record Nostilo enjoyed the protection of the Nazis, but also owned 7 prostabuli in the suburbs of Paris. With the Liberation of France in 1944, understood that their days of impunity were counted and escaped 6 to Italy. From there he managed to travel to Buenos Aires. For his war crimes, Ricord eventually was sentenced one absentee 20 years of prison by a court French, a sentence of which he never complied with a single day. From Argentina he went to Venezuela, to start again operate brothels. Returned to Buenos Aires, where I paid the necessary amount to obtain Argentine citizenship. In 1967 I moved to Paraguay where I opened a hotel and restaurant called Paris Niza, a business that had the propósito of hide your true activities. The heroin smuggling scheme, known as French Connies Paul Carbone and François Spirito in the AG decade 30. After their deaths, in 1943 and 1954 respectively, Antoine Guérini took control of the operation. Now, among the key participants of the business, Guérini had Auguste Ricord. To become a partner, Ricord had put the organization of the organization Bodin that had stolen from the Jews during the Second World War. A part of the Bodin was used to finance clandestine laboratories in Marseille with the promise refine heroin from Turkey. The operating of the drug trafficking grew. In 1970, the price of a kilo of heroin sold to retail final American consumer was around 300. 275. 1,000 dares. The wholesale cost, delivered in the States United, it was 10,000 dares. According to the estimates of the DIA, in 1970 Ricord was responsible for 80% of the heroin imported to the country. Turkish poppy-based morphine arrived in Marseille for different routes, to go through the process of being refined to pure heroin. A third of the final product passed by Paraguay, while the remaining was sent by other roads to your final destination. Ricord imported cars from Europe to Paraguay with the heroin hidden inside, and then moved the drug in the United States. The tracks in Paraguay were provided by the people of high power of the country. General Andrés Rodríguez put his Rancho Itacurabi in Santa Helena, which had acquired after having ordered the murder of the true owner, José Melgarejo, at Ricord's disposition. Between the other key people offered by their huge farms for the take-off of the aircraft with drug trafficking they were General Patricio Colman, Interior Minister Sabino Montanaro, and the head of the political police, Pastor Coronel. In summary, Ricord had the necessary support of his main benefactors and protectors in Paraguay. It fits mention that all that would not have been possible without blessing Stroessner, who had knowledge of everything that had happened in his kingdom. Surprisingly, during the early years of the new business with its exorbitant profits, Stroessner knew he was aware of the tamano of the illicit commerce that Collars and Rodriguez were doing in Colossus with Ricord. It wasn't until 1970 that I learned about the magnitude of the business, when a Paraguayan plane, with a cargo of 44 kilos of heroin landed in Miami and fell into the hands of the DIA. The United States government informed Stroessner what had happened and the crimes committed by people. 276. Involved. They accused General Andrés Rodriguez, Patricio Colman, German Martinez, and Alcibiades Bertez, he Vice Admiral Hugo González, Vicente Caifine, head of the Air Forces, Raúl Sapna Pastor, Chancellor, Pastor Colonel, head of the political police, Sabino Montanaro, Minister Inside, and Leodegar Cabello, Minister of Defense. Interestingly, despite the fact that its interior minister was denounced as one of the defendants, the dictator delegates the matter of arresting Ricord to Sabino Montanaro. After having let a prudent time, Montanaro reports Stroessner who hadn't found Ricord. Stroessner reinvited Montanaro's report to the United States. A week then Nixon envies an answer to Stroessner in which point out that Ricord was undoubtedly operating from Paraguay, and that I suggested looking for Ricord with MDS interest. With the last American notice, Stroessner took the decision to pass the commission to Pastor Coronel. After another period, the head of the research department reports 6 to the dictator who had also failed to find the French wanted. Stroessner envied Pastor's report Colonel to the United States. Consequently, Nixon I decided to take more drastic measures. Sent to Paraguay a committee formed by drug trafficking specialists. In the reunion with the Paraguayan counterpart, the Americans they reiterated their knowledge that Ricord was in Paraguay, while insinuating that several military and police officers important were involved. The meeting ended when the Americans said that if the authorities did not do something, they would come to stop Ricord. For Stroessner the situation was complicated. For a side needed the United States to have support economico and military that allowed him to stay in power. At the same time it depended on the loyalty of the leaders of the 277 Army and Police, Rodriguez, Coleman, Montanaro, Pastor Colonel, and others, who do not want to lose the eggs of gold put by his chicken Ricord. This time Stroessner opts to go to the police chief of the capital, General Alcibiades Bertez. Bertez, in turn, called to Commissioner Ibarrela, recognized for his aptitude as police. When Ibarrela appeared at the gathering, among the various power characters, to Stroessner, he dictator was clear, I am surrounded by Judas. And if you are a Judas, I'm going to hang him in the public square as an example. General Bertez added, you no longer have an office, you go to sleep in the street until you find Ricord. The best informants that the police had in that time were taxi drivers and prostitutes. 2 days later a woman contacted Ibarrela with the information that Ricord was located at the Paris Niza Hotel restaurant, a company of which it was due. The next day Ibarrela made its round as any customer to study the site, where an Eiffel Tower adorned the garden. That afternoon could verify that it was indeed the place where Ricord hid. Ibarrela returned in the early morning with a contingent of 10 strongly armed officers. I faced Ricord, a little man, bald, with very wrinkled skin, and pins long and grey-haired. However, before taking it to the center of arrest, Ricord managed to escape when Ibarrela granted him a visit to the Bafio. When Ibarrela realized, I understood that he had escaped through the nearby river to Argentina. He quickly went to the small port to follow it in a boat. In the middle of the river I reached the planner used by Ricord to escape and force him to return to port. Ricord carried a briefcase offered to Ibarrela. I let me know, I don't be zonzo. ACD in my briefcase I have 1,000,000 dials, and I'm going to give them to them. 278. Augusta Ricord supervised his heroin businesses from his hotel. Ibarrela opened the suitcase and could see that Ricord I was telling the truth. I closed the briefcase and placed the handcuffs. Stroessner 10 fan MDS weight million of dials. This happened on March 21, 1971. Back to the capital, Ibarrela and his men were intercepted by Commander Perrier, who acted under orders of General Coleman. Perrier, who had the deserved reputation of their ability to get little girls for government hierarchs, I was accompanied by 4 military ensured before Ibarrela that he, by superior order, he had been in charge of taking Ricord. However, same Ibarrela recounts the message that Stroessner I wanted to share before his statement, look Commissioner, they will ask for many generals. You will not know nothing. It will say that this should be fixed from government to government. If he comes to tell what Ricord said in his declaration, where I accused General Rodriguez and General Coleman, then it is left by Ald. We are going to send you to your family in package. Have a good trip. With such a message more than clear, Stroessner showed that I kept protecting Rodriguez, no doubt because he respected the growing power of his consugro. I knew the weak point Ibarrela was his family. Ibarrela following the instructions of 281. Stroessner to the letter. In the United States, Ricord received a sentence of 20 years of jail. He was released after half of the time, due to its serious health situation. I had lost speech and walked in a wheelchair as a result of a brown lesions. Returned to Paraguay in 1983, where I died 2 years later. After the death of Patricio Coleman and with Augusta Ricord in La Cárcel, Andrés Rodriguez I was looking for others roads to follow the lucrative drug smuggling. To the principle of 80 years, the strong smuggling of drug had changed to Bolivia, cocaine to Europe and the United States, and marijuana cultivated in Paraguay for consumers in Brazil. by then eldest son of the president, Gustavo, had turned the main competition of Rodriguez. In that little a kilo of cocaine bought in Bolivia it had a cost of 2,500 damages. Refined in Paraguay and then transferred in planes that took off from one of the 400 tracks in the Chaco, cocaine was sold in Miami with a utility of up to 1000%. The fact that it was refined cocaine in Paraguay was revealed in 1985, when chemicals Western Germany, enough to refine 8 tons of cocaine, were confiscated, with several officers military involved. While Rodriguez towards deals with the Santa Poster Cruz, Gustavo Stroessner operated with the Medellin cartel. His internal struggle became so remarkable that eventually it resulted in the divisions of the Colorado Party between the traditionalists and the militants. Sabino Montanaro, Rodriguez's enemy since records matter, I left them with a bad taste, I supported Gustavo Stroessner. Rodriguez, intelligent man, developed with the years your lucrative business. In the years 60 their services in Abel. 282. Andrés Rodriguez took advantage of his position like the military MDS of Paraguay to enrich themselves with drug trafficking. Ben Pedro, that is, it charged an equal of 25,000 green every time a drug plane took off from one of its clues. As commander of the cavalry and then of the army, controlled the key points of the land traffic and aerial. He made a deal with Pablo Escobar in the late years 70, through which they agreed to share the risks and earnings. With the participation of Duarte Vera, they managed to buy coca directly from the producers in Bolivia, in order to expand their profits. When horror file documents they were found in December 1992, Notasdlo implied that Andrés Rodriguez, a president-elect of Paraguay, would have been involved in drug trafficking. 284. Chapter 31. Popol's House and the Girls. Province. Stroessner was an insatiable pedestrian woman. With one a lot of young girls I engender known children, recognized, unknown, and even given before their birth. So fa happened that, after a long ses of official matters in the Mafiana, Stroessner ordered his driver Pedro Miranda, who will be like a school, to park near the exit. When child came out, the chosen creature was stating to his assistant. The instructions of the assistant were to offer money, land, or real estate to the parents in exchange for their daughter. If they did not accept, the child was kidnapped. It is worth mentioning that, as the girls they were growing, Stroessner lost interest in them and, pregnant or not, distribute them among their friends and assistants. Popol's House. Colonel Leopoldo Perrier, known among his intimate friends with Popol's nick young girls for Stroessner and other officials. Popol and Stroessner became friends when Javanese fought against the Bolivians in the Chaco War, in which Perrier ended with the degree of Infanteria captain. When Stroessner arrived at the presidency, gave Perrier permission to that opened several game houses. With the casinos Perrier he earned money and, thanks to his close to Stroessner, power. He was a living vividor whose compafifa Stroessner enjoyed. Perrier bought a house in 285. The residential neighborhood of Saxony, near the center of Asunción. There I installed teenagers, and later preteens, to the pleasure of the dictator and his henchmen. The private brothel appreciated both to the dictator, who visited him frequently. Sometimes he began his day, before following the presidential palace. He frequently gave his first 6 RDS of the day to military and police hierarchs from Popol's house. Perrier was traveling in the province to find children from 8 to 12 years that bought or kidnapped. He took them to houses that they have children's games to keep them entertaining, to introduce them into their prostíbulo in Asunción. One of the most infamous cases of aberration Stroessner sex is the testimony of Malena Ashwell, daughter of a Paraguayan diplomatic in Washington. Ashwell he says that in November 1975 he lived in Assumption in a rented house. Lunch with her husband, listened to shouts of the house next door. They went running to the neighboring house where they found the inert bodies of 3 naked child that they have about 8 years of age. The children were on top of a lot of sand on the rear of the property. In Malena Ashwell's words, they were bleeding from genital trees and tan brands in their bodies that evidenced sexual abuse. They called the police to report the crime. When the police arrived, the caregiver of the house neighbor Leopoldo Perrier. The caregiver's words resulted in immediate withdrawal from the police. Interviewing others' neighbors, Malena Ashwell and her husband noticed that the in charge of the neighboring house was under his care a fortnight of nifyas that did not exceed 9 years. In a subsequent testimony, Malena Ashwell ensured that herself Stroessner frequented Popol's house. Malena Ashwell was warned several times of 286. Be quiet and not get into. January 9, 1976. Ashwell it was taken to the investigation department to ignore warnings. There the chief of the political police accused her of be involved in a conspiracy to kill Stroessner. When the accusation is neged, Pastor Colonel he began to hit her while another officer held her. Then she was introduced in a room where she was tortured for 3 days. Thanks to the political connections of your influential family, Malena Ashwell was released on February 13, 1976. In his prisoner book in Paraguay, Aníbal Miranda reflect, these habitos of the Stronest tipula were known in Assumption. To MDS of Colonel Leopoldo Perrier, another corrupted that was director of the National College of Nifyas was also responsible for providing young girls for same end. Who dared to protest or talk too much about presidential connection was taken to investigation so that Pastor Colonel will rectify the thought. The why Simo do it? In the final report of the CVJ, the summary headed Sexual Slaves Records. A practice used by state agents to the government of the dictatorship was the sexual slavery of child between 7 to 15 years, usually from the interior of the country. Military high-ranking fooled families to deliver to the child or directly threatened them, they kept being held to the children and abused them. There are also people linked to power that acted as net hunters, the Trefan, and sold them or changed them for a public position. In other cases, children were forced to perform all domestic tasks within the place of prison. They were systematically raped sexually. This situation it was of servitude, submission, and sexual slavery. The CVJSF is certain that this practice was perpetrated from more generalized way in other places and in different. 287. Epochs of the dictatorship. This shows that sexual violence it was exercised in many different ways and that affected above all to children and adolescents, which allows us to conclude that it was a systematic practices in Paraguay, which would allow to conclude that was a crime against humanity. In addition, the CVJ adds in its report, an especially relevant case of these forms of sexual violence against children occurred in the possibility that he had the CVJ to rebuild part of the child's experience of between 13 and 15 years that were taken from their homes, kept in a regime of sexual slavery, sometimes during years, by high military positions of the dictatorship. This testimony, subsequently corroborated by direct sources military who knew the case, shows the ostentation of impunity and perversion of some of the leaders of the Stronest regime and the absolute impotence in which they found the victims and their families. While the existence of this violence of sexual slavery and houses where they were made forced sexual orgies with minors were of knowledge I publish for years, it is the first time that these violations they can be documented. The abuse of preteen children. The sexual abuse of the young people had their statistical ups and downs. There was a high frequency of victims in ages of 12 to 15 years, then a decline until the index grew again with women at ages between 18 and 21 years. Stroessner showed him, he appreciated the little girls, about all to the virgins, to the creatures, who were young men of 10, 11 years, for example he tells him, this is a flag bearer of the interior, etc. Because he was going to deliver the titles, and if he vetoed him to one pretty girl, then showed Perrier and he commissioned. 288. Tr to talk with the parents, tell them that he was going to come, that Iba to study, etc. Of course they were not going to tell what they were going do with her, and many women were brought. Gladys Malinger of Sunaman, Asuncion, 1977. 10 to 9 years, and took them to them in the Bascio, and us we listened to some noises, and at least they violated them, they cried and then silenced, at least they fainted for a while. Godoy Guildina, Costa Rosado, 1980. Nifias hunters. High controls in Paraguay require a supply constant of preteen virgins. For the people it was known that that happened without interruption during the dictatorship. Paraguayans, affected or morally outraged, they had no other resource to settle for the lack of an authority that acted accordingly. Complaints of transgressions. The final report of the CVJ Consta also witnessed the functioning of networks of minors trafficking to be sexual slaves. These networks they operated in certain and a few to get kids or virgin adolescents for high controls of the regime Stronist. In exchange for these services, the people who they were responsible for bringing minors had certain benefits economics or in the specifics client. Said networks were general knowledge in Paraguay, although they had never achieved testimonies about their operation. This has so far influenced the complicity of numerous actors and the fear of possible reprisals for perpetrators. These actions even had a collective character, in group conformity, weaving internal complicity between 289 who participated or had knowledge of them, given that they were done through the functioning of networks and sometimes with collective actions. New Italy knows that he was looking for virgin children. There were hunters of kisps. They were child hunters. To whom the Virgin Nina they paid him a little or made him appear in the state works, which they allegedly worked and window every end of the month to collect. Julia Osorio. There are no specific data on the number of children and teenagers who were subject to this violence and abuse. Continued sexual, although at least this testimony is existence of several military controls involved, and several dozens of enslaved children. Julia was released 2 years after being kidnapped of his house, when he turned 15 years, and in the opinion of his captor was too old for abuse. And he told me when fulfilled 15 years that was no longer liked and long near my house where my family lived. Julia Osorio. Julia's story has been corroborated by a military man, captain when the abuses against her happened, and today division general in the Paraguayan army. We went to San Lorenzo to the clandestine fábrica of Cacha that tenta Colonel Myers, in San Lorenzo, Lorelte. When we get to place, Colonel Dionisio Riveros told me you stay here, and I did. Nor did I even tell me what they talked about. I remember that sale a creature MDS 0 less than 13 years, not even tenta normal clothes, she was dressed in part parity. As it was one creature, innocently I asked my name. Answer and 290. Then he told me if I couldn't get him out of at. I told him it wasn't so easy. He told me that he was called Julia. I told him that it was not easy because Colonel had more hierarchy than me, who was only a captain. Only what I can do for you is to tell my General Rodriguez what is happening. ACD, I said. I informed the general what happened to that girl in that place was a captive, worse than a soldier because it was an instrument of pleasure. I already know what you towards at, but I simply told her that I couldn't get her out of that place. It was a virgienza, but I don't want to lie either, I just want tell the truth. General Marino Gonzalez. The testimony of General Marino Gonzalez also includes the efforts made to try to get the child slavery. Among them is the information to your superior of caballeria, General Rodriguez. His testimony corroborates that this action was not only known but sponsored by the own dictator. I informed him in writing, it was immediately. I barely arrived in the I told him, I remember that I told him it was a virgienza. I replied that they were stroessner orders, which was a custom his. Apparently, General Rodriguez had as much power, and to fix that situation there were comments, but I never checked. There was a military who was about 12 nymphs in his house, but Jams checked that. How many women would have passed the same at that time? Only no one could say anything. We know that that happened, but we couldn't do anything unless say, we even ponto at risk our careers. I talked to her, she told me she was from New Italy, who wanted to return at. Sexually speaking, the old man when sale does everything, it was sad but worse for MT because he was a captain, and with all that I was able to defend her, I did what I could, I gave her hope, I comforted her, I told the general, but you already know that you could not do anything. General Marino Gonzalez. Chapter 32. Blood bays. Infected in the 1960s, the leprosy Stroessner suffered began to be remarkable in the late decade following. In the last stage of your regime, to avoid being infested, his entourage maintained a respectful distance from the dictator, who already showed severe syphilis of the disease. In his face showed the serious deterioration of his health, while that in several parts of his body his skin was already torn. Lepra is an infectious disease that it manifests in two forms, tuberculoid or lepromatosa. The majority of world population has a natural immunity to the virus, and it is considered that low 5% lacks resistance necessary. The countries with the greatest leprosy index are the India and Brazil. Contagion is through physical contact or saliva of someone with the disease. In the 90s he made a great advance for his cure through treatments with the administration of several pharmacists of simultaneous way. Contrary to popular belief, leprosy it does not cause loss of fingers or other members. In his obsessive for healing, with the time Stroessner I look for more drastical ways to combat your affliction without import the means or cost. In 2012 Elvio Acosta, the expertise and Stroessner driver, was interviewed by Martin Almada. Testimony about the method that the dictator applied to heal the disease. In their own words. Few to bring Stroessner special devices for Yassirat Island where his usual bavians of blood were going to be performed. The devices they treat them from Ciudad Presidente Stroessner were to be used in the therapy against the general's leprosy. He sat below of the 292 children who bleed hanging from hooks, slaughtered such as chancos, and ran blood throughout the body. Elvio Acosta. The children that Stroessner slaughtered to heal they came from the poorest and most ignorant Paraguayan population. Paid collaborators to steal them and brought them his private island. To explain the kidnappings and underscore disappearances, their collaborators let their voice run that me Tarahaha, a Mitro duty, had taken them. The police are never interested in solving the mystery. 293. 204. Fifth. Statistics. Thanks. And fountains. 295. Chapter 33. Some data and statistics. From the Stroessner dictatorship. Of the arrest and repression. The Commission of Truth and Justice determined in its final report, practically none of the torture and almost all victims were subject to this serious rape. Of the victims registered by the CVJ, 86% CL, 277 people, were subject to at least one form of torture physics, and 83% were subject to at least one psychoalcoholic torture form. 93% of declarants were tortured, that constitutes 94.5% of the people illegally deprived of liberty. This difference between physical and psychological torture is merely analytical, since in practice, ways to violate integrity were combined. Prisoner personnel. 128,000 people, directly or indirectly affected. 19,862 people were arbitrarily or illegal. 18,772 detainees suffered torture. 3,470 were exiled for political reasons. 696 is the number of repressors identified by the Commission of Truth and Justice that imposed their interests on a population during the dictatorship of a pro-medium 2.5 million inhabitants. 336 disappeared during the dictatorship. 236 minors were deprived of their freedom. 126 Paraguayans disappeared during Condor Operation 59. Executions extrajudicially. 17 children were born in prison. 1 in 124 people from the Paraguayan population was raped of their human rights. 296. Of the horror archives found in December 1992, 700,000 documents covered by Aguas 1954 to 1989, 20,000 photographs about political opposition activities. The 16,723 reports for intelligence services. 12,090 reports on controls to people. Made by Pirigtai 11 225 detainee files 9 725 documents on the entries and exits of detainees 8 795 documents with reports on entries and exits to the country of national and foreigners suspicious 5 700 indicatory declarations 1 888 passports and identity cards 1,500 books and magazines seized by the police 740 classified notebooks alphanumerically 543 recordings made by infiltrated during events of the opposition 115 police newspapers volumes. From the official hierarchy of the political police, in 1976, Alfredo Stroessner Mataiauta, President Sabino Montanaro Chiarliti, Interior Minister Francisco Alcibiades Bertez Borges, Chief of the Police of Assumption Pastor Milchades Colonel, Head of the Department of D3 Investigations of the Asunción Police Alberto Cantero, Director of the Politics and Related Section Julian Ruiz Paredes, Director of Surveillance and Crime Salvador Mendoza, Staff Director Victorino Oviedo Almedo, Director of the Registry of Foreigners Eliodoro Ramon Sanchez. Commissioner in the Department of Research. 297. Agustin Bellato Valga, Deputy Commissioner in the Order Section Political Nicolas Lucilo Benitez, Pastor Assistant Officer Colonel Celso Cantero Talavera, First Officer in Surveillance and Crimes Jorge Payne, Second Officer. For his crimes and human rights rapes, Pastor Coronel was condemned to multiple sentences, the major of them in 20-5 avios of imprisonment, the maximum allowed by law. I spent his tiltim years in a comfortable jail, until his death caused by an ataver cardiac. 298. Los sentences pronounced to the perpetrators of the dictatorship until February 2014, cases per violation of rights humans during the Stronate with firm sentences are: convicted of the death of Mario Scherer Prono Pastor Colonel Lucilo Benitez Juan Martinez Camilo Almada General Bertez Borges Sabino A. Montanaro. Condemned by the disappearance of Agustin Goith Francisco Ortiz Tella Sabino A. Montanaro. Convicted of the death of Amilcar Oviedo. Pastor Colonel Lucilo Benitez. Camilo Almada. Sabino A. Montanaro. Convicted of the death of the brothers Rodolfo and Benjamin Ramtare Villalba Pastor Colonel Juan Martinez Alberto Cantero Lucilo Benitez Camilo Almada Agustin Beloto Sabino A. Montanaro. 299. Condemned by the case of Agricultural League's Pastor Colonel Lucilo Benitez Agustin Beloto. Condemned for the death of Alberto Alegre Portillo Pastor Colonel Lucilo Benitez. Convicted of Julian Cubaz's torture. Lucilo Benitez. Camilo Almada. Convicted of the death of Miguel Angel Solar. Pastor Colonel Lucilo Benitez. Juan Martinez. Camilo Almada. Sabino A. Montanaro. Condemned by the death of Carlos Manguio. Pastor Colonel Lucilo Benitez. Camilo Almada. Alberto Cantero. Agustin Beloto. Sabino A. Montanaro. Note 1, the sign Safila the death of the person. Note 2, Sabino Montanaro I died during simultaneous processes, before receiving your sentences. 300. Of the economic aid of the United States. Total numbers. The percentage between _ indicates the proportion of military aid. 1949 to 1952 $3,001,000 US. 1953 to 1956 $8 million US. 1957 to 1960 $17,051,000 US. 1961 to 1963 $39,970,000 US. 1964 to 1968 $51,360,000 US. 1969 to 1972 $48,160,000 US. equals 1973 to 1974 $17,420,000 US. 1975 to 1976 US 4195/3800023.58%. 1977 to 1980 $22,060,000 1981 to 1984 WSD 15 9380/00010 097 1984 to 1988 $99 $285,000 0347 of variations in the Paraguayan population. In 1864 equals 1,300,000, in 1871 equals 221,000, in 1886 equals 264,000, in 1914 equals 615,000, in 1933 equals 829,000, in 1936 equals 1 million, in 1950 equals 1,343,000, in 1989 equals 4,100,000, in 2011 equals 6,542,000, in 2013 equals 6,704,000. 301. Chapter 34. Acknowledgements and Sources. The people of me proportioned information and support to do this possible work, first to my wife and the pillar of my universe, Susana Garcia de Ekemar, at that time a couple and company intrepid of travel, whose spirit continues to be burned when whole of the injustices that exist in the world. We live those difficult days in Paraguay, discovering the dark world of the Stroessner dictatorship. Thanks for sharing with me that experience, among the many others. To that great soul, Martin Almada, who suffered torture, imprisonment for several years and the loss of your first wife as a consequence. Martin, who since 1977 he has dedicated his life to document the Stroessner dictatorship, I provide an essential information to document this book. His wife, the lovely Maria Stella Caceres de Almada, who, tireless, has dedicated his time to disseminate acts of representation during the dictatorship, not SD in Paraguay but also in the other countries of the Southern Cone. At the moment supervises the Museum of Memories on Chile Street in Asunción, in the same building where more than 10,000 detainees they were tortured. He helped me with information without which this book to be incomplete. To the friendly Erika Doman, whom I interviewed in June 2014 and then I was facilitated by the Swedish consulate related to our case. 302. To the dedicated Rosa Palau, in charge of the files of terror in Assumption, Paraguay, whom I thank for its search help of essential documents integrated into this work. To my friend Javier Barros, for his time and interest to review and give me your observations about the content of this work. Main sources of printed information. Paul H. Lewis, Paraguay under Stroessner. Martin Almada, The Forgotten Jail, The Exiled Pats Anibal Miranda, Prisoner in Paraguay Anibal Miranda, The Sleep of the Great Fortunes of Paraguay Bernardo Neri Farina, The Tiltamo Supreme Kim Ekemar, Diario, March 1982 Frank O. Morris/Jerry W. Cooney, Paraguay and United States. Distant Allies. Maria Estela Legal Zarza, My Life with President Alfredo Stroessner Virginia M. Bouvier, The Twilight of a Dictatorship Justice Museum, Assumptions, The Archives of Terror Supreme Court of Justice, Paraguay The Commission of Truth and Justice, Paraguay National Library ABC Color Ultima Hour. Reproduction permissions. The Commission of Truth and Justice, reproduction is allowed partial or total of this work, in any format, mechanical or digital, as long as its content is not modified, its authors are respected and this note is maintained. 303. Martin Almada, I authorize Kim Ekemar to do sufficiently use of the information contained in my books. ABC Color, permit to reproduce the photographs to which the periodic has copyright. Chile's Foreign Ministry, permission to copy, distribute, and transmit the photograph of Kissinger interview LSID Pinochet. Exhibit. A decade before. Asunción on March 21, 1972. As a monument to the glory of the military victories of Paraguay, and by then to theirs, the Excellency Sir President of the Paraguayan Republic, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, General Alfredo Stroessner, years old, had ordered the placement of an armed tank on a pedestal in the Plaza de la Independencia. It was a war tank manufactured in the kingdom, attached, painted green for camouflage purposes, and by the effect of time elapsed since capture, already decrepit and rusty. Now, on the way to the presidential palace after having spent a few hours with the child in the cheerful house of Popol, briefly smiled when he saw him past. The creation of the monument was great, in his way of thinking. There, as a daily reminder for the inhabitants of the capital, it was stated that the army sent. For the military it was a symbol of the memory of the victorious battles in the only one. 314. War that Paraguay had won. It also represented a savings for the finance of the same. Instead of spending scarce funds for a public work, the obsolete war material record, in this case a tank captured in the war against Bolivia during the age 30. Pedro Miranda, his trusted driver from more of 10 years, he turned with the elongated black limousine. I went up to the entrance to the palace, where as President of the Republic had held his position during 18 years. When his assistant opens the door to allow him to leave, the two guards instantly greeted him with coordinated movements of their rifles. Lost in their thoughts, Stroessner did not look at the guards. As always, it was a bit clumsy to get out of the vehicle. I followed his secretary, Mario Abdo, to his labor office where Cfil 6 should leave it alone. Stroessner felt after his heavy desk with ornaments golden. It was located in a huge salt, where it used work from the first light of the day to midnight. That Afia was going to fulfill 60, something that could not hide in spite to try painting his little hair. From its years of cadet carried a mustache that covered his elongated lip superior. The many hours sitting, and a weakness for the American whiskey and fatty food, I had left it chubby, something that her pronounced panel confirmed. The dark circles and cheeks reflected the image of a man which would require exercising. Now, as was his custom when I contemplated complicated situations, his chin was left over. Apart from his concerns that Aiden did not know how I was going to solve, Stroessner considered himself a man extremely fortunate in life. Contrary to appearance, Gray that projected, had a discipline and a dedication. 315. To achieve their goals that had allowed him to succeed about more bright men than him. It was precisely its lack of charisma the reason for which its competitors for the power had underestimated him. In the decades prior to its ascent to the maximum power, Valencia had shown during the war against Bolivia and in the Civil War. With skill had chosen the political fashion that was later victorious in the turbulent power struggle that followed after wars. In thanks for having helped Francisco Chavez to reach the presidency, he gave Stroessner the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. When there were 3 years after, Stroessner took advantage of his position for turn arms against Chavez. With just 100 low, achieved its bloody coup d'état thanks to its higher strategic knowledge. In August of the same FIO was formally installed as the new president of the country. Few thought I was going to last in the position. The general perception was that Alfredo Stroessner's boots they were bigger than those of their predecessors. However, no only had been held in power, but with the years he had consolidated. Stroessner considered himself a happy man for having achieved the 3 objectives that had been set when he was still a young military: total domain of your personal situation. He had succeeded beyond your best expectations. Apart from being the maximum authority of more than 2 million Paraguayans, had kept in power for almost 2 decades for the sake of Paraguay and, as a consequence, in their own benefit. No, there was a person who had the greatest information than him that was happening in the country. Of course, the price for that privilege, which until then kept paying, was a job constant and endless to maintain control. Without 316. However, the long hours invested and the attention dedicated to the details increased the satisfaction I felt. A safe economic situation, as a precaution so underscore it could happen. I did not feel a personal need to show his wealth to the world, after all, was not due to a country. However, a good general's strategy was to be prepared in case something happened against him. there was had the precaution of depositing resources in Switzerland and in others countries, although he had also followed the advice that his mother he had instilled in him. In the long term the reverse in land and properties always turns out to be the best heritage of all. He had investments in roots in Brazil, the States United and Paraguay itself. However, for Stroessner the money, root goods, and wealth were only means to ensure your reason for being, your permanence in power. With skill he had distributed the concessions to the key officers within the army and police. I understood the importance of distributing corruption income and smuggling in the different fields, to such a degree that there were arrived at the conclusion that a general who was not rich, no he was a good general. To high-ranking military had granted posts in the Business and Dependencies Council government. The positions within the Ministry of Transportation, the 3 airlines and the Civil Navy were more quoted, because they offered opportunities for important income through smuggling. Other fields attractive were alcohol and meat administrations. To carry the direction of these 2 organizations, Stroessner he had appointed 2 former army companies. With the exception of drugs exported to the United States, smuggling of tobacco and alcohol represented income MDS important. The great majority of these products, imported from all over the world, then they were dispatched towards Argentina and Brazil, where the high tariffs made to 317. Paraguayan clandestine trade flourish. Of course, when granting concessions, Stroessner I always expected its tithe. A happy family life, from Armonia, and without squeeze them. In his heart I knew that he had failed in that area, but not he perceived as a problem too worrying. The sudden presence of her daughter Graciela, just like her Legia wife, gave color to the numerous events of inaugurations and trips for political reasons. Gustavo, his son mayor and whom he wanted to promote as his successor, he was making his career in the Air Force. At 27 years still do not have a girlfriend, something that I extra-affected remembering your own adventures at that age with women. The cloud in the family sky was Freddy, determined to spend his life as vividor. However, it was so that the situation was not so serious as if not to be able to control the excesses of your youngest child. Olivia, her daughter with Anselma, whom she had adopted after a family negotiation that had favored Legia, she seemed happy to live with her father and stepmother. Until Gustavo, a misgino, showed him _Carafio. Fortunately Legia, although he complained about his adventures eventual and his lover, did not look for Escandalo. Understood that Legia still hurt the discovery of the 2 daughters I had with the cream, 30-7 years younger than her. Although he was still happy with his life, Stroessner now he worried about the complexity of the problems that they had recently presented. Together they represented threats to the economy of the country and its absolute power. During and Quebec, Joseph Manchel, Augusta Record, the notice of Richard Nixon about the possible loss of aid economics of the United States, and the growing power of General Rodriguez and Coleman. Geek could do to solve this mountain of issues. 318. Dieter during underground metro where I was waiting. Get out to face the Ilovizna of the grey day of March and see feel 6 to the car to stop. The patent vehicle on the wet pavement, until the driver could stop 5 more meters forward. During ventured his 2 suitcases in the back seat before sitting next to the driver. It will really be a relief to leave this horrible climate, Wolf, he told the man that I again joined his vehicle to traffic. Without taking your road view, Wolf hard Quebec Asio. We have 3 hours before the take-off of the AVN, Quebec answered, tense. How sure are you not? Do you suspect something? As far as I could see, nothing was at the bank out of normal, Wolf. During stretched and yawn convinced that nothing could go wrong. The bank was closed and would not open until after the weekend. For then, when the police began to look for Wolf and he, already being in another continent and missing without a trace. Dieter Düring was a 32-year-old man with loss premature of your light brown hair. He carried round glasses on a nose aquilephia. I preferred colorful clothes and had the habit of dropping your shoulders so as not to seem so high as it really was. At the first meeting he gave the printed to be a jovial man, someone who inspired confidence. The people who best knew him, they knew it was an impression false. On the contrary, the lack of commitment was one of his most outstanding characteristics. However, he had obtained a position of trust in the bank where I had 7 years working. 319. Wolf Kokubek's physical appearance was totally opposite to your compatriot. He was the son of Czechoslovako's parents who had inherited his Slavic features. His black eyes, they jumped from side to side without looking at the person with whom he talked. 2 years older than Düring, he was a man nervous for never having prosecuted terrible experiences of his childhood during World War II. Your face, she was emaciated, even though she never lacked appetite. It didn't matter how much he combed, his black hair always gave the impression that he was freshly raised after a night without sleep. Düring had planned the bank SFT for 6 months, but he needed someone to help him. Patiently he began to involve Kokubek, who reported Düring. With joy and imaginacies, Düring had a life described luxury on the beaches of Brazil. Kokubek, lonely man, no, it was difficult to convince. The two shared their lack of interest in continuing to work until your jubilation to obtain the material fruits in an industrialized Western Germany. The image of a Brazilian beach was more encouraging. In a suitcase they elevated their bill of bills in different currencies. During the work consisting in doing exchange operations for your company _Empleadora, Frankfurt Metropolitan Bank. Against counterfeit remittances he had delivered the currencies in the window to Kokubek. Both Sabfin, of course, was a question of time before that the bank detected the scam. To avoid your arrest, Habfin planned your escape carefully. Posfafapo Madrid, issued to false names. They had the advantage that no one compared passports with tickets. From Madrid they were going to take the flight from the night to Rio de Janeiro. There, with a sectile in the hand seeing the sea, they were going to contemplate with calm what to do the rest of their lives. His plane came out on time, and even Kokubek began to 320. Relax. The next day they arrived without setbacks to River of Janeiro. Düring asked for a taxi driver to the best hotel in the Copacabana beach. On March 20, 1966, while the two thieves they celebrated their successful scam taking caipirinhas in the pool from the hotel, Interpol issued an alert for your arrest. The alert contained a wide description of Dieter Düring and Wolf Eckhard Kokubek, alleged scammers for the equivalent of $400,000. 2 weeks later, Kokubek observed a great number of police gathered outside their hotel. Always apprehensive, he went to the Düring during the police presence. From the balcony of his room, Düring I could see that Kokubek had reason. They did their speed suitcases. After having bribed to an employee, disappeared by the entrance used by the hotel staff. The Brazilian police had effectively located the two scammers. His German colleagues had not taken long in discover under what names Rio via Madrid flown. Through Interpol they warned the Brazilian police, who soon found that two Germans they were wasting money in a luxury hotel in Rio de Janeiro. Thanks to the clumsiness of the police, Düring and Kokubek they managed to avoid the raid. Until the hotel account we save, Düring commented later between laughs. The matter that urgia to solve now was to leave, in Brazil no longer they could stay. To not get the attention, they traveled for 10 days in old local buses until you reach Sao Paulo. They were the foreign-tinics among passengers, which consisted of indigenous and local people with domestic animals and packages of commodity. 321. When they finally arrived in Sao Paulo, they stayed in a flea hotel to maintain a low profile. No, however, after 2 weeks the Kokubek paranoid it endured the invisible threat. In every corner I imagined police who were looking for them. His nervousness was contagious. Düring suggested that should go to another country, by what not to the closest MD. Paraguay. They approached an autobus to Foz de Iguazu, and 2 days then they crossed the river next to the new bridge. The lack of visa upon arrival, Düring the resolve 6 with a $100 ticket. For the bribery equivalent to 6 months of salary, the migrant officer immediately gave them the entrance to the country. After suffering 3 dusty hours in an old tax one, Asuncion arrived. They were recorded at the Grand Hotel from Paraguay, located in an old building in a neighborhood. Don't worry. In order not to repeat their error in Rio, they now maintained a discreet profile. For your bad luck, Interpol agents know they had stopped contemplating the possibility of transferring SA to the adjoining countries of Brazil. Among them, Interpol had contacted the head of Paraguay police, Duarte Vera, with the request to arrest the scammers in case of that appeared in Paraguay. Duarte Vera received daily reports from the people who they entered and left the country, and from any recorded guest in hotels. Although it sounds like an onerous job, it wasn't reality. In 1966 Paraguay was a forgotten country with below 2 million inhabitants and without access to the sea. Few foreigners were traveling to Asuncion, and less inside the country. Reviewing the list of entries of the previous day, I found the during and Coquebec names. Comparing them with the mandatory records issued by hotels, located the same names hosted in the Grand Hotel. 322. When Duarte Vera understood the reason after the request from Interpol, and the amount that During and Coquebec had embezzled, I began to make plans that agree more than deliver the 2 scammers. I asked for a reunion with his immediate superior, Interior Minister Edgar Insfran, with the intention of requesting their authorization to confiscate the staffing boatin. He obtained it, after having agreed to the percentage of recovered money for the minister. In the early morning of the next day, Duarte Vera traveled to Hotel Escundi the 2 Germans were staying. Discreetly installed his men around the shelter, in such a way that they avoid getting attention. I ordered 4 of them, including one that dominated the alamn, to accompany it. In the reception of the youth, the young woman looking for an interview with Dieter During and Wolf Coquebec, guests at your hotel. The young woman immediately receptionist, named Consuelo Martinez, understood that it was the policeman who was looking for them. After asking Duarte, you will see your identification, Comfort gave it a key teacher together with the information in which rooms could find the 2 Germans. Duarte Vera first entered Dieter's room During. Just awake and without his lenses on, During dura an effort to determine the identity of intruders. No THIRD-6 to understand that they were police representatives Paraguay dressed in a robe, the police forced him to cross to the other side of the corridor. Some of the police they remained in the during their belongings. Duarte Vera opened the door of the habitation of Coquebec and pushed During with such force that I fell to Coquebec bedside. Scared, Coquebec felt in bed. Duarte Vera I watched the 2 scammers without saying anything. For the express of his faces and the experience he had of hundreds of 323 interviews in similar situations, I knew I could do what they wish. Finally order some of their polikvas start the review of the room and luggage of Coquebec. I indicated During to sit in a chair located nearby of the window. Their names are Wolf Coquebec and Dieter During, I started. They are sought by Interpol for having stolen a bank in Germany a few weeks ago. While the interpreter translates his words, the 2 Germans studied the head of the Paraguayan police who came dressed with an elegant uniform. Duarte Vera's eyes they showed disdain for their weakness. We are here to process your arrest and extradition. German police, continued, along with his boatin. To the rhythm of the translation of his words, Coquebec he shrunk in bed. During, without his lenses, blinked nervously before the blurred image of the chief of the police. For greater effect, Duarte Vera left his words vibrating in the air without saying more. The police, who had already finished checked the during the room, they entered the room of Coquebec. When he will raise his eyebrows to ask if they had found the money, one of them opened his arms, he showed his palms and shaken his head. With patience Duarte Vera I studied the 2 men scared that he had in front. The tip of his tongue came out of suddenly among his lips. Coquebec seemed a snake that I had seen in a zoologic when it was child. Duarte Vera indicates with his head that the police translator would stay and order others to get out of the room. Alone, with the closed door, Duarte Vera knew I went to the 2 Germans. After each phrase gave opportunity to the translator to do his job. I have a proposal that may interest to get out of the precarious situation, he began. Yes. 324. They accept. I think it will be infinitely better than they deserve. Paraguayan authorities have no interest in get involved in the annoying procedures in which an extradition from our country to one in Europe it means. To be even clearer, at the time they leave Paraguay, our authorities have no interest in you. Duarte Vera suddenly showed you your smile of predator. Enough to give more round to the matter. Mutual benefit. I have in superior order instructions of help them look for another life outside Paraguay. In your case, with the benefit that 10 or 20 years of imprisonment. As for the Paraguayan government, to avoid procedures that could affect several negotiations delicate international. He paused. Anxiety. The two Germans they were waiting for their following words. For everyone's benefit, let's expel them, and JNO we are interested in how you prefer to fix your lives after. Slow. We have to solve the detail of the costs that his flight from German justice implies. Surely they are okay that it is not the Paraguayan government that owes it a Ford. He left his gaze jumping from one to the other. I have been informed that the cost of their explong is from $400,000. When the interpreter ends up translating, everyone knows they left without speaking. If we pay you the amount that asks us, where we would carry later. During finally I ask. Degree they will be unhealthy in a plane to a town in Argentina, Duarte Vera answered him. From there, you will have to solve their situation. How we will be sure that they are going to release, arriving in Argentina. Quebec you asked. Duarte Vera offered him a smile exempt from empathy. To begin with, I think their alternatives are limited. Our interest in you, some simple thieves, will end in the moment they are outside our borders. As they have been able to appreciate, Interpol's investigations have been intense and efficient. Surely they will continue. During and Quebec saw their eyes. What Duarte Vera was telling them it seemed logic. Duarte Vera I will stay silent while the two Germans talk to each other muttering expressions of kale to confuse the translator. We accept your proposal, during, with a pallid appearance of defeat. Happy Duarte Vera bowed his head towards during before getting up. They must prepare to fly early in the tomorrow. With those words I left the habitation followed by your interpreter. During and Quebec were clear that they didn't have possibilities to escape. They knew that the police chief had the hotel surrounded. To dawn, the Germans, paid and resigned, went down to the reception with your suitcases to wait for the arrival of the head of the police. Duarte Vera arrived at the hotel in a striking Mercedes-Benz accompanied by 2 trucks. I have already done my best to allow them to get out of our country as free men, the interpreter of Duarte Vera translated them. Before proceeding, they need to pay the account. During took a key from his bag and delivered it. The money is in the hotel safe. Confirmed. 326. By your own well-being, I hope you are telling me the truth, Duarte Vera answered him. They understand that with a call I can stop the flight, if they don't fulfill their part. No comments, Quebec and During nodded to confirm that they had understood. Duarte Vera moje 6 his lips with the tip of the tongue. So he liked behavior of the people I was dealing with. The Germans were unhealthy to one of the trucks, that after immediately I started heading to private airport of the Interior Minister Edgar Insfran. Their 10-seat plane was ready to take off. After the Germans had approached, 4 police dressed as civilians followed. Duarte Vera returned to the reception. There Alberto Planas, his research leader, he was waiting for his 6 RDS together to the young woman who, just like the previous day, was receptionist. I want to have access to the safe, 19, I ordered the chief of the police showing the ILAV that had received from During. For Duarte Vera's bad luck, Consuelo Martinez it was a woman of great integrity and a strong opinion about what was correct. I had seen how the police they had idolized the 2 foreigners in a truck, without allow them to collect the belongings that had deposited. 3. With what right the police were going to collect them now? I can't allow you to illicit something here without a court order, he answered, challenging, his eyes dark. Duarte Vera fueled his eyebrows by hearing the words of the women. However, regardless of their subsequent efforts to convince her with threats, Comfort refused to present the another key necessary to open the safety box. He. 327. Powerful chief of the political policy soon realized that his unique options was to use violence to remove it or accept the insistence of Comfort that you should call Hotel Duofayo to receive the necessary permission. Duarte Vera: I calculated the possibility of questioning it using the pool 0 touches of electricity in the nipples to locate the missing key, but I chose not to do it. Insfran had emphasized the importance of being discreet in your investigation of the case. It was 2 Europeans sought by Interpol, and Insfran lo no circumstance wanted to get international attention. Duarte Vera: finally allow Consuelo to call your boss. I was convinced that, printing him with his rank and put, could convince him to open the safe. When the Hotel Duofayo Contest 6, Consuelo Road Pidley, contained that 2 German guests had been collected by the Polifa, and now the officers wanted access to the safe without a court order. The owner was a German named Klaus Biedermann that he had moved to Paraguay with his family in the years 50. Congratulated Consuelo for having acted correctly and hang. Instead immediately go to the hotel as Consuelo had asked, Imam 6, the ambassador of Western Germany. The ambassador, named Hubert Kreyer, was a friend with whom Biedermann socialized. The ambassador: I beg Biedermann not act until again notice. Hanging your telephone, ask your secretary. The scam alert sought that vaguely recorded having seen in the correspondence. Leaving her, he deduced what was happening. With personal antipathy to Duarte Vera, whom he considered a criminal, order its secretary to communicate it with the palace of the President Stroessner. 328. Alfredo Stroessner made a grimace when he remembered failed attempt by Duarte Vera to keep the boat in of the 2 scammers. However, the bad judgment of the police chief, it turned out to be a political opportunity. I allowed Stroessner to suffocate the growing power of Edgar Insfran. Although his relationship was more cordial than friendly, in 1963 Stroessner commissioned Insfran to direct his campaign of re-election. For the victorious result, Stroessner offered him the Ministry of Interior to compensate Insfran for their services. However, with the years the position of Insfran what it had become dangerous for Stroessner, because the Insfran month with month he continued to consolidate his control over the body's country police. In 1965 Stroessner had begun to plan changes in the constitution to be able to stay as president life, contrary to Insfran's interests, whose ambition was to reach the maximum power in the next elections. Stroessner knew that his interior minister had the support of those who favored an aid in line more hard than your own politics. Insfran was one of the few survivors of the turbulent years 40 who still maintained a power base that Stroessner had not achieved neutralize. The mistake made by Duarte Vera presented Stroessner a welcome opportunity. As a gift from heaven it had caused a diplomatic escandalo with Germany, Western and Interpol as the outraged parts. Stroessner attacked it, ordering an external investigation into the participation of Duarte Vera in the case of scammers Germans, the term investigation in record time, revealing a shameless corruption in the high command of the police. In exchange for his testimony, Stroessner negotiated with Duarte will see his exile as an ambassador to Bolivia. As consequence, Albert Planas and another 20 officers under the 329 Insfran protection were arrested. In less than 1 month Stroessner managed to suppress the power of his opponent further interested in the position of president. I appointed the General Alcibiades Bertez as the new head of the capital, and to Pastor Coronel as the new head of the Department of Research. In November of the same year, Stroessner continued the political purification to protect your interests. A day after having dissolved the cabinet, articles appeared in the newspapers where Stroessner thanked Edgar Insfran for its services during the last 10 years. It was everything. A new cabinet was installed, and Insfran disappeared between the shadows of the past. In the new cabinet, Insfreen was replaced with Sabino Montanaro as Minister of the Inside. With that, Stroessner had thought that the matter was concluded, but the German scammers had resurfaced 6 years later. More accurate, their Caton had appeared in a state of decomposition that indicated that their deaths they had occurred several months ago. During the ferry that followed, Duarte Vera repeatedly assured Stroessner that Insfraan's plane had islanded the 2 Germans to the border with Argentina, and who did not know nothing of them later. The money found at the Hotel de los 2 scammers had been delivered to the embassy of Western Germany. It had explained that it was the amount complete recovered from the scammers, who unfortunately they had managed to escape after their arrest. In response to the complaint filed by the embassy claiming that the recovered money did not even reach the half of the stolen amount, I alleged that obviously Düring and Kochubek had hidden or spent the rest. The corpses had been found in one of the thousands of ravines near the Parana River, in a region bit 330. Populated for the Paraguayan authorities, the finding finds impossible to hide. 3 American ornithologists had delivered to its embassy belongings found in the bodies. The United States informed the embassy of West Germany, who soon identified the dead like Wolf Kochubek and Dieter Düring, missing from 1966. Photos taken by the ornithologists showed mutilations and prolonged and systematic torture during years. Stroessner was forced to allow the German embassy collect the bodies. The autopsy revealed that they had been injected with experimental drugs. Faced with the autopsy findings, Stroessner promised the ambassador German thoroughly investigate what happened. Düring and Kochubek had been found 70 kilometers west of Porto Guarani. 15 kilometers more a farm that had registered as its duafio to a certain José Mangel. At the end of World War II, the most cunning Nazis, and they ran with the necessary fate, they managed to flee Europe. The majority went first to Argentina. Some of them eventually sought a new life in other countries of the southern cone, among them, Paraguay. There was an organization in South America that helped fugitive Nazis with money, contacts, and documents. The more sought after by the Israelis were Adolf Eichmann, Martin Bormann, Edward Reichmann, and Joseph Mangel. Eichmann was located in Argentina in 1960, where he was kidnapped and taken to Israel to be judged. The judgment of his judgment it resulted in death penalty. Mangel, worried, moved to Paraguay, where continues the delivery of a gratification. 331. Generous to Edgar YNSFRDN, that same year bought your new citizenship. Stroessner came to meet Joseph Mangel in person a time later. The first meeting took place in the house weekend that Stroessner kept on the shores of the lake of Ypacaraí. Stroessner was impressed by the combination of security and coldness with which Mangel he talked about different medical aspects. Lepra, disease imported from Brazil during the previous century, it was an issue that remained a worry for Paraguay. Stroessner was related valley contained in a field on the island of Cerrito located at the confluence of the Parana and Paraguay rivers, where he sent all cases detected. When I asked him on the disease, Mangel was aware of leprosy and offers you specific suggestions for your treatment. Now, from his recent discovery of signs of the leprosy in his person, the disease had become one of priority concerns for Stroessner. He thought a lot in the observations that Mangel 2 years had given him to cure it. With pure, not contaminated blood. Said very safely. If the other treatments prescribed by their doctors did not give results, it was already determined to try to heal with the recommendations of the Dr. Mangel. Mangel never abandoned his ambitions of revolutionize biological science with its experiments. Through the years, Stroessner had received reports spores on peasants who had been found dead for strange reasons. Poisoned, mutilated, with injected eyes of colors, 6 transplanted organs. Between the 50 cases reported, there was about 20 twins. The only concern that Stroessner felt it was the possibility of an international skewer, but thanks to the 332 important people who protect Mangel, rumors had been silenced. Stroessner had no doubt that Mangel he was bribing the people who protect him. During the last decade, rumors had circulated that several Nazis sought were living in Paraguay, base the protection of the authorities. Now, in its statement, the American ambassador was hinting at his suspicion that person after the deaths of the two Germans was Joseph Mengele. Stroessner was clear that Mengele had to disappear, and it was necessary to look for an explanation convincing about the mutilated bodies of Düring and Kochubek. Ram at Pain #Demkabarquimitake's resolve was, the compliance with the United States condition for receive $8 million in economic support and military. With the ability of a professional extortionist, Nixon was blackmailing to obtain the extradition of the drug trafficker Auguste Record. If I did not fulfill it, Nixon, he threatened to cancel his annual economic aid. Record had the protection of the generals Rodriguez and Comden, and although Stroessner received his compensation for smuggling, for him it was more important to have the economic and military support of the states joined. On the other hand, go against the accumulated power of the two generals could be worse aidin, it could be in a coup d'état and in the loss of its absolute power. Asterisk. 333. In 1972 it was a city whose economy gravitated around smuggling articles. There is no one corner in the center of the capital where they were not sold: cigarettes, American, Scottish whiskey, Italian sunglasses, clothes, French female interior, and an infinity of other articles de luxe. The prices were the lowest MDS of the world. Detail that of course it was attractive to consumers of these articles in Brazil and Argentina. It was impossible to know the exact amount of the smuggling market value in the country, but unofficial entmeros suggest that they reached both 1 billion annual $. While it was tobacco, alcohol, and underwear seductive, smuggling to Argentina and Brazil did not cause international reaction. However, since 1967 the smuggling exported by Paraguay was diversified to include drugs to the United States. In the mid-60s, DIA agents they had managed to determine the routes used to transport heroin of Asia. A need for traffickers engineer other methods to introduce your merchandise into the USA. One of his new options was to send the Marseille drugs, and from there to Miami or New York. At the end of the decade it is estimated that heroin pura, with a retail value of $180 million, was exported to the United States by that route. The central link between Marseille and the United States, he was a French known as Monsieur André. Auguste Record, who was his true name, had how his business officer a hotel on the outskirts of Assumption. Record, by clean, I required the permission of men of power in Paraguay for your clandestine businesses. To be able to operate, Record paid the generals a quota of 25,000 shares by each air off with heroin cargoes. Their main protectors were General Andrés Rodriguez and 334. Patricio Coleman. At the beginning of the 60s, Rodriguez and Coleman they had become rich managing the concessions of smuggling of tobacco and whiskey granted by Stroessner. When Record presented them with the opportunity, they saw the possibilities of becoming rich with the traffic of heroin. Together they presented the scheme to the president, who, he gave them his blessing to continue with the project, in the understood that a generous percentage would be deposited in his bank account in Switzerland. Armed with consent from Stroessner, Rodriguez and Coleman began the construction of clues for airplanes in its extensive ranches of the Campafie. Record also depended on Pastor Coronel, the new chief of the political police. Pastor Colonel reported the movements of the DIA agents, the agency in charge to prevent drug smuggling from the United States. Civil police command to take photos of the men who are suspected were DIA agents, and then arrive to record. Bistern Pastor Colonel facilitated the issuance of false passports and other identification documents that smugglers needed to do their job. The DIA managed to penetrate the operation in Paraguay in 1971, and demanded the extradition of Auguste Record. A struggle of power, among those who had profited from smuggling and those who they had not participated, began. There are no evidence of the Stroessner participation, but nobody had doubts about that the business could not operate without its consent. Sabino Montanaro, the interior minister, recommended Record's extradition, while Rodriguez and Coleman were firmly determined to protect him by convenience of their own interests. After his capture, Stroessner ordered the arrest of Record. He passed his days of imprisonment in a wide and comfortable cell in company of your niece. Stroessner. 335. Also gave 6 RDS to extend the judicial process to decide about his extradition. After 8 months, the Court Supreme Paraguayan Justice I finally published its ruling. The Record extradition was not possible, because there was no criminal act in the U.S. territory. Since their illegal activities had occurred in Paraguay would have to be judged in the same country. The Americans did not accept the verdict of the court. They were convinced that those who protected Record went to leave it in the first chance. Stroessner he received a letter from the President of the United States, Richard Nixon. In the letter Nixon informed him that his country, base a new law that regulated eco-endemic help to countries third world. I was reviewing the possible cancellation of its annual econdemic support. In addition, there was a risk of that the United States will stop buying their annual fee of Paraguayan sugar. Despite the economic precision, Stroessner is not bent. His official position was that he did not have the power of change a verdict made by the Supreme Court of Justice. Actually, I was afraid that Rodriguez and Coleman together they were going against him. United were powerful enough to give a coup d'état and overthrow it. With the years, Alfredo Stroessner had reached the conclusion that the greatest threat to his power came from nearby mess who surrounded him. I needed them for be able to exercise your power. In return, it granted them privileges that they demand, a reasonable barter to obtain his loyalty. The most cunning between generals, ministers, and heads of the Polifa took advantage of those benefits to expand his 336 own power base. If it allowed someone to do too strong, imply a risk that Stroessner was replaced as the maximum authority. Balance the various centers of power to keep the control was a task continuous. Rodriguez and Coleman's threatening alliance was not acceptable. At the same time, Stroessner did not want to lose the annual help that the gringos sent him. However, yes, I had to choose between losing power or losing help economics of the United States. It was an easy decision. Losing power was unacceptable. I would have to sacrifice the $8 million. On the night of March 22, Alfredo Stroessner slept badly. I repeatedly woke Cream when it turned to the side to the other muttering incoherent words. After their many nights together, Cream wise that I shouldn't bother his lover when he went through those moments. He was a man important that had a complicated problem that I needed to solve, and Cream that I was like that time. As always, since his military career began as cadet at 16 years, Stroessner got up at 4:30 at dawn. When I contemplated situations of threat to his power, he did not look at his environment. Way automatic, as you felt daily, felt in the autumn devil that he was going to take him to the presidential palace, where he worked. That day, distracted and contrary to its custom, stopped exchange usual phrases with your assistant and your driver. Its secretary, Mario Abdo, entered his workspace to leave a very hot and sugar cup of coffee. I noticed that Mr. President Aiden had not begun to review the documents that had prepared to give solutions to 337 requests and everyday problems. I understood that the Lord President had more important pending Alcton that was considering and left without saying anything. When I returned half an hour later to serve you more cafe, I found President Stroessner with a smile of ear to ear. Abdo, I have a task. Yes, my general, what you order? You remembered one Hans Rudel, the German that during the last 15 years he has presented us to several of his compatriots in the country? I wanted to communicate with him to inform him that we have information reliable that the Mossad already has the ranch of Manjl. If they ask me, he must explain how do we know? We know, Abdo, because we just grabbed a Mossad agent in the process of entering our country a legal way. During the interrogation, we confess that your propsido was to kidnap and kill a person to whom the Paraguayan government has granted Paraguayan citizenship. Stroessner then ordered to call the ambassadors from the United States and Western Germany, requesting your presence at 8 o'clock the next day. The two ambassadors arrived promptly. They were taken immediately to the president's office. After an exchange of courtesy phrases, Stroessner is aimed at ambassadors to expose the matter that was of interest. 10 days the German embassy contacted me on the discovery of 2 corpses made by citizens American. I now like to inform you that our 338 research in this regard has been completed in a way expedite. I want to share with you a copy of the report made by the commission that I was in charge of carrying out the investigation. Stroessner gave each of the ambassadors a thin file. Reclined in the chair with his hands intertwined on the belly, while he was seeing as the ambassadors opened the report. In order not to spend their time, I offer them a summary of the report that I just gave them, Stroessner continues. The Commission has been able to determine that those guilty of death of these 2 unfortunate foreigners were patients that had escaped our asylum in Concepcion. Thank God, we have already managed to locate the sick and they find back behind bars. I have been informed that these men are so dated mentally that it does not exist hope to face their actions in a trial. Stroessner, I studied the ambassadors who could not avoid showing your skepticism. Although not, Stroessner, I opt for ignoring it. The 2 victims are German scammers who they hid in South America for several years. Were located in Paraguay in 1966, before escaping to Brazil or maybe Argentina. Since then, we have not had information about them until a few months ago, when illegal way they returned to our country. Is when they had the bad fortune to meet the 2 fugitives of the asylum. The 2 ambassadors understood that, without evidence impeccable contrary, they have nothing to argue on the content of the report that Stroessner undoubtedly he had prepared very carefully. They have no doubt about that any evidence to support the president's version Paraguayan would be sufficiently only. 339. One of the primely of the asylum, regrets to report, hallucinated with the possibilities of curing the people of the diseases that they perceived that they suffered. Stroessner he concluded his summary to close it with a flourish. Apparently perceived that the 2 Germans required your help. I extended their arms with the palms up for indicate that the audience had come to an end. With one professional smile lifted the ambassadors. Thank you, Mr. President. Surely your report allow us to close this unfortunate matter, one of them offers you as farewell words. With the certainty that the matter of satisfactory, Stroessner ignored sarcasm without to answer. When again he was alone in the immense salt that it worked like his formal office, Stroessner I got in the box strong your copy of the report and took another one. According to your experience, it was better to keep the entomero of the people who had knowledge of the invented story about fugitive crazy. The crazy if they exist, although never they had left more old from the walls of the institution to where they were locked. Les Aden, ceasen what your secretary he had reported, they had committed acts like the 2 Germans had suffered. Stroessner grimaced and shaken his head. For satisfy their insatiable greed, Insfran and Duarte Vera had sold to Kokubec and During to Joseph Mengele for their experiments made in the scientific interest of understanding the limits of the human body. 340. Seeing the file in your hands, the thoughts of Stroessner left 2 strings. Arturo Lopez Arico, known as his guerrilla name as Agapito Valiente, I had 3 weeks as a PR6 FUGO since Pastor Colonel had managed to identify it. All in the group of the resistance, to which Lopez Arico belonged, had sworn that they were never going to give away the dedettes. As was good Stroessner knowledge, there is no man or woman who long resisted torture. There are those who endure the immense pain of electric touches, about to be drowned in a tub of excrement, not to be able to sleep in a cell with intense day and night, to be isolated by months, 0 do not see the sun for years. But in your experience, no live the man who endures to see his loved ones beloved suffer, his wife, his children, his parents. Without knowledge of details, Stroessner did not doubt that information about Lopez Arico had been extracted from any of his companions Bolsheviks in Pastor Coronel's effective hands. Classically, the Paraguayan resistance headed for López Arico, the United National Liberation Front, worked in 6 people cells who do not have knowledge of the members of the other cells. Each member had adopted a nickname without disseminating their true name to their partners, in order to make it difficult to poly. Interrogation. For his bad luck, the guerrilla leader López Arico had been betrayed by one of the participants in his cell that had not endured torture. His name was Blas Cristaldo, and where appropriate, the invented nickname system does not worked. The and López Arico met since they were children. With the confession extracted from Cristaldo, Pastor Coronel I already had knowledge of the true identity of the elusive. 341. Valiente Agapito. The chief of the Alpha political police opportunity to congratulate the powerful General Coleman, delivering to the subversive more sought from its promotion to Fulna leadership in 1970. I ordered the glass liberation, after having instilled that his life depended on not share absolutely nothing of your experience in the research department. The choice that Cristaldo faced was simple, to become an informant of the police, or die. While Pastor Coronel was contemplating his options, López Arico learned from other roads that identity was compromised. I didn't find better option what to move on to clandestinity to continue its fight against dictatorship. For a time I hid in homes of the supporters of the guerrilla movement. However, he soon realized that his presence risked the lives of the people who were protecting him. Arrived at the conclusion that the most prudent was to leave the capital shortly and cross the border to Argentina. With the full confidence I had in Cristaldo, López Arico planned with him his escape to Argentina. Cristal asked lenteing the automobile of his uncle with the promise of filling the tank before his return, and then he informed the Perugia that it had been assigned what was going to happen. I received instead the Pastor Colonel personal guarantee that there was saved his life and that no one was going to bother him in the future. López Arico hid in the trunk of the vehicle. With the abundant holes caused by oxidation, did not have breathing problem. Cristaldo drove old Chevrolet pallid blue color crossing Asunción, the capital of capital in the continent that still lacks semi-deforas. When finally, the intra-city had left, it began to relax, now with the strengthened hope that López Arico was going to achieve escape Argentina. No one was chasing him in the 342. Dusty dirt road. Relieved commented to López Arico what I observed along the road. They were approaching the Guy Hill at the foot of Cerro de Cocup. In 1 hour and a half, he said, we're going to arrive at the place of the meeting. They were waiting for them to cross it to the other side river. Suddenly I stopped talking. López Arico I understood that something was happening, and with a knot in the stomach remained still. Cristal low the speed until stopped the vehicle. López Arico could listen to Simo Cristaldo Salfa from the old car to descent aloud with people that had stopped it. The sound of 3 shots I added argument. López Arico I strongly held the gun that there was no left out of view in the last 3 months. I did not achieve distinguish words from exchange. Someone barking what it sounded like an order. Accompanied by groans, an object heavy was dragged along the car. López Arico sentia that he went crazy with the despair of not knowing what he was happening, but he did not dare to move and make noise. General Coleman breaks another order, and the body without life of Blas Cristaldo was an assistant in the back of a truck for 2 of its satin soldiers. Walking around of the old blue Chevrolet, Coleman records 6 the call that had received from Pastor Coronel in the Mafiana. I had asked help to arrest the leader of the resistance, brave Agapito. Coleman knew perfectly well that Pastor Colonel had the resources necessary to capture the guerrilla leader for their own counts. Zdlo could conclude that Stroessner himself he had instructed to give Coleman the media opportunity to announce the capture of the Fulna leader before the press. Coleman had an eye on his watch. He supposed that Shepherd Colonel would not arrive. I observed its 2 officers subordinates and the 20 satin soldiers that were 343 accompanying. While they were shielded, Zdlo could verify that everyone maintained a neutral and respect for your general. Irritated he saw his watch again. Finally 3 vehicles stopped doing a dust cloud where General Kamen was waiting. Coughing for the dust of the road, Pastor Colonel I left one of the vehicles and helped 6 to the general. The driver resisted, Coleman informed him. We had it what to liquidate. Disintegrado Pastor Colonel nodded his head. Sque passed with Lepez Arico. Ask. Not they found in the vehicle? I didn't want to do the final investigation until they had his presence, Coleman informed him. 6, perfectly aware that Pastor Colonel was aimed at being one of the military men from the country. The ethnic place where it could be hidden is in the trunk, and I assure you that nobody he has left there since we stopped the vehicle. I have no doubt about its efficiency in this regard, Pastor Colonel I assured him. Why we don't take advantage of the moment to proceed with its definitive confirmation, now what are we both present? Without words Coleman affirmed with a smile that was according to the proposal of the chief of the political police. The two approached the Chevrolet trunk. Inside Lepez Arico could hear the voices and steps of people they approached. A man with Cimara left one of the car's accompaniments of Pastor Coronel. With a sharp movement of the head, Colonel I ordered to stand next to the old man Chevrolet. Then I ordered one of his men to look for the keys that were still in the cabin. Pastor Colonel I delivered to Coleman with a great smile. General Coleman, is my wish that you make the honor. 344. To the country to open this trunk and confirm the capture of the leader communist terrorist L6 Pez Arico. Coleman Tom 6 Note of the photographer. The photos and the report in the periodicals they were going to promote their image and help their career. I knew that now I had a debt to Pastor Colonel that one day I would have to settle. I indicated one of his subordinates approach the soldiers to the detainee. Obeying, they pointed their rifles to the trunk. Coleman took his gun out of the case and took away his insurance before looking for the right key to open the trunk. When I found it, I put it in the sheet, I turned it and pressed the button. The turvery went up on his rusty springs. With the gun in front began to say something, but his words they lost with the explosions of 2 unexpected shots. It happened was captured by the photographer that Pastor Coronel I had islandized. Lepez Arico had been clicked in space of the trunk. At the time the trunk risen, I squeezed the trigger of your gun twice against the person who the open. He jumped out, but the numerous bullets that they immediately hit him. At the same time, those present they could see how General Coleman collapsed 6 in the shadow of the old Chevrolet. General Coleman was immediately unhealthy to a hospital, where they proceeded with the surgery necessary to maintain it alive. The doctors managed to get one of the bullets located in his abdomen, but for fear of complications eventually abstained to remove the other. They informed their patient, and also to the President of the Republic, that the bala was too close to his vital 6 organs. Without however, after a long convalescence, in January 1971. 345. General Coleman returned to his military post. It seemed to have totally recovered. Stroessner and a few military of the high command they knew that Coleman kept visiting his doctor to control the danger of bullet poisoning of lead that still housed in his stim aging. On July 20, 1972, General Coleman was presented with your doctor for a visit by Revient and the taking of samples. The doctor was a man named Miguel Jimenez that he had prepared for his profession in the States joined. Together with 3 colleagues, his work was to give medical attention to the most powerful men in Paraguay. General Coleman observed that the doctor seemed enough nervous during routine control, but supposed they were the continuous thunderstorms of the last days what affected. The thunderstorms were what least bothered the Dr. Jimenez. His nervousness was due to the instructions strict that 3 days before had received privately from the President Stroessner. When the President reached his clinic, Dr. Jimenez came out to receive it personally. Abdo, the private secretary of the President, he had notified him with a day in advance that your most important client would require an urgent consultation. Dr. Jimenez immediately ordered the cancellation of others' patients to be able to receive it with broad reserve time. After indicating to his assistant to stay in the reception, Stroessner follows Dr. Jimenez to his office. They exchanged some courtship phrases before feel. Stroessner was studied a few moments before arriving to the matter that interested him. "Doctor, I don't want to waste your time arguing things." 346. Unimportant, began with its usual way to reach the puzzle of the matter without predominant. "Today I have not visited your clinic because I feel indisposed. I'm here because I require your support with an unofficial matter and quite delicate. Of course, I'm to serve you, Sapphire President," Dr. Gimenez assured him, without showing too much conviction. "I like her attitude, Dr. Gimenez," Stroessner answered. "What I am about to disseminate is information which concerns the security of the country. Therefore, not a word of what I am saying in this office of yours can be repeated by you, is it understood?" Gimenez indicated with his head that he had understood. "I have discovered that one of my generals is in front of a plot to dismiss the elected president of the country." To see the effect of his words, Stroessner studied the doctor with its small greenish eyes. "A coup d'état, no more no less, and I can assure you that it would be very bloody to the country." Stroessner paused again to allow Dr. Assimiliar the seriousness of his words. "The dilemma that faces me is that I cannot arrest the general in question without preventing this being the sign to initiate the blow against the legitimate authorities. I have contemplated the most discreet way to quell this rebellion towards him democratically chosen by the people, before that sprouts in acts of violence that affect the population. He found the solution in you, Dr. Gimenez." The doctor, pallid but maintaining his composure, I remain immovable on the other side of the desktop. "In a few days, General Coleman will appear here with you for your routine control. I am aware that one of the bullets you received during the leader of the leader. 347. Communist Aden is buried in your body. But me mistake, it is about 6 vital organs in the abdomen. It has not been removed because, according to the specialists, the surgery would be too risky. However, although the argument is that over time the risk is decreasing, there is always the possibility of poisoning by lead or the bullet begins to move." Stroessner leaned towards Dr. Gimenez. The doctor he did not observe his uniform with the medals, nor the gold on his cap. I was captive for his cold green eyes that looked at him no blinking. "I have evidence that General Coleman is a traitor to the country and its legal government. When you present with you for your health control, it is my desire to inform you of the urgency to undergo surgery to remove the bullet that still it is located in its stem aging. The reason, which I leave to you formulate in the most convincing way, it will die if it is not removed the bullet. You have to convince it? Understand what am I saying?" Dr. Gimenez was a man who believed in the Hippocratic oath I had done when I graduated. Without, however, I understand perfectly well that I would suffer repercussions if it refused to a man's entrustment that with steel hand ruled the country. It became clear that, the Zdlo made knowledge of the coup d'état shared by the president, he put it in danger. A surgery like the one mentioned, certainly it presents a danger to the patient's life, but there is the possibility of surviving, Dr. Gimenez finally I answered. "Given the circumstances, I suppose that possibility will not be of interest, Mr. President?" Stroessner relaxed, reclining in his chair. "You are an intelligent man," Dr. Gimenez said. "However, my hope is that General Coleman 348. Leave surgery alive. Your health undoubtedly will find in such a precarious situation that it will be necessary provide General Coleman the presidential avid forgive it the opportunity to recover in the hands of Aden more specialized than yours, Doctor." Dr. Gimenez placed the thumbs under his mention and rest your nose on your fingers. I understood clearly what Stroessner wanted to achieve. Coleman would die abroad, where autopsy and post-mortem information exchange for allies of Coleman would be less accurate and would lend himself to interpretations random. At the same time Stroessner could sign that he had made great efforts to save his old friend. Stroessner interrupted his reflections. "To avoid any questions about the need for me put the operation in motion," the president announced him, Government will cover the medical expenses for care that the General Coleman requires when he is under his care. Of course, we are talking about one of the military from the country, and its fees certain proportional to its importance. I'm going to ask you to communicate my private secretary your bank data, whether or in the foreign, to order the transfer of 50,000 $50,000 for your services. The doctor stayed out of breath when I heard the amount offered. As a doctor, attending to the country's elite, he enjoyed annually of a generous salary equivalent to $9,000. Whatever happens, you will not have to worry about your family, Stroessner agreed. 6. From today in the Mafana, this under the vigilance of the Presidential Guard. On August 1, Dr. Jimenez, along with 2 other doctors and several nurses, proceed with surgery to remove the bala located in the abdomen of General Coleman. It had been easy to manipulate the results of the many samples taken and studies that had done to convince his colleagues. Explain to the general the need to proceed with the operation. It was less difficult than Dr. Jimenez I had anticipated. Coincide with the observation that follows had done throughout his career. Those who suffer from some badly, they interpret a doctor's words as if they were pronounced truths in the Bible. Although it was certain that surgery to remove the bala was going to cause Coleman's death, he couldn't risk the small doubt that he had left. During the operation, in process of stirring the bullet, I managed to insert a minusculous piece of lead under a fabric. With that I was convinced of that the general body of the general was going to absorb the metal T6. In all his life Dr. Jimenez had not lied as I had done during the last 2 weeks. There was invented stories to his wife to explain the presence of civil police openly watching their home from the corner of the street. Worse Aiden, they followed his wife and daughters where they were. To be able to manipulate his colleagues, there were falsified tests on the general state of the general. It was true that he was afraid for his family's lives and his own. The money offered cared for Ecumen. To the same time I was afraid of what I would imply if they fell and your allies will be victorious in a coup d'état against Stroessner. A few days after the intervention also further, the health status of General Coleman worsened. His worried friend of a lifetime, Alfredo Stroessner, insisted in taking it in the presidential avion to the Walter Reed Hospital in 350. The United States, where, accompanied by his wife, could get the best medical attention in the world. Like the widow later he informed him with tears of thanks, despite of the efforts of the Paraguayan president to save his life to his friend. A few days later General Coleman muried in the hospital, American poisoned by emissions of lead. President Stroessner gained a lot of sympathy between military for his act of affection for his old friend. The burial General Coleman was a true spectaculum, worthy of a hero of the country. Dr. Jimenez I received the department of $50,000 in Switzerland, which was processed in such a way that Stroessner could make sure his eternal silence, unable to verify the origin of money. On August 11, the Paraguayan Supreme Court. I confirm the decision to extradite drug trafficker Augusto Record to the United States. The next year a court in New York condemned Record 20 years of jail. In December 1972 the United States approved the payment of $8 million to help Paraguay. They also confirmed the increase in their import share of Ajdacar Paraguay during the next AFO. Sitting in its limousine, aimed at the annual event in memory of the heroes in the disastrous war in 1865 to 1870, Stroessner observed with satisfaction the huge sign placed above the central bank building. Peace, work, and well-being with Stroessner, he said. The sun was about to rise above of the building. The sky looked full of an intense blue color. I was to be another day more of his liking, he concluded, while playing with the possibility of changing the words of the sign. Maybe sun, peace, and future with Stroessner, thought. I appreciate it as it sounded, less heavy and more promising, no doubt words that could attract more tourism. The limousine stopped about 50 meters from Pantene building built in honor of the heroes. Stroessner was in excellent humor when his assistant he opened the vehicle door in La Calasita that crossed the square of the heroes. With a lot of political skill, the last year he had tied an infinity of loose ends. As President of the Republic, nothing exceeded the satisfaction of having suppressed a threat against his person as leader supreme from the country. His power was consolidated that never, with dead Coleman and weakened Rodriguez. Concessions and the privileges previously granted to Coleman already had them distributed to key people, so that their power it was reinforced. Of that distribution, of course, there were excluded to General Rodriguez. It was too dangerous. With he would be necessary to make an alliance of another indole, present your son Freddie to any of Rodriguez's daughters. With Record's extradition, he had achieved the approve of the annual economic support of the United States. In addition, the production of ekemar had been sold to a negotiated price that favored the country's farmers. The heroin routes had already been changed by others, without clues of those involved, and less of the president from Paraguay. The different interests in the drug THIRD-WORLDism had been negotiated satisfactorily. Under the threat of being discovered and taken to Israel to be judged, Menschel had escaped to Brazil. With that, his presence had ceased to be a Paraguayan worry. 352. And already, nobody was already interested in the theme of those Germans' insignificant, Quebec, and during scammers. He approached the ladder to climb to the pantheon of the heroes, where Pastor Colonel expected him. Surely I wanted your answer about the additional income of the business that he had provided the previous DFA. The proposal seemed interesting, regardless of whether or not he accepted it. Toward 6 years had appointed Pastor Coronel as his new chief of the political police. With the years, Pastor Colonel had strengthened his power in a surprising way. As usual, Stroessner Reflection 6, the currency of the granting of power to a Hadbil man has two faces, they give results on the one hand, but by the other becomes ambitious and dangerous. The previous day, at the end of the weekly meeting of police reports in the presence of Bertez, Sabino Montanaro, and senior officials within the police, Pastor Colonel stayed and requested 5 minutes alone with him President. Pastor Colonel warned the President that the terrorists in Argentina had started to kidnap key people who worked in multinational companies. Stressed that there was a great probability that the new crime in Argentina would also be in Paraguay. By example, if Duncan Martin, the general director of Liebig's Meatpacking, one of the largest foreign companies that operated in the country, was kidnapped. Sent, what would happen? Surely there would be a demand for payment of a sum important to free it. Now, contemplating the scenario that the company paid the sum demanded, assuming the liberation of its director and the arrest of guilty, Gudel would be the president's reaction, if for was any reason impossible to find the Bodin? With her eyes of pale green, Stroessner he was seeing Pastor Coronel while assimilating the 353. Information. If a terrorist action was resolved during the release of the kidnapped, ask for discretion in terms of details, finally answered. At the same time I would expect a Polakfa operator, with as many skill as yours, will find at least a fifth of the money paid. Pastor Colonel understood that Stroessner had granted his permission to kidnap Duncan Martin, against 20% of the rescue money. With a smile he says goodbye to hand of the President, before leaving his office to order to his driver who will take him to his offices located a few blocks. For Stroessner, he implied that he was going to receive 20% of money if the kidnapping is successful. Otherwise, Pastor Colonel would sink. Regardless of result, Stroessner wise how to control the growing power of Pastor Coronel. And for the dictator that control, the test indispensable of his omnipotence, he was infinitely more important than any amount of money. It was March 1, 1973. 5 minutes were missing for 8, when Stroessner went up the steps that led to Pantheon built in honor of the heroes of the dead war more than a century ago. Health 6 to the men that there they expected, Colonel, Montanaro, Bertez, Rodriguez, Abdo, and many more. They were men who personally had chosen and that they were of their trust, of course, as long as they continue to strive for peace, work, and well-being that, as president, he was promoting to satisfy the Paraguayan people's needs. Gold Circles extract from the novel, by Ekemar. 354. Epilogue. Epitaph. For the dictator. Alfred Stroessner. Mataiauda. 355. Alfredo Stroessner illegally at the same time in Paraguay to his 42 years. Although his mandate was weak at the beginning, Stroessner turned out to be a cunning political manipulator that with the years managed to consolidate their power. Corrupted, eliminated murderer to his detractors, in order to stay as life ruler. In his feudal kingdom he licensed vices of all indole to enrich his henchmen and, like consequence, to him himself. Allowed prostibular, the sale of stolen cars, drug trafficking, a wide range of smuggling and money laundering. Robbed $6 billion that I hid in foreign banks. With its repressive methods I left the great majority of Paraguayans in ignorance, poverty and in unworthy living conditions. It was a pedophile that was looking for sexual gratification abusing preteen children. Kidnapped them or I bought. If they got pregnant, I sent them to clinics to abort, or ordered their subordinates keep the girl and her creature to be born. I offered legitimacy to the actions of criminals that employed, who under higher orders practiced the torture, murder and disappearance of the unlawful subversives. Any criticism, opposition, idea or simple expression contrary to what Alfredo Stroessner allowed, automatically was part of a communist, terrorist and subversive dangerous and prohibited. I did not protect the fugitives of international law as the Nazi Joseph Mengele gave them legitimacy allowing them the sale of his Paraguayan citizenship. Achieve a life of long and full impunity, which took advantage to satisfy your own desires of pleasure and can. At almost 94 I died and was buried in exile, with his lost soul and his memory vilified by all those who keep knowledge of their cruelty and its perverse excesses. 356. Paraguay. In the Guarani language. The name of the country translates to rio that originates a sea. Asterisk. Our hard tears. A river that grows and filled a sea. The sea being our faithful witness that, despite trying to hide it, what the Rdav 6 with him it was the truth. SF, impossible to kill. Asterisk. Kim Ekemar, 2015. 358. This work is dedicated to the Valencia of Susanna, who, fortunately, now it is my wife. In this photo a few are portrayed days before I had the value of claiming Pastor Coronel, the fearsome chief of the Paraguayan police, for the violation of the human rights practiced by the government of your pets. Pastor Colonel was forced to offer him an apology, a fact that demonstrates the resort of Susanna and her unwavering sense of justice, when facing the abuses of the authorities. The Kingdom of Terror in 1982. Two naive travelers ill-gated to Paraguay to, like tourists, meet the country. For a trivial question, the couple was sent arrested by the political police under the official suspicion of being terrorists were forced to stay in front of a camera torture, incommunicado, until you escape for an oversight of the officers. 7 years later, dictator Alfredo Stroessner was overthrown by a coup d'état. However, the story it would not end up to a quarter of a century after the end of the dictatorship. It was when the author managed to establish contact with the Dr. Martin Almada, the unearther of the horror files. This book, carefully investigated, and with the integrated author's personal experiences, he said the Alfredo Stroessner's murky life, the most long-term dictator South America during the 20th century. Also reveals the ability _politic of the cunning dictator, the corruption that fostered, the protection that granted fugitive and terrorist Nazis, the torture that witnessed, the drug trafficking under his supervision, their sexual aberrations, the abuses of their henchmen, and its participation in the Southern Compact, the Operation Condor.